A poďme na to, to prúdiť. Ideme sa do studeného držgraša. To je fúčka, to je fútro. To je majoránka. A poďme na to, poďme sa do studeného držgraša. Zvukovú stopu netreba kontrolovať, už som mal reproduktory. Pigovi som je napísal, kurník šupa. Prišiel čas do studeného držgraša číslo 2. No, aby som priniesť našeho Krakera, našeho Huncuta, našeho Baklažana, našu Borovičku. Ja len skúsi priniesť. Neprišiel, odletel. Nechce prísť, nechce, aby som ho priniesol, tak bude musieť priletieť sám od seba. Taká jaká zvuková súdka. Bude musieť priletieť po vlastných.
Criticism leveled at the players, it's all at Thomas Tuchel's door.
No, but
And then he comes out and says,
I would
if there
feel
is someone to blame me. That's not an apology, Thomas. That's like me saying, I'm sorry if you're offended. He's not owned this. He's not shown enough contrition. His tactics cost England the game. I don't see how anybody can argue.
Yeah, but he's tried to be honest. He's tried to be honest about how he's feeling after this. And
He thinks the criticism is unfair. He gets paid multi-millions. The highest paid manager in England's history. We went against our soul by going down the foreign route again. A snub to British coaches.
Look,
are we any further?
I think his captain has said it in the right way. Look, when you play for England, of course, there's going to be a lot of...
Are we any further forward, Martin? We won't have the game.
There's going to be a fallout and a lot of anger because that's how big the job is. And everybody, there's this Englishness that they expect. Maybe comes across as an arrogance to the people from other nations that we think we should be winning it. It's ours to win. It's coming home. It's not, well, it isn't come home and it hasn't. And we've got to go back to the drawing board. But this guy now has to learn from all of those things. It'd be a waste of time now to rip it up. I'm hearing on our own radio station, okay, so-called top pundits calling out, sack him, get rid of him. This nonsense.
Well, Simon Jordan said it on this programme that the morning after England went out, the FA should fire him. I said he should resign.
I've not heard Simon Jordan say that. I sat here with him. I
He
didn't
said
hear him. No, not in that manner. He's not.
He
he's not
literally said they should sack him.
Well,
I don't been any clearer.
Well, I don't believe he's right. I don't think they should be. Who do you?
So
bring,
what progress have you seen
So who do you,
under
who do you
Thomas
bring
Tuchel?
in? Look how close we got to winning it.
As close as we did under Gareth.
No. This was closer. This was closer because we understood the tactics slightly better. We set out the right tactics and we fell away in that moment. The changes that we made in the game affected us, and he wasn't able to rescue his team. That's the annoying thing.
Who did we beat
He
that
was
we shouldn't
definitely
have beaten at this World Cup?
No, stop it, Alex. No, don't go down this road of this sort of integrity. You know, you're interrogating me on England. I am saying to you that we have made steps and progress in this World Cup, okay? We were very close, but let's not jump off the cliff and start all over again. This man needs to be supported. And I'm saying that these players want to walk the streets. How are they to walk the streets now? What do we do? Are we booing them in the streets?
No, but we're not.
These are a set of young men that set out to do their very best. I don't think they should be persecuted. Have you been in that position, coming back from a competition when everybody, you know, there's all that around you?
But I don't think the players have been persecuted. I think all the anger has been directed towards the manager.
Well, it's a collective. That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's see what the callers say. 0371722 3344. Simon Jordan has said publicly that Tuchel should be sacked. I think he should resign. Martin Keown thinks we're massively overreacting. Have your say next. 0371722 3344. I have a feeling this might get feisty. Martin Keown, the Arsenal invincible former England defender, he feels the criticism on Thomas Tuchel and his players is going over the top. What do the fans think? 03717 22 3344. James is a Manchester United supporter. He's called the programme. Are you with me, James, that Thomas Tuchel deserves a hiding, or with Martin that maybe we're being a bit too harsh and a bit too reactive?
I'm 100% with you, Alex. 100% with you. I can't believe what Martin's saying. I can't believe it. I mean, you've got to give him some credit because the guy's an ex-pro. You've got to listen to what he said. He's played the game. I haven't, but I can't believe what he's saying about the tactics. Oh, we knew what.
James, what have I said about the tactics? Because I haven't agreed with the tactics. James, I'm trying to draw a line.
What's the tactics? You said we understood the tactics.
No, for the first 55 minutes, we were. It was probably one of our best performances at 55 minutes, wasn't it? Up to that point.
I don't think we played well in any game really.
We were carrying out the plan. We were pressing high. We were passing well. We had good intention going forward. We didn't stand off them for 55 minutes, and then we go in front, James, and then we sit back. So I don't believe we should have sat back. Yeah.
Tactics. You go in front, and then what does he do? He absolutely swallowed it, the same as Southgate did. Swallowed it, looked at it, and thought, "I don't know what I'm doing."
Do you think he goes now, James? So you would sack now because you think he made mistakes in key moments. So you go, look, I know he's made mistakes, but I think we should keep him. You think he should go?
Well, because in the same way that Alex is saying, we're paying the guy a fortune. Let's forget what he said about Gareth Southgate. You know, he said, we've done this, I'll do better. He was paid specifically. Everyone's been saying the man's got one job. He got there. He goes one up, absolutely swallows it, absolutely filled his undies. He was
decisive in his decision making, but he got those decisions wrong. No, he showed strong leadership, but the system he adopted was wrong.
Decisions right, though. You're paying him to get those decisions right. If I get my decisions wrong at work, I get told, no, it's not good enough.
Would you get sacked?
Get everyone coming out. Yeah, but I'm not paid the amount of money he's paid to do a specific job.
James, thanks for kicking this off. The switchboard has gone into overdrive, as you would imagine. Always does when we debate England. Let's move on to Dan, shall we? He's a Crystal Palace fan, Southampton fan. Where do you stand on it?
I actually agree with Martin. There's some things that obviously Tuchel has got wrong at the tournament. I think some of his selections to take with him, I think they were poor. But ultimately, I think it comes down to the players on the pitch. You got to look at how we take the lead and how we were playing at that point. We're pressing high, men up the field. As soon as we get the goal, we start to drop.
Do you think, Martin, that's what the Thomas Tuchel means when he talks about the English DNA, that natural cautiousness? I mean, we've seen it before when we've taken the lead.
I think it's actually quite normal.
100%. I think you look back at the Euro 24 final against Spain. We get ourselves back into the game, 1-1, and then we drop. We pull them onto us. We could have gone for the joker of that game and we could have won the Euros. 100%. And whilst watching the Argentina game the other night, you saw it. You see exactly the same. And when you watch that Euro 24 final,
let's go back to the semi-final. Let's go back. Look,
Ale ste pičisovia, trepete v redy, obhajujete kokota. Obhajujete amatéra, pičusa, chorého jedinca. A prečo? Lebo ste rovnakí ako on.
Another thing in terms of questions here, like, do I think that there'll be something whereby the identity of the monsters that are fed to the abyss will matter? So, for instance, if you feed a rogue exile, it comes out differently to if you feed a normal monster. That I have absolutely, positively no idea about. That's going to be something GGG will make that call. I just don't know. After this, a number of Abyssal Jewels have had buffs. Now, important to note that their lower tier counterparts have been adjusted accordingly. And whilst this is mostly buffs, there are a couple of nerfs here as well. So firstly, effective cold ailments. This goes to 20%, and actually, this is one of more so the lightning ailments though. I think the increased effect of lightning ailments is something that may be a bit better than this. This is pretty scary numbers here. Like, this is getting quite high. You got a lot of Abyss Jewels. Also, you've got Impale effect going up to 8% as well. This is really substantial. Like, some of these numbers are quite high, and there is that new helmet, Subsume the Source, I believe it's called, the one that can eat one mod picked at random from an Abyss Jewel and imprint it onto the helmet. And that could potentially get really explosive with any of those. We have the Mana one. This being nerfed down to 34. I don't think it was great at 40. It was serviceable. At 34, I think it's good. 5% of damage taken recouped as mana. This is fine in very weird circumstances. Generally speaking, I don't think most people want this, but you might find the odd case where you do. But then we have the interesting one. These flat damage spells, these numbers are being boosted quite a bit. So you'll see here that it's gone up by 30%. So 23 to 32, it's now 1.3 times as good as it was in the past. That's pretty chunky of an increase, and that's the same for Fire, Cold, and Lightning. Physical and Chaos actually received a larger buff than that. Physical and Chaos received a 45% buff each. So these mods have gotten quite a bit better than they were. However, we've got to say why this is and why it's not enough. So all of the numbers on Abyssal Jewels are balanced back around touch 3.2. Around 3.2, the level of plus added gems that you could get was 0. Like there was very, very little of it. You couldn't get it on your weapons, you couldn't get it on your amulet. Later on, Dungeon Games added in 3.9, they added various sources of +1 to all spell skills, +1 to all physical spell skills. Those became available on weapons. And I think 3.9, you also got the ability to roll as influence modifiers then, rather than core mod amulet, rather than the core amulet mod to like they are today. I think you can get +1 to these categories of spells as well. So at that point you started being able to get a few tiers of plus generally. The reason I bring this up though is because flat spells is something that is much weaker the more damage that your spell has already. So if you're casting a fireball that deals 1,000 damage, and someone else is casting a fireball that deals 3,000 damage, and you've got an effect that says plus 300 fire damage spells. For you, it's 30% more damage. For the other person, it's 10% more damage. So this stacks quite bad with cluster gem levels. And that's the real problem with these numbers. They are going up, they're not going up by enough, I don't think. So, not like this is terrible, they're getting a bit, but I don't think this is quite enough that's coming through yet. After this, we have the same thing for conditional sources of these stacks. Note that they're not necessarily going up by the same amount every time, but most of them are. And then we have chance to gain Unholy Might 4 seconds on melee kill. This is something, Unholy Might is something you kind of want all your time, or not really at all. It's kind of really difficult to there are ways to get it all the time, but Abyss Jewel is, they're just not really enough. However, minion movement speed is very, very good. 15% increased movement speed here. Very, very solid. 25% reduced effect of curses on you while you're on consecrated ground is far too niche. This is the sort of thing that you just, like, even if you are radiating consecrated ground, this is only going to protect you while you're stationary or you've been stationary very recently, and most people are not radiating from cold ground. So, yeah, this is too niche. Like, you want your curse resilience, if you're stacking curse resilience, you want to do something you can rely on to mitigate the bleeds that are caused by the physical, by vulnerability curse. You really want that there. And that's genuinely really bad. Just jumping back, a couple of people pointed out that yes, as at higher levels of spells, spell damage effectiveness has gone up. So maybe that's enough, but I still don't think it's that's one that's definitely interesting to think of though. These might actually be better if the spell damage effectiveness has gone up enough. So good point, good catch on that chat there. But yeah, reduce effective curses on you while on consecrated ground. 25% is not taking me 100% might. Then I might actually be interested in using this. But even then, even if you had 100% reduced effective curses on you while on consecrated ground from like a small investment, it's still going to be a situation where you have to have bleed removal because of vulnerability curses. So yeah, this is just not enough. chance to avoid elemental elements while you have elusive is again too conditional. This is the sort of thing that just starts. Enemies hit by you have reduced life regeneration rate. This is actually better. This is something that I'd potentially use in certain circumstances. Like, you would feel this is a bonus. If you were not trying to roll this, but you unintentionally got it, and the duel was good without this, this would make it considerably better. That's because there are a number of ways to try and hinder, and there often are on builds that deal damage over time, and damage over time builds can have trouble with monsters that get crazy regeneration. Especially there's that monster that has that pulses. There's that rare monster. You get a really tanky rare monster that has that pulse that suppresses your regen and causes allies to regen. Or if you get the Maven healing a boss, those things can be quite sketchy. Enemies blinded by you have reduced critical strike chance is not enough. Again, like 30% reduced critical strike chance is reduced critical strike chance on monsters is actually not the stat you want. You want to reduce the critical multiplier, and the reason for this is that there are map modifiers that give them like 400% increased critical strike chance. So if you're thinking a tier 17 map that has, well, tier 10.5 now, but if you've got a Nightmare map and it has that mod on it, monsters have 620% increased critical strike chance and 40% increased critical strike multiplier, and you've got 30% increased effective map runs, then you're going from 800% increased critical strike chance down to 770%. That is not nearly enough. And it's conditional upon you having blind as well. I don't think I would be inclined to use this mod, or at least I wouldn't be excited by this mod if it read 150% instead of 30%. I really don't think this is it. Next, Legion Revamp. So, we kind of already discussed this a bit in the features overview. Crystals of Permutation to the Domain of Timeless Conflict. So these are the new incubators. You can put 4 enshrouded items in at a time, and when you kill monsters, they gain sort of credit towards their incubation. Enshrouded items can be transformed to another unique item of the same item class with a vestigial implicit modifier derived from the enshrouded item. Now, this is not a one-to-one copy of a particular mod. We know that Sacred Flame is going to provide 20% is taken as fire, that's expensive, and there's a bunch of other things.
Pični slabi kordi. 22
This
tisuće.
is going to be the big reward for doing Legion content, and I think there's a fairly strong pull into it, but at the same time, there's also going to be like a lot of messing around with it. So you have to work out exactly how much work it is. Killing monsters in the domain will charge the enshrouded item. When it's recharged, you can interact with that crystal to drop the new item. And added the following currency items that can drop from Legion generals in map areas. This is very important. This means that Legion scarab that previously was trash, the one that guaranteed generals, is now much better. We don't know how rare these are going to be. Now, Harui, Enshrouding Crystal, Imperial, Maraketh, Templar, and Val. These items cannot drop in the domain of Timeless Conflict. So you can only get them from in-map Legion encounters. Please remember that. That's something I think a lot of people aren't paying attention to with Legion. Legion encounters have better quality of life than they used to have. Unrelenting Timeless Emblems have been merged in. So actually, it's more that existing Timeless Emblems are becoming unrelenting ones because the modifiers that are being provided are really substantial. So, the Domain of Timeless Conflict is going to ramp up real scary. Real scary. It's going to be like the old Uber 5 ways here. Monsters are going to gain toughness, accuracy rating, EKOE for each time they're being revived based on the Eternals. The Karui is going to be toughness again. It's going to have damage, damage on the Eternal as well. Critical strike chance and critical strike multiplier. Ouch. I feel like for Karui you're going to need to have crit mitigation, really serious crit mitigation, whether that be a blast or something else. Either that or you just need to kill monsters before they get to act. Maraketh is going to get faster as well as more damage. That's a really scary combination. Templar, it's going to be 10% damage and 3% penetration. That is less than the comparable thing was in the past. I think it was also previously, but that was the Unreal Engine emblem, not the normal one. And 5% of fizz added as extra chaos damage for each time they've been revived. Really, really, really scary stuff that's coming up on these domains. And I think that the 5-way domain might be a lot harder than it's been in the past. And also, yeah, as people are mentioning in chat, 5-way carries are probably basically just not fizz anymore. So, these are going to get really, really tough. And that's going to be something that will be interesting to see just how many of these, like just how far you can get in this new thing now. Incubators can no longer be obtained, existing ones can still be used. Timeless Delirium Orb is no longer obtainable, existing ones can still be used. I think something that's important to note here is that these changes to incubators are removing them is actually going to have a bit of an impact in some content that you can drop them, just by virtue of removing a bad thing from the pool of virtues you can have. So that's something that you want to keep in mind. Rogue no longer has a chance to apply a random incubator to an item. That was actually quite common on Rogue, and it was always a dud, but you always kind of felt like you had to take it because it's the way that Rogue works. So that's just unconditionally a buff for Rogue, and it's not a small one either. Princes had a chance to give additional Legion items when opening a reward chest in heist. These will now grant an additional chance to receive extra gold. Stashed up affinity for incubators gone. Timeless Splinters no longer drop outside of Legion encounters and maps not completed by Kingsmarch Atlas runners. So this means that heist, no more Legion chests in heist. This means no more sources of Legion from, I think, Expeditions. I think Expeditions dropped a bunch of them. Kujin, a bunch of little spots like that are gone. Again, this is actually a buff because those Timeless Splinters will just ground cut up every time they drop, and that's because of the way the Emblematic used to work. Emblematic is still very strong, it has been nerfed, but it's definitely something that is not as good as it was in the past. But probably the most important thing is the quality of life change, where now Splinters are being Splintericided. So Timeless Splinters are going to drop in larger chunks than the software. That's just going to be a huge quality of life improvement. No more playing pick up sticks forever and ever and ever. Yo-Yo is asking, can you get Cloak of Flame in the Enshrouded mod onto a Lightning Coil? Yes, you can. Grindy Games have teased it with an image. So that will be 80% of physical damage split to elements.
Лишило ми се левати нас пъти колко до ритуали, а къде посрали, ала...
That is 50% for lightning, 20% for fire, that is only for gifts.
Не може, ритуали се срача.
20%.
Ритуали са най-безпечно, ето не стои за това.
There might be one or two things, but so far we think you can get any core dropful unique item that is able to accept armor scraps, but there might be one or two running your games to decide, yeah, we don't want this as a recipient. We'll find that out. Legion Generals now drop more Timeless Splinters on average, and non-sergeant, non-general Legion monsters do not drop Timeless Splinters. I'm assuming those are intended to cancel out. Alrighty, sorry about that all. I had a massive coughing fit there. I had just enough of a warning. I'm just going to quickly run one of the silly YouTube ads while I get my breath back. Alrighty, sorry about that all. I had a massive coughing fit that just had to happen at that point. I'll come to aspirational farming later. John Campbell's asking about that when we get to the breach nerf, because the breach nerfs are going to make a lot of things viable in the past previously. Breach was making a lot of things, a lot of loot non-loot, and that is going to be gone. So the emblematic Atlas skill is getting nerfed in half. It is still mandatory. It is still so good you have to have it. Lower the effective map item quantity on the chances of sergeants and chests to drop timeless sprinters. And I think again, this is trying to push you towards killing the generals more often. Everything is saying kill in-map generals in Legion all the time. Small passive skills in logistical support and village treasures no longer provide chest or monster duplicate splinter chance. So again, pushing you back towards those Legion generals. Gem socket changes. I feel like we kind of discussed this already before. That was when I was talking about that was in the start of the video, or the start of the stream. We were talking about the core features. So I'm just looking if there's anything that we didn't really mention here. Chromatic orbs and painted chromatics now force one socket to be non-white, while the rest of the sockets will roll colours normally. Higher quality on items increases the chance for non-white sockets to appear. That is really, really important to keep in mind. Higher quality on items increases the chance for non-white sockets, which means that 30 quality items are going to be much more important, even than in the past. They've always been good. Currency that adds sockets to items such as Jewelers Orbs, Painted Jewelers, and Orbs of Binding will always generate the added sockets as white. This includes the old Barichi method of the crafting bench. Now, the reason it's called Barichi method is because of prior to the trail, so 3.4 and earlier, that crafting recipe was tied to doing things around the person who is now a trail NPC called Barichi. He used to be an NPC that gave us quests. And that's really substantial. I wonder if it's in chat, people talking about will chromatics replace chaos as a secondary currency. I don't think they're going to be common enough to. I think they're going to be something that will be akin to the role that Orbs of Annulment play now, or that Exalted Orbs played prior to them getting made 20 times as common. They're going to be a big drop when they drop, but not a divine tier drop, and there's just not going to be enough of them in the market for the liquidity to exist. And yeah, selfish malcontent. Someone has mentioned in chat, Barichi used to have a quest, a sort of text line where he would call you a selfish malcontent, which was always really funny. As a result of these changes, coins are now rarer and are no longer sold by vendors in towns in exchange for Jewelers Orbs. The gold fees for coins have been increased for the currency exchange. And honestly, it's this last one that makes me really shocked. They're going to go quite a bit, because they don't usually change gold fees when it's only small. I think these things could be quite rare. Chromatics might be something that you just don't see very many of, and they're kind of in the way that Sacred Orbs is something that you optimize really late in progression. I think Chromatics are going to be like that. The Corruption Orb, that outcome from Val Orb that changes one socket on the item to be a white socket, and actually it was one socket most of the time, but it could be more, is being removed, and it now turns a random white socket on the item to a non-white socket, and the Locus of Corruption will do the same thing to every socket on the item, which is actually quite useful. And I think double corrupting rares is getting just a lot better in general here. Griffin is saying that the chromatic vendor recipe still exists. Yes, it does, but their chromatic items are going to be traded in there. You're not going to find them. They're basically not going to exist. That's the reason that they made the 6 socket red, green, blue recipe be one chrome.
To je dobré, teraz nebudeme zbierať tie chromatické, to nám ušetrí kliky.
If you vendor a 6 socket item and it is red, green, blue, link, then you will see 7 jewels.
Už nebudeme zbierať tie chromatické recepty, nám ušetrí veľa, to nám ušetrí strašne veľa, no. Tie orby, tá zmena orb chromatikov je...
You are not going to find, like, you will find chromatic items occasionally, but it will be on rare end. And they will be on every filter. Chromatic items will be on every single filter in the game, because they're just not going to be around very often in the game.
Hvala pánu.
Trinket modifiers for a chance of chromatics to drop as jewelers or fusings in heist can no longer roll, but there is the reverse, and actually I think this is worth keeping an eye out for. I am assuming that jewelers orbs upgrading to chromes and orbs of fusing upgrading to chromes, these are going to be rare, and they're going to be small numbers. But a lot of Dual Orbs and a lot of object fusing drop from armor and weapon checks. So definitely keep your eye on this. If it turns out chromes end up being really valuable, like if they're not 8 chaos, because I'm sort of pushing them up there, but if they end up being 8 chaos, in that case, you definitely want to look into these. They could be really good. Then we have the bestiary crafting recipe that used to give 8 chromes is now going to give a rare falling helmet, i.e. it's just complete garbage. And then we have this one, is interesting. At least 4 non-white sockets on the crafting bench is going to cost 75 chromatic orbs. That's high. Again, so many of these things that you want to keep your eye on. There's just a lot of stuff that's coming up here. Crafting bench recipes for green, red, and blue sockets are gone, and the quarter crafting station option that reforges the color of a random socket on an item turning it white. This is being removed. This is not being changed to be white, non-white at random. No, this has just been outright removed. Running your games considered that maybe too much because it was going to allow you to bypass chromatics in general. The following uniques now have a hidden property on them, banning them from having white sockets. Yellow's Nullifaction, Skin of the Lord, Skin of the Royal. Existing versions of these uniques are not affected by this change. Yellow's Nullifaction is getting a bunch of changes made to it. Basically, it's going to be slightly better than it is. It's going to be basically about as good as it is now in terms of giving you quality. So the intention here is that it doesn't make the item worse, at least the new versions of it. They're not going to be worse than they were before. The Pariah unique ring is being buffed out of sight, and actually 200 mana, 200 energy shield. Those numbers are actually not that bad. The ring slot, people use Shavon's Revelation for 250. So definitely keep in mind that this exists, especially for energy shield. Existing versions of the unit can be updated to new values with a divine on. Again, though, it's going to take. It's not going to take many chromes because you only need to get one more right on it. Cosmetic Eclipse unit sword now has a bunch of other changes being made to it here. It's still not good enough. Skaver, this is getting a number of changes. You'll still use this really early in progression if you happen to have it, but it's not going to be a good item. It's just getting sort of changed around. Quiet Grip is getting a bunch of changes here. The main thing is that minions convert 25% of physical damage to chaos damage. This used to be per white socket, it is now per empty socket. So that is a big cost now. Quiet Grip is worse than it used to be by quite a bit. Honestly, I feel like this is, although you can do whatever you want with, like you can easily get it to convert damage to whatever element you want, but you can always do that pretty easily. Quiet Grip in general is worse than it was. We have here Untouched Soul unique amulet is now 12% tri-res instead of 18% tri-res for each empty white socket. Now the reason here is just that empty white sockets were quite hard to get before, now they're quite easy to get. That said, I'm just not sold by this. Yeah, it's just not that bad. The bow passive mastery was found at 100% to accuracy rating per green socket and equipped bow has been replaced by a new one. And the idea here is that that was something you wanted to have early in progression, you didn't necessarily want to keep it forever. And it was useless early in progression because you're not going to have that many green sockets early on. So they're giving you 20% increased bonuses gained from your equipped trigger. It's actually a pretty good stat, reasonably hard to get. It's genuinely good, but it's not nice. The staff passive mastery that has been changed around is the one that goes in life based on red sockets and mana based on blue sockets, and it's something that is like about neutral, like sometimes better, sometimes worse. It's fine. This thing is fine. You've got to have a red and a blue socket on your staff, which is not trivial to get, but not crazy hard either. You will be able to get that by going for 3 non-white sockets. That'll be pretty easy to do. The two-hand passive mastery that provided 10% increased armor per red socket on your main hand weapon, and 10% evasion rating per green socket on your main hand weapon. This has been changed to 30% conditional on having both a red and green socket. So again, these two are neither here nor there changes. Like they're different, but they're not in terms of better or worse. Really. Enchantments on body armor and weapons related to white sockets, or those that set all sockets to be a single color, these no longer appear on heist rewards or from coloring or tempering logs. Now, in the past, white sockets were always good to have. They're now actively detrimental, so they're gone. And things that change all sockets to a single color, this was intended as a drawback. And it is no longer a drawback because you could just say, oh yeah, 6 sockets that are all blue, and then, yeah, that will just be better than what it is now. The Omen of Blanching has been changed to be about the same in power but different, and Marichi's fortification and steakhouse rewards have been changed. And the important thing here is that at rank 2, it will grant you 25 chromes, keeping the result with the greatest number of non-white socket colours, whereas previously it was the number of sockets. So rank 1 and rank 2 have been swapped around there. Talismans. Talismans are getting changed. Talismans are still bad because amulets exist. Basically, talismans are getting quite the buffs now. They're no longer going to always drop corrupted. They're going to have enchantment modifiers, which is replacing special implicits that you normally have. This means that they end up working well in conjunction with Val implicits. But there's something you can get from red beasts or bestiary bosses, and each talisman is tied to a specific beast. They can't be anointed, and their enchantment modifiers can't be removed using the crafting bench options, and then like old talismans are legacy. Non-unique talismans can no longer be obtained as rewards outside of bestiary content, except for two specific things. Divination cards will grant talismans explicitly, or Thane Jorgen's Betrayal Safecast rewards. Thane Jorgen's Talisman crafting spree has changed. Unique talismans are no longer core drops. These are now from bestiary, and they are getting some buffs here. And then we have this change here that is Whitewell Unique Talisman. This is now going to be a bunch more energy shield than it used to be. I still don't think it's good enough. Eyes of the Great Wolf is now going to generate 2 random enchantment modifiers from other talisman-based types, and 50 to 100% increased enchantment modifier magnitude. So essentially, it's still thematically the same as it used to be. I think Prodigy Games are intending for this to be quite a bit better than it used to be. I don't know that it always will be, and also one of the main reasons people wanted Eyes of the Great Wolf in the past was for the Avian Twin Talisman effect, because that was really good if you got that doubled, and that's not going to be available, I don't think. And ultimately, I think though, in general, the best thing with respect to talismans, wow, they're just so far behind High Story that like I'm just not sold on them at all for long term. By all means, use one and get one, but High Story is just a slot killer in the amulet slot, in the same way that Mage Blood is a slot killer in the belt slot. Not quite as extreme, and also historically more expensive. We'll see exactly where that ends up. Natural Hierarchy is getting a bunch of changes. This is better than it used to be. Like, it's not for everyone. You don't necessarily gain from this, but this is a really cool effect. I really like what they've done with this. I don't know if it's any good, but it's good. Rigwald's Perseus Talisman is now better than it used to be, although that is subject to a good divine roll on it. It needs to be, like, it can be worse than it used to be, but in general it's better. Now, this is something interesting. Bestiary boss area levels will now match the level of the red beast that is used in the Blood Altar to generate the portals. So this means that bestiary bosses are going to be a bit better than they used to be. Now, the reason for that is that the bestiary boss loot actually thaumaturgic stuff pretty well, a lot of it, because those items are all pretty rare in general. Copy fit, I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, alright, sorry about that. I just have to get that out of the way. So yeah, this is going to mean that you'll get more thaumaturgic dust from the off-meta items that come from these feats. It was really funny last league, actually. Was it last league? No, it was a couple of leagues ago. There's this period where just spam running barrel was like really, really good in the economy because you could sell the captured barrel beast for a surprising amount more than the beast that was required to get into the portal. So bestiary bosses are obtained by RNG encounters in maps that give you a specific beast boss. So from memory, it is the Pharric Tiger Alpha that is the one that gives you Barrel. So you just come across the Pharric Tiger Alpha in a map, and then you go to the you go and do your craft with that, and it will create 6 portals into Farrell's lair. You then go and you'll fight Farrell, and Farrell's really easy with all the power creep that's existed now. It's a slow fight because it's got some clunky phases, but it's a very easy fight. And then you kill him, you grab the loot, you get your Ascension if you want it. Not your Ascension, yeah, it's sort of Ascension, your Bloodline Ascension, and then you can do that. And bestiary bosses will have greater life than before, which is comparable to the life value on bosses from other league mechanics. And this is likely to stack also with the fact that they're now higher level than they used to be. Specific body armor uniques from each bestiary boss is now tied to level 80 or higher. Now, one thing I want to mention here, the Crab Star that was talked up in my Day 15 video, Grinding Gear Games' video today, they put out as well. This is the one that evolves your totems into crabs that scuttle along with you and actually move pretty fast. Like, I always think of crabs as moving slowly, but these are fast. Like, they zip. Thematically, that could come from Creation of the Beast, who is one of the bestiary bosses. We don't know this is the case. It could very well come from something else as well. There is also the potential for it to be thematically tied to the boss that is tied to the new content. So the all-flame content. We don't know which of these it is, but it could be either. The bestiary craft to create a rare talisman then replaced with a craft that rerolls a talisman base type, keeping the same implicit and explicit modifiers. Keep your eye on this. This is actually a really, really strong craft. So rerolling a talisman base type, if you happen to get something that's like really crit-oriented talisman, but you've got a enchantment on it that is not crit-oriented at all, or something along those lines, this could be quite good. The bestiary craft to transform an item from an amulet into a talisman has been replaced with a craft that creates an imprint of a rare talisman. Imprinting rares is incredibly strong. So again, we've got a couple of things here that are really significant in terms of talisman crafting is now really, really powerful. People are mentioning +1 all spells as an option here. I feel like that's generally going to be behind the heist alternatives. I feel like you're going to go for something else, but there are things you can do. Primal Delirium Orb no longer exists, but existing ones function in standard. Trinkets that had a chance to generate talismans will now instead grant a chance to generate gold. And the Crikey Chimeral has been renamed to Crikey Croaker, which is a more fitting name for a gem frog. So this Crikey Chimeral is the imprint beast from memory. Something else that's come up a little bit in chat here is the split beasts. So split beasts were being removed because they caused Grinding Gear Games to have to pre-nerf the drop rates of a bunch of bases, and that may or may not be accompanied by any changes to the heist drop rate. So we don't know that. That could go either way once everything is it plays out there. We'll have to see exactly what happens. After completing so league changes, the quality of life from Path of Exile 2 on Ritual is coming to us. The Forbidden Sanctum is now going to fix a couple of things with respect to flask charges, except for the Writing Jar for some reason. I am really not sure what that is. Volatile Valobs, these are now Sanctum rewards. Ultimatum is now the only place to get Catalysts. Ultimatum rewards from Demolition in Heist, which were very, very good rewards in the past. These are being nerfed. They are going to be nerfed into map rewards. Map rewards aren't bad either, but Demolition Heist contracts are now dead as a result of this. Catalyst chests no longer appear in Expedition. This is a nerf to Expedition. 2 Tujin no longer offers catalyst from his shop. This is not a nerf to Expedition because Tujin is so bad that you should be skipping him. And Catalyst can no longer be found as Ritual reward favors either. This is a nerf to Ritual, but a pretty small one. While channeling Grizzly Maw, you cannot be stunned or damaged. Like, this mechanic is just terrible. It needs to go. Honestly, there is no justification for this existing in the game. One thing that's come up in chat, and this one's important, someone's saying that Mirage enchants for heist are on the tree. We do not know this. Actually, Mirage enchantments will not be on the tree for heist. It is implicit that are on the tree for heist. We'll come to that later. That is not the case. We don't know if they do the same thing or not, but what we have, I got this wrong in my first live stream of this. I got really excited because I was like, oh, that's the Mirage enchantment pack. No, those are enchantments. And we don't have Mirage enchantments, we've got something else there. Betrayal. All Flame Embers are getting themselves nerfed a lot. I am actually really glad to see, presumably this means that All Flame Embers building are gone. As much as leeching and gold runs helped me make multiple mirrors in the first week last league, I do not want this mechanic in the game. It is so broken. The TFC gold rotor groups are so overpowering, and ultimately, I feel like they are so broken that you should spend your first divine buying a gold carry if they still exist. They are that busted in terms of just trade league, how much currency they make for you. And yeah, they're just a complete and utter mess. There'll still be ways to gold farm, but they won't be as ridiculous as they were. Scarabs are getting doubled here in Betrayal. This is something that's really positive. The trap stashes are getting made a bit more lenient again. Cluster jewels from various sources, like this is across the board actually. Cluster jewels that come from anything other than Delirium is going to be capped at 83. This means that Simulacrum is better than it used to be. And also, in-map Delirium events potentially should be better than they used to be as well. Item level 84 is a huge jump when it comes to Delirium cluster jewels. It's one of the most important breakpoints in the entire game. Now, Vagan's Fortification Safe House reward. This is huge. It is now a trap stash within Shrouded units. Definitely check this out. This could be very deep. And Vagan in Transportation is now Triathlon Scarabs, which is nice, except that you want him in Fortification. You always want the guy in Fortification. That is absolutely nuts. The other thing while we're talking...
Vegan Fortification reward is now trap stash with enshrouded uniques.
About Betrayal is that It That Fled got Giga buff in 328, and people are sleeping on this. It That Fled is the farming for the Mage Blood Divination card that comes from It That Fled, which is the Balborn Mage Blood card. It is by far the easiest way to farm a Mage Blood by yourself. That doesn't mean that it is an easy way to farm Mage Blood. It's still a lot of maths.
Vita!
If you do want to do it, a lot of people in Solid Stuff found that we're running a Balborn Mage Blood this week, and this is the reason for it. So, the reason Betrayal is good now is not any of these changes, it is the change that was made in 319. That said, Vagan, Fortification, Safe House, this is real. This is real, I think. Great. Okay, now we had some questions about farming and farming strategies in life. One of the things that I think needs to be said repeatedly whenever we're discussing anything about farming, loot is PvP in Path of Exile. What that means is that for the first maybe 5,000 people that have an Aegis Aurora drop, this is a massive loot explosion for those 5,000 odd people. For the next 10,000 people, it's a live drop, but it's not something that catapults you forward in economic power. And then for everyone after that first 15,000 or so, that Aegis Aurora is not good at all. It's not total ground cutter, it's still a good item to equip, but it's just not worth going to loot because the market is already flooded with it. So basically, if top-down loot 207 Aegis Auroras, that nerfs everyone who gets an Aegis Aurora after it. Their block is worth less because they're competing with the 207 top-down funding side as well. That's really important to keep in mind because Breach is getting a chunk of nerfs here in order to bring it back into line with everything else. So that actually is a rectal path of it. It also is interesting because Breach has, and I'm actually thinking of restarting the Breach strategy because Breach is going to get really important for people who want to get Falborn. So even though Breach is getting a chunk of nerfs here, it's still got stuff you can get in there and stuff that is critical for meta. So, and I am exaggerating with Bubgun. I don't know how many Aegis there is again, but it's just giving you a bit of a sense. So that I made up number 230. Basically, that's the sort of thing. And ultimately, it's not just Bubgun either. It's like Bubgun Man is one person. There are tens of thousands of people that are playing, not necessarily quite as efficiently as he does, but they're playing an optimization focused strategy. So it's not just that. So yeah, Breach unique. They're going to be in more demand because everyone is flash talking Breach online. And what that means is the stuff that you can only get from Breach, which is a lot of really important items, especially with all of the meta discussion around Wizard. A lot of people are thinking they want to be playing Falborn and Mirrors Decay, potentially a Lucky Corrupt on Falborn and Mirrors. And on top of that, they also want to have like Vacuum Void Battery and Relative Power Charge package. So they do want some rare uniques in order to do that, most notably the Relative. But there's a lot of pieces that come together, and the Falborn and Mirrors are going to be in demand forever. On top of that, Breach also has things like Falborn Verix Spite, really good, and that is something you target the same way as Falborn Ramirez, and a bunch of other things that are just fantastic, like all of the Falborn jewels. So many things along those sorts of lines. So, for this reason, I am actually thinking I want to league start Breach as a strategy. And I think there's a lot to be said for considering it, because it's being trash talked so much, because people are saying Breach is dead as a farm, and everything loot-wise in the game is PvP. The more that your opponents in a PvP environment are doing something, are saying a strategy is bad, the more that strategy ends up potentially becoming better. It is the case here, Falborn Rathfence has been nerfed. A couple of the things that people have wanted in the past are not going to be as good, but overall, that's my attitude to Breach in general. But Breach is getting Dogeku full tapped in terms of nerfs. So it's not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9, not 10, not 11, but 12 nerfs. All coming to the head of Breach here, which is kind of funny, but I do think the content is going to be definitely worth experimenting with. I'm going to be running Hives early, I think, with Unstable later is my plan. And just going through here, you've got the number of monsters in Breach monster packs has been nerfed. The number of monsters spawned in Unstables has been nerfed 25%, but the progress goes up a bit faster. Limit of 2 Unstables open at a time. Swelling ranks is now 10% pack size, not 20. Small passives granted. Breach monsters in your maps have 5% pack size. Is now 5% increased to rare monsters instead, which means it's not going to grant you magic monsters and common monsters. Evolving Hives is now going to grant 15% increased rare and magic monsters instead of 25. It also changes some of the ways you can stack together. Small passives are granted breaches in your that cause breaches in your maps to grant additional magic monsters are being nerfed from 8% to 5%. But these don't change the Hive Blood or Womb gifts you gain. Equipment items birthed by the Genesis tree are being nerfed, but this is only equipment items. So my view with the Genesis tree is that I'm going to set up my equipment side of things to be generating jewels. Jewels work best on a limited number of points, and I will be primarily focusing on jewels. Might occasionally dip into other things, but jewels, that is both with or without fracture. Like I'll be trying to fracture, but some of the ones that don't fracture could also be good. And if you don't have enough Hive Blood, the thing that you skip is going to be probably your equipment side of things. They're going to be the ones that you skip, but we'll just have to see how that plays out. So all in all, lots of nerfs in Breach, but I still think the mechanic is very live, and the reason it's still live is because as well as dropping generic drop anywhere loot, it is also going to be dropping unique breach-only loot that is going to be in huge demand. If you are tight on Hive Blood, the other thing that you can do is run the Pinnacle boss more. The Breach Pinnacle boss, I think, was very generous on Hive Blood. And you can just try and sell your excess wound gifts as well. One more thing I want to do with Breach as well is early on, I want to really fill out all of the Breach progression, like the league meta progression needs to be done reasonably well. In-game changes. We have the anomalies are being added, and you get a chance to get one when you complete a map that is affected by a void stone. I just want to make a quick detour here. This is not technically patch notes, but I want to get Incarnation of Dread done first, if I can, in terms of the void stones. I don't think people talk enough about void stone order optimization, and I feel like if you're a trade league player, the correct choice is probably doing Incarnation of Dread first if you've got the character power, or if you can get a carry in. Now, I'm pretty confident I can do the other two incarnations pretty easily, just by virtue of like outplaying the mechanics of them. The mechanics aren't too difficult on the non-Uber versions of them, even if your character's really weak. Incarnation of Dread can be a little bit obnoxious if your damage is terrible, but I don't think it's one that's particularly hard, especially given how forgiving it is. If you do end up failing the first one, you can just run it again. So I feel like the reason you want to do Incarnation of Dread first is that it has the most important of all of the unlocks, which is the ability to gain Astrolabes as drops, and also, as well as getting Astrolabes as drops, you also unlock all of the exceptional gems as drops as well. Now, you can do two of the other ones faster. The Eldritch ones are faster, faster, of like if you get lucky. But normally the Eldritch ones are the fastest to do, but I'm actually doing them second very deliberately because I want to get Incarnation of Dread's reward first and have that when I go moving down towards the Eldritch one.
Mi pôjdeme lode
That's my plan there.
a baňu. Lode a baňu.
Maven is by far the hardest of the Voidstone bosses now. Actually, Incarnation of Dread is probably second hardest. But
Lode a baňu. Lode a baňu. Lode a baňu.
Like, I'm terrible at steering that stuff.
Lode, baňu, boxy. Lode, baňu a boxy. Lode, baňu a boxy.
I am just terrible.
Lode, baňu. Galgur a Delph. To je to, čo budeme otáčať.
Because I will go on tilt, because I will die to something really dumb, and then I will go on tilt and I will play really badly and I will actually break the encounter because of it. But yeah, I see Quindry's pointing out, like, it is most common to do Eldritch first, but I think that's actually a mistake people are making. It depends on your character power. Do the Eater Exarch first if you don't have the character power to do Dread. But if you've got the character power to do Dread, why do you want to skip the chance of getting Astrolabes while you're doing the stuff down in the bottom left corner? That's my thought there.
Si pichus. Si pichus.
I'm surprised people find the memory game hard. Like, steering Exarch ball phase is hard. Maven memory game I find is like...
Si
the last
pichus.
one can be tricky because you get distracted.
Tomu sa nič nedá dodať. Si
That
pichus.
combination is quite rude.
Sorry.
But just the memory game itself is like...
Proste
I
si
find it's really easy.
pichus.
One thing you need to know
Pichus.
with the memory game, though, a lot of people
Pichus.
don't
Skoro
realize
jedinec.
this,
Gašpar.
is that if you're ever on the right side, your next one is always north. So if you're east, the next one is always north. That is without fail.
Proste si
Then
pičus.
if you're
Vy máte
further
svoje
north, it could be
sračky,
either of the other two.
ja pôjdem.
If you're
Baňu,
the other two,
baňu a lode.
if you're currently in the east, it's
Jednoznačne,
always north.
baňu a lode. Srať bridge, srať abyss,
Um,
baňa a
Anyway.
lode.
Reflecting Mist and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps. They're instead going to spawn...
Baňa a lode. Baňa a lode.
A bit clunkier than it used to be.
Baňa a lode.
But you can also sit on them for a while if you want. I think in general this is just worse than it used to be. Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas passive tree, cannot be augmented with fragments, allowing them to be run at any time.
Baňa a
without
lode.
feeling
Baňa a lode.
could have optimized them better. Reflect map modifiers have been reworked. Now, someone had a very important point about this. This wasn't in stream, this is in my Discord, which there is a link to down in the description of this video if you're interested. So, reflect map modifiers. These are being changed. They are no longer going to do what they used to do, which was basically instantly slay your character if you did physical or elemental damage beyond a trivial amount to enemies. Instead, what they will do is they will add a map modifier, they will add a monster modifier, a rare monster modifier of physical thorns or elemental thorns. I am assuming that this does not add any loot to that monster because you're already getting the loot from the Reflect mod. So, physical thorns. When you hit a monster with physical damage, that monster will then activate an aura that lasts for 5 seconds. Or not an aura, a buff for 5 seconds. While this buff is active, they will retaliate every time you deal physical damage to them, and that retaliation will be 800 physical damage, and that will come to you straight away. Monsters cannot gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds, so the uptime on this is going to be 50%. Now, you can only take physical thorns damage every 100 milliseconds. Important to note that because of the timing in Path of Exile, I actually believe this is going to be 132 milliseconds instead, so 7.5, 7.6 times per second. And the reason for that is that Path of Exile works on a 33 millisecond server tick. So 3 server ticks is 99 milliseconds, and 100 milliseconds is actually 3 server ticks plus a little bit more. Based on that, working on the assumption that this is probably going to be, unless the monster has, unless you have, might be your cooldown reduction. It shouldn't be cooldown reduction. I'm assuming this is just a flat, you become invulnerable for the rest of that period plus 3 more ticks afterwards. Anyway, the key thing to note here otherwise is that you become immune to physical thorns damage. So if you whack a pack of 25 rare monsters, you don't suddenly get shotgunned. You will take physical thorns damage, then you'll gain immunity for 100 milliseconds, and as a result, you will then end up not insta-giving yourself. That said, you can take a lot of damage from this pretty quickly, and I think this is now much worse if you're playing a fast-hitting build. If you're playing a slam build, you probably don't care about physical or elemental reflect anymore. So let's say that you're playing Volcanic Fissure of Snaking with full fire conversion. Physical Thorns does nothing at all, but Elemental Thorns, your backlash damage, which is 1500 raw fire damage, you're going to take that, but you're not going to care because you're going to cop it once, and then you're not going to slam again for a while. Actually, maybe that's not the case with Volcanic Fissure of Snaking because that hits multiple times on different
Ці
times.
Pidgeys,
You have something that's
признайся то.
like Val Ground Slam. Val Ground Slam is just,
Pidgeys.
you're not going to hit enemies multiple times in any speed.
Pidgeys.
However, while this is reduced by defenses,
Хворі
while it
рідниці.
is able to be mitigated through evasion, block, armor, resistances, etc., there is some really weird stuff that goes on with reflected damage, and this is something people really need to keep an eye out for. Reflected damage cannot be mitigated by a bunch of things that should mitigate damage normally. So that's something that's really crazy. Rutherford is mentioning in chat that they've got builds that have like massive damage projection, hit a lot of monsters, might hit 6 rare monsters with 1 attack. That's not going to matter. Your character can only take elemental damage, thorns damage once every 100 milliseconds. That is your character, not the monster. I think this is at its worst for kinetic type builds. And also something that might be significant is that I don't know how this works in conjunction with totems. If the damage is coming from a proxy, historically the proxy took the damage, but maybe now that thorns damage comes at you. So, where is this worse?
Ці Pidgeys.
Physical Reflect is at its worst if you're playing a pure energy champion. Physical Reflect, if you're playing, we don't really see much of these at the moment, but if you're playing a pure ES build, you might actually have some real problems with Physical Reflect if you are striking really fast with attacks. I think that's going to be the worst thing.
Ці Pidgeys.
Otherwise, this is going to be sketchy with things like wand attack builds, maybe, might have some issues with it. But ultimately, you can just not run maps that have reflect map modifiers as well. So essentially, this is probably just free quant most of the time. Free quant most of the time. Reflect modifiers no longer appear on corrupted side areas in the campaign, and that's sensible because we don't know what the numbers
Priznaj si to!
in the campaign.
Priznaj si
Maybe
to!
they didn't want to set
Si
campaign
pičus.
The following maps have been added back to the Atlas. Lots of bad ones plus Toxic Sewer. So, I mean, I'm saying lots of bad ones. Some of these are mid. Like, for instance, Temple is very, very mid. I don't hate it. Basilica is very mid. And we have what? Estuary is quite a bit better than average. Laboratory is actually my most disliked map in the entire game, I think. Plateau is really empty. I hate Plateau. But yeah, like, this is a bad set of maps, overwhelmingly.
Ukáž sa, čo tam máme? Arachnid Nesta, Basilika, Bazar, Caldera, Cells, Channel, Kolonáda, Colosseum, Konzervatórium. Je tam Desert, Desert Springy. Moja obľúbená mapa, Desert Springy, Estuary. Desert Springy sú naspäté, kľúčová mapa. Estuary, kľúčová mapa. Geode, veľmi dobrá mapa. Infested Valley, dobrá mapa. Phantasmagoria, sračka Pier, sračka Plateau. Ramparty, Stagnation, Sunken Stable, Toxic Vault. Ale je tam Desert Springy a Estuary. To sú moje mapy. Desert Springy. Desert Springy. To je ono. A stále by tam mala byť aj Beach. Takže to ono v podstate je úplne jedno, aké mapy pridali. Aj tak sa robí iba jedna mapa, ty chuj. Robíš iba Beach.
I'm not saying every single map on it is bad, but this is not a good set of maps, and the stuff that's being removed is generally better. So yeah, Toxic Sewer is the one highlight of what's coming back, and it is a big highlight, but it's not a massive, massive one. Following maps have been removed. Acid Caverns had a good divination card. Arena, that's bad. Ashen Wood is mid. Bog is at the better end of mid. Actually, no, Bog is good. Canyon is mid to good. Probably actually good. Carcass is bad. Castle Ruins, I really dislike that map. It's just pain early in the early in the game when you don't have much defenses. Courtyard is bad. Coves is good. Crimson Temple is mid. Crimson Township is bad. Cursed Crypt is mid. Defiled Cathedral is mid. Dig is mid. Like, you sort of get a sense here that we're not losing great stuff generally, but except for Underground Sea. Underground Sea is the one really good map that's going away. But generally speaking, we're getting rid of a lot of mediocre stuff and we're picking up a lot of bad stuff. Like Forbidden Woods, worst, like another one of the worst maps in the game. Like, so many empty ones. Plateau, Pier, Forbidden Woods, blah. Anyways, rant out of the way, the maps are getting worse.
Chuj.
Untainted Paradise, new maps cannot be obtained and existing ones can't be used.
Pičus.
It is now obtained
Aj tak robíš iba Beach.
on your Atlas, which is presumably going to be one of those.
Robíš iba Beach.
And it has received a few alterations to make it more difficult and rewarding, which I'll have to see about.
Práve o mapy. Keď robíš iba Beach, iba Beach.
Now allows you to access any of the Shaper maps. So previously you had to do Maze of the Minotaur first, which was really painful because, like,
Pičus, robíš iba
Maze of the
Beach.
Minotaur
Iba
is the
Beach.
hardest of the Shaper Guardians for certain defensive profiles.
Oh my god.
It's the hardest to outskill. Actually, Lair of the Hydra is the hardest to outskill. But if your physical mitigation isn't there, you can take hits from the Hydra, but you can't take hits from the Minotaur. So early in progression, I did not like having Maze of the Minotaur as a prerequisite.
Jednoducho povedané, si Pičus. Si Pičus. Si Pičus, si
Super
Pičus,
Chimera
si
is getting
Pičus.
massive quality of life improvement.
Si chorý
It's going a lot faster.
jedinec.
Then we thread maps now
Si
display
Pičus,
that
si
they will
Pičus, si
open and
Pičus.
use that.
Si chorý jedinec,
Had a
chorý
name
jedinec.
change, and
Si proste
the
Pičus,
item drop delays from
Pičus,
versions of the
Pičus.
remembered and the feared
Si
that can
proste
spawn in
chorý
maps.
jedinec.
These are going to no longer have that toxic item drop delay.
Proste
Now,
Pičus,
here is a big
Pičus,
one that people haven't
Pičus.
been talking about very much.
Proste
This one
chorý
really-
jedinec, chorý
reflecting
jedinec.
this object. So, in-map reflecting mist events are being moved into anomalies. But when you do get one, the event is going to be the same. So you're going to have more chance of pulling out a reflecting mist an itemized reflecting mist. If you do pull one of those out, then it's going to be worse than it used to be.
Super
So
Sequoia,
I should actually jump into Mirage and sell off my reflecting mist that I've got, while it's still
Super
expensive.
Sequoia,
I am wondering whether this is an attempt to prevent them from rolling 100% so that they no longer provide +8 on high stimulus. I don't know if that's the case, but I sort of suspect that might be the case there.
Heist,
So yeah, we shall
heist,
find out exactly what's going there.
Heist.
This is a pretty substantial
heist możemy
substantial
otaczać.
change here, and
Te
more of
tyckie.
the itemized reflecting mist, but each one of them that comes up is worse. This might make Hinokora's locks better or worse, actually, depending on what the breakpoints are. So this is a really significant change. People haven't noticed this one here.
A nie, bo otaczać
This does
heist.
not change the amount of modifier effect found on mirrored jewelry that is from the RNG reflecting mist. So they're still going to be at full power, and people need to check these things. Like the number of times I have found multi divine items from them. It's pretty substantial. I have definitely made more currency out of in-map
Si proste
reflecting
chory
mist than I was
jedinec.
prior to now. I have made more currency out of them from the from the RNG mist jewelry, the pieces where it's already been applied to an item, than I have from the actual itemized mists. Itemized mists are really rare. Now, this one's substantial here as well. Atlas passive tree changes. And after this section, I'm going to take a quick breather. I just have a bit of a stretch because we've been going for 2 hours and run some annoying YouTube ads while I do that. But there's a new cluster that's being added. Now, the first thing here is that the small nodes are going to give you additional chances for divination cards. But the big thing here is that the notable grants you a chance in tier 14 plus maps to drop a scrying orb on completion. Scrying orb is going to be something that remembers the map that it is found in, and it will allow you to then, it will allow another player to then apply a scry. So the Nameless Seer as a mechanic is gone. It is replaced entirely with this new alteration of prophecy, which is something that's kind of significant. We might see some farming strategies as potentially involving the speedrunning maps that have a really, really good set of divination cards on it.
Chory.
So keep that one in mind. This thing is really, really, really big. This change, and I'm definitely thinking this is the one that I'll play around with at some point in the league.
Si
So
chory,
remembers
si
the map that
chory,
it's
si
found in, and then allows you
chory.
to strive the divination
Si
cards
proste
out
chory
through a map that's on your
jedinec.
app. Presumably this has to be sold through async trade, not through Faustus, even though it's called a scrying orb. It probably should have a different name to it.
Go heist!
Razor Tower, Atlas passive skill, this is not a functional change.
Heist is
random
large.
box box, 10 of a random catalyst, previously a full stack. This is not a functional change, it is 10 now.
Heist sa dá točiť, ale...
And here we have the one that
Nestia sa
I
všetko
misread
točiť.
so badly last time. Beautiful Soldier, Atlas passive skill, now also grants blueprints found in your maps have 50.
Jednoducho nestíha sa všetko točiť, to znamená, aby som sa naozaj špecializoval iba na tú baňu, lebo nestíhaš všetko, to sa nedá všetko stíhať, potom máš hlavu po všetkých kútoch. Dve veci budeme iba robiť, baňu, delf a lode. Čo nám neskutočne uľahčí situáciu, nebudeme mať pantoflu v každom žite narezanú. Áno, nebudeme pantoflu v každom žite. Kam dám bodíky potom? Napančujeme baňu. Budem pančovať iba baňu. Budem pančovať iba baňu a lode. Áno, baňu, lode. Baňu a lode, to je všetko. Baňu, lode. Tieto dve veci sa budem špecializovať, hej? No naozaj, keď robíš veľa vecí, keď sme robili aj bríče, aj abyssy, tak potom nestíhaš. To nestíhaš potom. Jedna mapa ti trvá 2 hodiny a vďaka tomu robíš strašne málo map, vďaka tomu máš strašne málo rudy, máš strašne málo železa, potom lode viaznú, hej, lebo si dlho robíš jednu mapu kvôli príčom a kvôli abysom. Takže teraz budeme sa špecializovať. Teraz na mape, toto je tá veľká výhoda, že na mape sa nebudeme zdržiavať s ničím, dá sa povedať, hej. Budú na mape len boxy, len bedne, len boxy a to je všetko. Hej. Boxy a ory. Boxy a ory. A to sa bude trošku už inak otáčať. Boxy a ory. Hej, nebude sa zdržiavať s žiadnym abysom, s žiadnym príčom. Otvoríš boxy, zoberieš oru, zabiješ bossa, zložíš bossa, ideš ďalej. Ideš do ďalšiu mapu, alebo ideš do bane. Hej. Ešte tam bude tá ich nová mechanika, ale tá nová mechanika, to je taká mechanika, že s tou sa nemusíš zdržiavať, to je ako heist. Budeme zbierať tie blueprinty a kokoti, budeme mať plnú riť, hej. Maximum, koľko sa dá.
Wow, you look quite the professional.
To je relatívne rýchla mechanika, rýchle futro. Takže tam nejako by som sa z toho... Nerobil by som z toho nejakého vedára, áno. Ale... Je to taká trošku buržoázia, ale dobre, toto je oveľa lepšie. Žiadne bríče, žiadne abysy, čistá fantasmagória. Báňa, samozrejme nová liga, to sa nespomína, lebo tá sa točí vždy z času na čas, nová liga, na to sa trošku tak mrská, hej. Ale mimo novej ligy, len Báňa, bude sa chodiť do Báňa, budeme chodiť báničiť, to je klasika. A lode budeme posielať. Žiadne zdržiavanie sa so svastikami, bríčami a abysmi, už skončil. Tým pádom Power of Exile dlhšie vydrží. Budeme oveľa pomalšie levelovať. Si myslím. Power of Exile, táto ďalšia liga Power of Exile má potenciál vydržať 20 dní. To môže byť úplne v kľude 20-dňová liga. Úplne v kľude teoreticky. Všetko záleží od toho, ako veľmi budem Power of Exile točiť, či budem chodiť po obede spávať alebo nie. Ale s Power of Exile sa nechodí po obede vystierať si kocúr. A keď si zoberieme, že o 1:00 si idem láhnuť a stávam až o 5:00, to sú 4 hodiny. Ne, o 4:00 stávam. Takže 3 hodiny. 3 hodiny ležím. To sú 3 hodiny, keď 3 hodiny nebudem spať, ale 3 hodiny budem otočiť Power of Exile. To spraví rozdiel. 3 hodiny spať alebo 3 hodiny točiť. To spraví rozdiel. To spraví svoje. Ale je to tvrdá buržoázia, samozrejme. Ale táto liga bude veľmi dobrá aj hlavne kvôli tým sokitom takisto. Že už nebudeme mať problém s farbami. Čo je veľmi dôležité, hlavne ak sa im podarí znova zohnať Honor Home. Už nebude záležať na farbách, už potrebujem to len štvorlinknúť. Ak sa im podarí zohnať skorumpovanú Honor Home, čo nikdy nevieš, či zoženieš, ale tak. To nie je priorita. Nejako extra. Pretože teraz nebudem robiť také vysoké mapy. Teraz vôbec nepotrebujem robiť väčšie mapy ako 11-12. Takže teraz nebudeme nejako silou mocou extra potrebovať masívne silné zombie, alebo nebudeme robiť 14-15 mapy. 11-12 sa plánujú robiť maximálne. Nie je dôvod robiť vyššie mapy. Vôbec. A hlavne je to ten, že ja nechcem potom príliš rýchlo levelujem. A čím rýchlejšie budem levelovať, tým rýchlejšie zabalím Power of Exile. A môj cieľ nie je rýchlo ukončiť Power of Exile. Môj cieľ je, aby Power of Exile vydržal aspoň 20 dní. Potenciálne 30, V kľude ho otáčať, točiť, A nie ho za 2 týždne do 10 dní ho celý vyťukať. To nie je ten cieľ. Alebo do 12 dní, povedzme. Do 12 dní ho celý vyťukať, to nie je cieľ. To je ten hlavný dôvod, prečo nebudem točiť vysoké mapy, nebudem. Ja nepotrebujem Power of Exile rýchlo ukončiť. Ja ho potrebujem v kľude nasávať. V kľude nasávať. Áno, v kľude nasávať. V kľude nasávať.
20% chance to have a special implicit. This is not a Mirage enchant because they are enchantments. This is something different. We don't know what these are. That's really, really important there. So yeah, this is going to be something to keep in mind. Anyways, I want to take a quick breather at this point, and I will be back pretty soon. If you're watching this after the fact, definitely jump ahead, maybe 2 minutes or so.
The Breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the Resistance, it's free.
Nič, musí to reštartnúť. Pretože stále mi to dáva tú istú kokotinu. Už mi to dalo 3-krát po sebe. Minimálne 3-krát po sebe som dostal znova to isté, čo smrdí. Čo zase smrdí pančom. Áno, táto Power of Exile liga má neskutočný potenciál byť účinná. Hlavne kvôli tomu, že sa vracia naspäť Báňa. Báňu tiež plánujem robiť iba 78, 79, 68, 69, 71, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, áno. 78, 79, hýbať sa na tej úrovni 78-čkového futra. Ale bude to proces, Áno, bude to proces. Na to znamená bacha, bude to proces. Dobre, čo spravíme? Ideme sem. Resetíme paseku. Bude to samozrejme tvrdý a rázny proces. Trošku teraz viacej otáčame. Pretože potrebujem túto sračku vynulovať. DaVinciho kódy sa potom zúžitkujú. Čo sa týka týchto svastík, popri Power of Exile sa budú hľadať. To bude jeden deň, keď sa trošku nebude točiť Black Desert, keď sa vypne, aby to ako tak išlo. To znamená 2 dni týždenne. By som povedal, áno, 2 dni týždenne sa to robí.
Alrighty, sorry all about that. As I said to those of you that are watching after the...
No asi vtedy nie, robí sa nakoniec v ten istý deň.
Jump ahead, but to those of you that are around live, I just needed to go and have a quick stretch. We're about to get to the player changes section, which is one of the biggest sections in the entire thing. There is a lot to go through here. Not so much at the start, but like this is one where we're going to be moving across into a different type of content in the patch notes in general that we'll have to talk about now. So, player changes. We're going to go from changes to loot acquisition and all that fun stuff to changes to the way that changes to how much damage your character does, how functional it is, all that sort of fun stuff, and that is what we are about to get into now. Alrighty, so. We have here the first section, sources of avoid all damage from hits. These are now additive with sources of avoiding damage of a specific type from hits. So for instance, if you've got a 10% chance to avoid all damage from hits and 20% chance to avoid fire damage from hits, in the past, this is multiplicative. So it would check one of them, then it would check the other. That was less favorable in the new system. However, there is a cap of 75% to these things as well. So unless you were really pushing against that cap, this is a buff. However, you probably also don't want these stats because they're not that good in general.
Lode a Báňa.
Now,
Báňa je naspäť.
monsters when they use specters.
Báňa.
Specters keep causing troubles. Specters keep causing lots and lots and lots of trouble there. So in general, no spectre should have more life than a meat sack. Some of the monsters that have had their life nerfed when used as specters are Unholy Aberrations from the Unholy Trinity boss fight, Originator influence monsters, and robot monsters that are found in the hidden area of the refinery. So there's just so much complexity to finding these things. but in general, no spectre should have more life than a mid. That is their rule. Also worth noting that no corpses that are generated by a player are allowed to have more life than a Hikaru's herald. That's a change that they made a while ago. Back when Detonate Dead was completely and utterly dominant. Absolutely off the planet dominant. And then we have one of the biggest changes for minion build, except for Spectres. Spectres, you don't get this one. All non-Spectre minions no longer pause when attacking. Many minions already didn't pause when attacking and are unaffected by this change. However, this is a big improvement to Dominating Blow, Raised Zombies, Stone, Ice, Flame, Chaos, and Lightning Golems, Summon Raging Spirits, and Summoned Skeletons. SRS is already good, and this could be huge for this. This could be a massive percentage increase to the amount of damage that they do, and the Poison SRS builds are already functioning well, so there's going to be a huge improvement here. Living Lightning players forgotten again. Yeah, Living Lightning might well be one of the ones that doesn't have any need for it because the minions might already not be pausing when attacking. Skills, items, and modifiers that once status increases and reductions of spell damage now also apply to attack damage. This has been keyword. So it is now going to say Arcane Might 150% instead of increases and reductions of spell damage apply to attack damage at 150%. So this doesn't actually change the way that these work, it just changes how they're worded. Ascendancy changes. Deathmark, this has gone from awful to bad. Basically, it no longer has the marked enemy cannot evade attacks. It now has 10% increased effect of your marks per maximum power charge, which is actually quite substantial, and 3% of leech is instant per maximum power charge. It does do quite a bit, but at the same time, it is also something that requires you to be manually applying marks. I think you get them for free, but still, it's something that will slow you down, and you won't have them up all of the time. That's my remembrance of that node. Anyway, it was so bad that it was the one that everyone immediately dismissed. The assassin kind of didn't land that well last league, but it had some potential. There were a lot of cool things in it, and it just the whole package wasn't quite there. But Deathmark was that one was just terrible. 3% of leeches is the maximum power charge is real. That is a very, very live node. So people saying Sniper's Mask might actually be really good with it. Let me bring up the actual node itself. So that is PoE Wiki, Assassin Deathmark. Make sure that I'm not remembering it wrong, because that's what might happen. Current wording. Trigger level 30 Assassin's Mark on attack critical strike against a rare or unique enemy while you have no marks. Marks cost no mana. That is the text that it is keeping. So it is, specifically on an attack critical strike, and it is only Assassin's Mark, and Assassin's Mark is the one that causes the enemy to grant power charge when slain and increases your chance to critically hit it, increases the crit multi that you get against it. It's still it does genuine things, but it's not the real. It's kind of just not being very good. It's not that it does nothing at all. It's just there's stuff like that. And there's so many other things. Assassin actually has a lot of cool stuff. It's really hard to make a cohesive package of four mods on it, and also build some defenses. That's the real problem with Assassin is that you can take 4 glass cannon nodes, and you can become pretty good at being a glass cannon from that. But it's really hard to get 3 glass cannon nodes in one defensive node. There is a defensive node, but it's kind of a bit it's very conditional. And there's good stuff there, but I think it is very playable at the moment, but I also understand why it's not getting that. However, we have a bunch of changes here. Mystical Infusion here is crazy. So, this no longer says, I wish I was cool enough to wear Sandstorm Visage. Instead, it grants your spell critical strike chance bifurcate and 30% or less spell critical strike chance. Now, what this means is that you roll critical strike chance twice, and if you roll exactly 1 crit, then you still crit. If you roll 0, you don't crit. If you roll 2, if both of them end up rolling as crits, then you end up getting a kind of double crit. So if you've got 500% crit multi, so you've got 100% base damage and 500% crit, then that's 400% extra damage on a crit. That extra damage on a crit ends up finding crit. So very, very, very strong effect. And yes, it's been mentioned there that it does stack off the crit, but in general, I think you are going to want this in conjunction with 143% crit without this node. You want to have at least have your crit very close to that. If you actually can make 143%, then you're still 100% crit chance for your spells, even after they get straight. But if you can't quite get there, that's sort of really, really crazy strong. This is like Maryland's fallacy, but miles better. The amount of crit multi you get from Maryland's fallacy is that, but it's much better and stacks with it. Although you might have a bit of trouble managing the flows at the same time. So that is a lot of work for the back. Still, this node is now really, 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 really good. So it's, yeah, this is crazy. It's really like one of the best nodes around. You will need to invest in getting more crit than you otherwise need to. So you'll need to keep that in mind, but even once you do that, this is crazy good. This is one of the best. This is one of the best nodes you can get anywhere. Hierophant is not getting taken out the back and shot. People have been saying it's getting taken out the back and shot. Instead, Hierophant is just getting just getting kicked once, but it's not while he's down. Just getting kicked while he's standing. He's hurt, but he's fine. He's still going to be really good. And this now nerfs the amount of damage you get from someone fighting. I will say though that for Nemesis Fusillade specifically, the number of other changes, but one of the biggest losses is the fact that we don't know you can get to the So you've got to remember that. That is really, really, really important. Strictly is asking, has anyone ever used the word bifurcation before? You'll notice that someone's calling it bifurcation, someone's bifurcation. That's because it's not used very much. The reason that I know the word, the reason I wasn't shocked by it the first time I saw it in Public Xbox 2 was because I used to play Magic the Gathering. And as a result, I remember a card called Bifurcate, or Bifurcate, whichever one it is. We always called it Bifurcate at the store, though. This was circa 2000, because it would have been Mercadian Mask, that sort of era. That was when that card was. I remember it existed. It is definitely used in finance as well, like people mentioned in chat. It kind of means duplicate. It is not really slicing through. It is grouped into two whole copies of the I also learned a bunch of other words from Magic the Gathering as well. Like, you'll hear me use the word pernicious quite a bit. That is definitely Magic the Gathering. There's a few other really obscure words. So, yeah, basically, definitely comes up a bunch. I think we're saying biology is the other spot. And that obviously makes sense with all crabs. So, can we duplicate a crab? All sorts of things there. Inquisitor is next. Inquisitor is getting a new notable that allows you to be as cool as someone wearing Stanislav Visage. So the assassin lost this notable, it had one that had it, but it's been changed, and actually got changed to much better. But the Inquisitor node is actually really good, and actually the Inquisitor can use this quite well. I think the assassin didn't really need it in most cases, unless you're using a spell with a hardly critical. Then we have the Influence of Zeal passive skills now grants +3 maximum fanatic charges. This is actually a buff, 3 from 4. That's a buff. And fanaticism lasts for 5 seconds instead of 4, and grants 75% less costly spells you cast yourself, previously 75% less. This last part is a nerf. Although I think with all the other changes to mana cost, it's probably actually all in all, Influence of Zeal, if it fit your build before, it is still as good as it was before. It's just that it fits slightly differently with a couple of other things.
Polish your wigs.
Now, Occultist. So, Gain Spirit Infusion every second while channeling a spell. Like, can we just say a second is a long time in Path of Exile? There are situations where you channel for a full second, and people will try and play this on Winter Orb. I feel like a second is a long time. Each stack of Spirit Infusion grants 30% faster start and energy shield recharge. Channeling spells deal 10% more damage, and channeling spells have 20% more cost. Maximum 5 stacks. So the best case scenario, and you will not have this best case scenario very often, but the best case scenario is 50% more damage, 100% more cost, which is ouch, but you can probably manage it, and 150% faster start of energy shield recharge. But you lose a stack every 0.5 seconds if you've not gained a stack in the past 2 seconds. This is worse than it sounds, and the reason for this is that if you channel for 800 milliseconds, then you haven't gained a charge, which means that you are going to start losing your charges again. And that's the real problem here. Spirit Infusion is going to fall off really quickly if you're ever forced to move. Now, you can Frostlink around while you're charging, or while you're charging something, while you're channeling, so it's not completely and utterly lost. But I do think you are going to find a lot of problems with this here. There are ways to use this, definitely, and people are saying, yeah, Flesh and Flame this new node, Unhallowed Rite, onto the Elementalist, and that will work well there, because Elementalist has got a lot of other support, just generic damage and stuff like that. Elementalist also has a couple of things that make them tankier. So there is the potential for this to be used, but I think you're going to find it's much worse than it looks. And that is that whole thing of a whole second, and you lose stacks based upon 500 milliseconds without gaining a stack for 2 seconds. Like, if you've not channeled in the past 2 seconds, I feel like you'd have like 85% uptime on this. As it is, I feel like you're going to have like 20-30% uptime on 5 stacks. So yeah, this is really, really wild. People talking about Stormbind and Occultist getting a lot of extra bonuses here. Something I think could be really funny, and I am not suggesting this is a good build, and I don't know if it'll work, but Stormbind in Crab Totems. Could you imagine, you've got your scuttling little Crab Totems, and then they just start casting Stormbind, and just the amount of utter screen vomit you could cause with that, because Stormbind is such a hideously ugly skill, and you can just spam it so many times around it. It's going to be really, 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 really crazy. But yeah, basically, Unhallowed Rite, very not sold on it because of 2 seconds not being long enough, and 1 second being just, such a long time. Reliquarian, we did a deep dive into this. It was my day 10 video. Chances are most of you have already seen it because it's the highest performing video I've had on my channel anytime, semi-recently at all. So yeah, basically lots of cool stuff here, from the silly, like the Shattered Divinity, Greater Harbinger of Directions does some pretty crazy stuff, through to the boring but good Namahu's Flame, just 20% fire pen if you're dealing fire damage. And you get the bonus of Molten Burst. Like, Molten Burst, not so great, but the 20% fire pen is a lot. Melding is an option endgame. Polaric Devastation is an option endgame. Gloomfang as a phenomenal
Nulujeme už sme na procese nulovania, áno? Procese nulovania.
Really hard to use well.
Teraz sa pripraví na piatok. V piatok to vypukne, aby sme mali čo najmenej práce v piatok.
Zergle's Prank, if you've got nothing better, it's not very good, but...
Sme v procese nulovania.
It's better than not having anything useful at all. Val Caress, incredible just with a Val skill gem early on, if you're using the non-Val version of it as well, because that +2 will apply to the non-Val version of it. Elevore just for early game, don't keep this late, but Apostate and Dawnbreaker for end game. One of them is going to be, well, Dawnbreaker is generically very good, Apostate is very niche, but so much good stuff here, but stay tuned video if you want to see more of that. Now, there are a lot of changes that are taking place to mana in general, but we'll start quickly by mentioning the ones that are mentioned here. We've got a new cluster that's being added, cast speed, mana cost efficiency of spells, and 3% increased intelligence. This is a good notable. This is a notable you'd be very happy to take on a lot of builds, but it also is one that's going to live or die based on what the small nodes to get in there are. If this takes 3 small nodes and it's also in a junction that you don't normally pass through, then it's a lot worse if it's got 2 small nodes and it's at a junction that people frequently pass through. Like, it's northeast of the Witch's starting location, so I'm just trying to think of a junction people. If it's the same spot as Throat Seeker, then I think it's Throat Seeker. Whatever it is, the crit node that's northeast of the Witch's location, then it would be really, really good. It was 3 points. If it's 4 points and it's a couple of steps away from that, it's a bit worse. So keep this one in mind. It's generically good. Also, I want to mention something that will come up when we get to spells. I'll mention this again when we get to spells, but Lightning has a new identity as an element. Lightning is fast to cast, even faster than Draining Manifold. And so you will want clusters like this, and particularly ones that just have mana cost efficiency in them. You will want clusters, you will want investment in mana cost efficiency on builds that are
Я навіть що маю з тим.
lightning spells, narrowly that is.
Хор.
Contemplative meditation is being added northwest of the Templar start. This is going to be 8% reservation efficiency, 20% cost efficiency. Again, lives or dies based upon what else is with it, but this looks really good. Mana reservation efficiency already really good. This sounds like it is a mana cluster, and mana clusters have 12% MRE as a mastery that you can take. So if you're taking exactly one, that's really good. There's a lot of reservation available there, and the fact that you're getting some other good stuff with it, like cost efficiency is a live mod. I think this is a really good cluster, unless it's in a terrible spot. Every single source of reduced cost of skills on the passive tree has been converted to cost efficiency at appropriate values. Now, when they did this with mana reservation efficiency, so they had reduced mana reservation became mana reservation efficiency, that was done at 2-to-1. I don't know if they'll be quite as generous this time, but I do think it's important to keep in mind this is going to have a bit of an effect on attack builds. I feel like attack builds are going to struggle to get mana cost quite to 0 as easily as they have in the past. Attack builds are probably going to need to leave like 12% of their efficiency live. Oh, sorry, 12% of their mana pool or so live. It's going to vary depending on the exact setup, but you just want to keep that one in mind. People mentioning that inspiration has not been changed. Yeah, that's a good point. That's come up. Inspiration is something that does reduce mana cost, but if there's not many other sources of reduced mana cost for it to go with, that's not really going to matter. A couple of totem nerfs here. These are not crushing. So totem passive mastery that used to grant critical strike chance conditional upon you having summoned a totem recently. This has been nerfed from 60% to 40%. And Shaman's Dominion used to grant you 60% critical strike chance with totem skills, nerfed to 50%. And the preceding small passives now grant less crit multi as well. So these nerfs are real for crit totem builds, but they're not crushing. There's a bunch of little nerfs to totem builds that individually are small, collectively they're large, but they're also survivable. Now, skill gem changes. Most spells that have received base damage increases now also grow more with gem level. Now, two things to say here. Firstly, Divine OR is given as an example, 27% more damage at gem level 20, 37% more damage at gem level 30. So that's the sort of level of growth that you can get there. But also people have mentioned this probably applies to effectiveness of added damage, which then partially but not completely countervails the things we were saying earlier about Abyss Duels. So the reason that the Abyss Duel flat spell damage that they have on them has fallen off over time is because they stack additively with the explosive amount of flat damage that you get from increasing the gem levels. Now, the other skills that have had major identity shifts here, shadow-themed physical spells and pure cold hit spells now have higher critical strike chances, and pure fire spells generally have lower critical strike chances. Pure lightning, we've already mentioned its identity is fast and faster still at draining your mana, and pure fire spells generally have lower mana costs and higher effectiveness of added damage. So there is this cool thing where they're giving them all identities here. Arcane Cloak is getting nerfed, finally. This is not crushing, and it's going to still be very, very good, but it is getting quite the nerf here, going from 10%, from 14% down to 10%. Basically, it's like having a level 1 version of Arcane Cloak instead of having a level 21 one. Definitely very real, but I still think Archmage is probably still going to survive fine. Just not going to be the only way to play these sorts of builds. And I think that's the intention they're going for here, is try and find a situation where Archmage feels viable.
Why?
Welcome to the Psych Ignition. There exists a quiet truth, often drowned out by the roar of the battlefield. The strongest soldier is not the one who fights the hardest. It is the one who can stand, an island of calm, in the very center of the storm. The one who sees the chaos and does not become it. If you've come to understand why the Sigma male stands as one of the world's most formidable operatives, then prepare for a revelation. This will challenge the very foundations of what you believe about strength, leadership, and valor. Forget the loud proclamations of power. Forget the hunger for constant validation. The safety of the herd. The Sigma operates on a different frequency. He is the quiet, the independent, the intensely focused. These are not mere personality traits. They are psychological armor, a unique cognitive edge in environments of extreme pressure where others fracture. In this journey, we will deconstruct exactly why the Sigma not only survives, but thrives.
Ako už sme klesli po 34, máme 33,9. Ako kľúčové je, že teploty razia dole. Kľúčové je, že v piatok, keď bude Power of Exile, trošku stúpnú, zase začnú raziť, zase príde El Nino. Na konci júla príde naspäť El Nino. A máme čas do 29. júla, by to malo byť stabilné. Potom príde El Nino znova. El Nino.
He demands no audience to lead. He simply accomplishes the objective with an efficiency that borders on artistry. Stay with us. Because comprehending the Sigma mindset may fundamentally alter your perception of success and potency in ways you have never dared to consider. Let us begin. Number 1. The architects of the unconventional. The Sigma male possesses a rare cognitive architecture. He does not merely think outside the box. He exists there. It is his native environment. While the majority find comfort and identity within established rules and social labyrinths, the Sigma instinctively questions outdated systems. He perceives solutions in spaces others perceive only as obstacles. This ability is not born from simple rebellion, but from a profound philosophical understanding. True progress often requires a conscious departure from tradition. On the battlefield, whether literal or the symbolic battlefields of life, rigid adherence to doctrine can be the final line between failure and triumph. The Sigma excels precisely because he is unafraid to interrogate the status quo. He asks the dangerous questions others silently bury. Why is this our only method? What if the map we've been given is wrong? Unconstrained by your deep-seated need to conform, his visions clear to see opportunities where the substitutes only fall. Consider a combat where a standard protocol would lead a team into a closer. The Sigma male would not follow the line. He would analyze the terrain, the variables, the unspoken flaws in the plan, and adapt his approach in real time. This is not recklessness. This is strategic innovation. He holds no allegiance to tradition for tradition's sake. His loyalty is to the result. This cognitive framework is not just valuable in war, it is a transcendent game changer in life. It is the engine of innovation, the catalyst for outperforming expectations and a quiet source of inspiration. Sigmas are the silent ones who rewrite the rules to build something stronger, smarter, more advanced. Our world desperately needs that predictable, sensible, critical player and power and embrace the unorthodox.
Ще планujeme dať nejaké ženy.
Living proof that a new choose survive outside the confines of darkness. You do not just survive chaos. You
Ešte jedného polera na ženách. Týto by mal vylízať s určitosťou jedného polera.
refuse to be defined by imposed limits. Number 2. The sovereign soloist strategic. Do not mistake solitude for loneliness. For the Sigma now, isolation is not good, but a crucial aspect. The flowers of the quiet are not going to distinguish and meaning. Where the outline is secret the spire and draw roots from the left. The Sigma is entirely self-contained. This drive is an internal force require a no ground, no power, no chorus of knowledge formed at the highest level. This is engineer for roles surrounding the time, razor sharp focus. Envision a mission in this most hostile communication is advanced. Survival is a single threat, one's own skill, resourcefulness, will. This is not a nightmare for the Sigma. It is his arena. He is the quintessential strategic loner.
He almost let me fuck.
Complex scenarios with a detached clarity.
He almost let me
Adapt
fuck
to different
the bitch
circumstances
fucker.
with fluid grace and
The bitch
execute
fucking
with
healer.
surgical precision, all within the silence of his own mind. His ability to operate
Yeah.
solo is not just a strength. In these shadows, it is an
He almost
absolute
get me fucked, the
necessity.
bitch fucking fucker.
What truly defines the Sigma is his unerring internal compass.
Worthless bitch.
He does not tune his frequency to the
Who is this guy?
broadcast of the
He's a
crowd.
rookie, right?
Instead, he navigates by the
Yeah,
polished
definitely a
saws of
rookie.
his own
Yeah,
instinct,
great chance.
honed by relentless
Critical hit chance like a fucker.
unflinching
Yeah,
self-awareness.
fucking rookie.
This sovereign
fucking
independence
rookie.
allows
It's
him
a
to make
bitch.
decisive,
He's a bitch
effective choices without the paralyzing echo of second guessing. A trait more valuable than any weapon when time is bleeding away. Yet, do not misinterpret his independence as isolationism. A
Fucking
Sigma
rookie.
understands synergy
Worthless
and can
rookie.
function within a team when the objective requires it,
Worthless rookie.
contributing a potent, silent force. However, his primal strength is the ability
I don't
to
think
not
we
just function,
get this
but to
Bingler. I don't think we get this Bingler.
This renders him ideal for the roles that define
looks
the
bad.
edge of human capability.
This looks nasty.
The sniper in his perch, the scout.
This looks
in the
nasty.
unseen.
Ugly.
but not dominant.
Vagina Morgulis. Look at this guy.
A good question's come up from King of Nemesis, which is, are there guides on levels when flat damage offers a bigger payoff due to added damage effectiveness? Broad rule of thumb. During the campaign, or actually, until you get to level 19 based on your skill set.
The healer is a fucker.
Level appropriate
That's the
plus
issue.
5 damage spells is better than plus 1 to 5. That is your rule of thumb, as long as it's level appropriate. But once you're down to level 19 and 20, that ceases to be the case, and plus 1 to level as well. So that's the rule of thumb. And the gap just increases further and further because the amount of flat damage that you get spells from gaining a level is exponential.
You are doing it again.
Is this potentially due to the quality? I'm just going to bring up the exact stat.
He's doing it again.
You do get 10 more quality than you get it. No, the quality changes in Arcane Cloak. The quality changes do make Arcane
Done it
Cloak
again.
quality, but not
Zero
by
is a fucker.
this is so it's 11% of max stats because you do have, like, assuming that you've got a blue socket, you're going to get 10% increase in there. Absolution is getting cast faster, but no other changes. So that's a pretty big one because Absolution is already fine. Absolution is fine Arc is getting the treatment of just being faster to cast and more mana cost. Arc of Oscillating is the same, and Arc of Surging is getting fast on top of that. So that's your Arc changes. Mostly it's just faster casting. Faster casting is a very big deal on these lanes. But again, still drinking your mana. Armor Brand of Volatility. This is getting way more damage now. Way more damage. And might almost be costing us mana at least cost, doing way more damage than you used to do. Keep your eye on this one. I'm not certain it gets there, but I know people are getting hyped by this. Definitely seems like it's got a bunch of stuff going for it. If you want to check something with that,
Oh, fuck off, you bitches. What are you, you fucking crackers?
It also has no penalty to damage with Ignite as well. So this is the one that only strikes one.
Fucking
And
bitches,
it's
man.
something that
Are these all fucking
because
rookies?
it's funky, it's allowed to have
Are you
fire
fucking a rookie?
damage. But it has no penalty to the amount of
Fucking bitch
to the
fuckers.
amount of
What a go-go. What a
damage that
go-go.
it can do with ailment. So you might want to give a bit of a look into this if you're thinking of playing some sort of
Yeah, this guy's
some
a
sort of
rookie.
Ignite-based
He
build.
gets sleep
It's
chance.
not the only option.
He gets sleep
Ignite
chance
is
there
another
like a
option. In fact, that's
fucker.
something I'm
He
really
got a
seriously
sleep
considering playing
chance.
this league.
He got sleep
But
chance.
Armor Brand of Volatility
Oh my
definitely
lord.
has-
Oh my
the pieces are
Jojo.
there for it to work now.
Oh fuck me.
The damage on it, like, I want to compare how much that is to a Fireball, right? So what's Fireball doing currently? Fireball at gem level 20 is dealing 2460 top end, so 1640 to 2460, and this is going to deal.
Oh the bitches.
Yeah, so it's basically it is almost exactly a
Arbitrary
Fireball and a
bitchery, man.
quarter. It's almost
Bitch.
exactly 25% more damage than Fireball.
Worthless grudgers.
And so that's going to then mean that you've got all that extra damage as base damage for ignites.
Like this is fucking bad. These people are worthless grudgers, man. They're worthless. Like he got sleep damage. He got sleep chance. He got fucking sleep chance. Oh my god. Like that's bad. These fuckers are worthless grudgers. Oh my, worthless amateurs. Fucking amateurs. Oh my god. Oh, they are amateurs. Fucking amateurs, man. Fuck off. Give yourself a fucking sneezer, man. What a bad shit.
It is clunky. A band of volatility is very clunky, but I do think that there is some serious damage in there. Barrage is getting a buff there, firing a 6 projectile. Barrage has really sort of fallen off. Look, I used to see this a lot, but then people shifted over to Artillery Ballista as the bossing skill, and then since then, there's been a bunch of other tech that's been developed since, but Artillery Ballista is really good for doing bossing on bow builds, and Barrage is something, yeah, like there's a bunch of things you can use there. Ball Lightning is getting a massive buff here. Base radius on this gem matters enormously. So it's not only is it getting the cast time improvement at the expense of higher mana cost, which is already probably a positive overall exchange, but the base radius improvement is amazing because this skill rolls slowly over enemies, and the longer that it is in contact with an enemy, the more damage it does. So yeah, really, really solid there. Ball Lightning of Orbiting, just getting the classic changes to lightning skills. Ball Lightning of Static is getting the same thing, except it's also getting an extra cooldown use, but I still think that Ball Lightning of Orbiting is the good one of the Ball Lightning,
Worthless
as well as
bitches.
Classic Ball Lightning for that matter. They've all got their potentials, but Ball Lightning don't write off how big a buff this is.
Give me a
This is,
sneezer.
this first buff here is something like 11% more damage, just because it will spend another 11% more time in contact, which means 11% more hits on average.
Fuck off.
Blade Blast and a bunch of these things are just getting increased AoE.
Give yourself a
This is another thing
sneezer.
that's really common. A lot of these spells that they're not always self-cast, but Blade Blast is always self-cast. It's getting quite the boost here.
Give yourself a
Blade Blast
sneezer.
with Dagger Detonation is something that's just funny. No one's ever really made it work as far as I know, but
Vinule me Toto a spravi me ženi,
Blade
dobre?
Master Unloading is getting slightly higher stats as well, but again, it's more of that playing into that crit
Some
thing.
weaker.
What else do we have here? We've got the Blade Vortex is getting nerfed moderately. This is not crushing, but Blade Vortex is really, really badly hit by the fact that minion pack support is just getting obliterated. Blade Vortex is getting a win out of Wasp here. It is getting better crit chance, but overall it is net negative. What's changing with it? Blade Vortex to the scythe is getting buffed out of sight, but is still bad. Like this is taking a skill from the bottom of F tier and raising it to the middle of F tier. I feel like this needs so much more than that. Blade Follow, this is getting this more damage in general and quite a bit of it. I think it might need more, but I'm not sure on that. Blade Fall of Impaling is getting buffed even more than that. And Blade Fall of Farthest is getting messy. This is going to drain more mana than it used to. This one is scary here. This one is scary here. A good point that Blade Vortex was fine prior to Minion Pack as well.
To
But,
bude.
I mean, it was serviceable. It was a very playable skill prior to that.
Dorazí me Toto.
And the fair versions of Blade Vortex are
Dorazí
still
me
very
5
playable.
kontaktov.
So like your Quad Herald or Queen
Pôjdeme na
Herald,
ženy.
Hexa Herald setup is still very playable. Blade Fall of Farthest is gaining a bit more damage, but at the expense of massively hitting your mana. There's actually a nerf to this skill. This is worse than it was before. So the increase to mana is really substantial, the mana drain on this. And yeah, this is harder to sustain than it used to be. It's never used for damage, it's always used in order to apply some sort of debuff to enemies. Blade Fall of Volleys is getting a boost that's probably not enough. Blazing Salvo getting a boost that I don't think is enough either. Body Swap is getting quite a big boost. This is on my radar as a skill that's getting a scary boost. Now deals 6% of your maximum life as base fire damage, which is potentially scales very high depending on the way you build your character. 300% more area effect if consuming a top, so this is 200%. Now it's worth noting that 300% more area means double radius. 200% more area means 73% more radius. So it's actually not that big an increase. It sounds like you're going 200 to 300%, oh that's 100%, but actually it's not because that is the area of it. So already, you're only looking at the square root of that. Half speed is better though, and quality makes it better again. Like, and Body Swap gets more quality than it used to get as well. So, like basically, Body Swap is really sort of, everything is getting a lot better here on Body Swap. I think we're mentioning that Wrath Panther's taking a hit, but I think that in all in all, Body Swap is something that you probably want to be igniting with. Now, yeah, sure, you could have used Valborn Wrath Panther, but I think in general, like,
Fuck off,
maybe
bitch
something
fuckers.
you don't want to be Wrath Painting with.
It's still fucking.
Body Swap with Ashes really does look like it's potentially got some legs.
What a bitch fuckers.
And there's also, I also want to mention something while we're talking about quality in general. I feel like this is the right spot for it. Let me remind people that there is other ways to scale quality. There's a really forgotten thing on the Maven Orb. So I'm calling it a Maven's Orb because I used to play back when it was called a Maven's Orb. It's the Orb of Dominance. The Orb of Dominance used to be dropped only from the Maven, now it drops only from
Fuck
like
off.
Tracer Elder and a few other things. But the Orb of Dominance has a mod that it can elevate. From memory, it is in the Shaper and Warlord mod pools, is +1 to the level of socketed skill gems on body armor. And from the Elder and Redeemer, it's +1 to the level of socketed support gems. The elevated version of this also adds 5% quality. And Body Swap is going to get miles better when you've got that on it, and potentially using it in conjunction with anything else as well. And then using that to I think that's going to be something that really potentially going to do some silly stuff. That's going to be something that needs a lot of thought going into it. But I think there's something really crazy you could do along those lines there. So keep that one in mind. You could make some weird body armors and then body swap and do some silly stuff. I don't know if it's any good. I haven't done any of the math on it, but definitely play around with it. Body swap sacrifice. And then we have Cold Snap is getting a change here. A bunch of things are getting inherent chance to freeze. And this is something that Grinding Games talked about exclusively here. Inherent chance to freeze is a thing that Grinding Games wants to have access to here because they want the feeling of freezing enemies to be something that is available earlier in the game. Because ultimately, freeze is a dead thing until you get quite late in progression. So they're going out of their way to give Cold Snap a chance to freeze here, and also Cold Snap power. They're improving the critical strike chance on it. Like lots of little things like this that probably won't matter that much once you're really solidly at endgame. Although Cold Snap without critical strike could actually conceivably be played if you have the propagation of freeze from top skills, or I think there's a double point as well with freeze propagation, proliferation. There's other things you could do that would be very good. So that's non-crit spell casting is something that you're forced into early game anyway. You don't have the option of crit, but it might just become something that is viable. So just something that's changed. It's like something that's worth thinking of as existing now. Maybe it doesn't actually matter on this skill, but for some of the other ones, it's worth just knowing it's there. Commandment of Inferno is way too niche. Like this is triggered by the Unyielding Flame unique shield. It can now be supported, but it's I don't think it's good enough. Crack Lance. All three versions of Crack Lance are getting quite the buff. Crack Lance was almost playable before. So you have base Crack Lance is getting a big boost, 165 to 190%. That's 15% more damage, and it's also getting cast faster as well. And it's not a small amount of cast speed reduction. Oh, sorry, cast speed improvement. 650 milliseconds down to 500 milliseconds. So that means that 30% more damage because you can spam the spell faster, and also 15% more of your damage. This is basically a 50% more multiplier to the amount of damage you do with Crack Lance. And on top of that, you also get to maximum unleash stacks quicker, which is also better as well. So lots of things there that are notable. And like is mentioned in chat there by a couple of people, Enraged Monkey in particular, that getting an additional bunch of quality there is really strong as well, because Crack Lance of Disintegration has such a good quality stat on it. Crack Lance of Branching is getting the same sort of level of buffing as Crack Lance, a little bit less actually. It's 25% faster. So you're going from casting in 15 seconds, you are going from casting 20 to 25 spells, so that's 25% more damage. And then the damage amplification is like 13%. It is, 12%. So 12% more per cast and 25% more casts. So that is going to be, what is it? You're doing 40% more damage. So Crack Lance of Branching, 40% more. Crack Lance, 50% more. Crack Lance of Disintegration is getting buffed 25% and 11%. So they multiply together to be 45 on, yeah. Like it's getting, everything's getting better in Crack Lance, basically. Way better. And Disintegration is getting so much more from quality. So there's a lot of good stuff here. Lots and lots of good stuff here. Critting Frost now has critical strike chance of 7.5%, up from 6%. Again, playing into that thing where you get more quality, more of a bonus to critical strike chance on your cold spells. Cremation of Exhuming is getting a substantial improvement here. Projectiles fire faster, But it's also getting a drawback as well. It's only firing 3 projectiles. Previously, it was 4. So it is compressing what it does into a smaller period of time, which is more DPS, but also more mana cost. Essentially, Cremation of Exhuming is getting the treatment lightning skills are getting, even though it is kind of not the most lightning skill out there. And then we have Cremation of the Volcano is also getting this compression of damage. It is doing its damage faster rather than doing more of it or anything like that. And that is actually more DPS. But again, it's also more mana per second that is spent, so lots of stuff there. Dark Bargain and Dark Bargain of Trathus. Note that these are Dark Pact. So Dark Pact is being renamed Dark Bargain. Getting more crit chance, and Dark Bargain of Trathus is just jank anyway. Yes, it's getting buffed, but it is jank. I think one thing that's actually interesting with Dark Bargain of Trathus that I want to mention here, this is a thought experiment that I think is really worth your while thinking about when you're considering how important DPS is in the game. I want you to imagine you've got a skill that does the following. It is guaranteed, it is not RNG, it is guaranteed that the 10th time you hit an enemy, it will deal not 1 million, not 1 billion damage, not a trillion damage, but a quadrillion damage. However, the first 9 hits only deal 1 damage. So this is a strike that is dealing an average of 100 trillion damage every hit. That is incredible. But there's so much clunk attached to it that even though you've got this tremendous amount of on-paper DPS that just makes every Meritia build in the world look terrible, you actually have a terrible build. Dark Bargain of Trathus is exactly that, except you don't have the payoff of dealing a quadrillion damage, you don't have the payoff of dealing a trillion damage, you have the payoff of dealing good damage. So, yeah, I think it's having to cast a spell 7 times for it to be good is just unbelievably messy. Discharge is getting Giga buffed. However, Discharge is also a very slow spell, and slow spells are inherently dangerous, especially when they've got a cooldown attached to them. This is also going to come up when we get to Hex Blast. Hex Blast, I think, actually does have legs now as well. Discharge has legs, but Discharge has a lot of clunk attached to it. Very, very hard to use. Discharge of Misery is going to get more damage as well, but I don't think that's getting there. If anything gets played, it'll be Discharge, probably with Cat 9. Divine Blast, this is the clunky shield skill. It is getting small but meaningful buffs. However, the most important one is the base duration. This actually is a big deal. This buff is substantial, the base duration, but it's also just such a clunky skill that I don't see many people using it. By all means, try it in conjunction with less duration support if you want, but it's really, really, really messy. Divine Ire now has 75% effectiveness of added damage at gem level 20, which is up from 50%, which is nice. However, this is Divine Ire, this is a channeling skill. Channeling skill is like, yeah, use this as totems, basically. Like, use this as a totem. That's my rule of thumb for channeling skills. They're hideous. You can have channeling skills, particularly Divine Ire of Ignite, can in theory be used for igniting builds, but it's, and people have done this successfully in the past. It will murder your wrist. Do not play this for an entire league, definitely. If you must play it for a couple of days, try it. Just do some stretches beforehand. Make sure that you do some proper gamer stretches so that you don't end up injuring yourself by playing this bad skill. But yeah, terrible mechanics on this skill. Even though the other thing that I think is important with Divine Ire Ignite that is really not obvious until you play it, Ignite is all about proliferation, and one of the problems is that Divine Ire, you deal small hits around you all the time. Those small hits will ignite and they'll kill some of the small enemies, and sometimes you'll end up firing off a big, chunky, charged up shot, but your physics miss the target you were going for because either it's just teleported, or because it's invulnerable, or just because you happen to miss it. In any of those circumstances, if you hadn't killed all of the trash mobs around it, you would inflict a Giga Ignite on one of the trash mobs, and then that monster would die and it would Ferrix Respite the Ignite across to to the target you wanted to kill, or it would proliferation it across to them as long as they stayed in close proximity to the corpse, and the rare monster would go down anyway. The problem with Divine Eye is that you're going to deal small ignites to kill those trash monsters, but you're not really going to tickle a big monster, and then when you fire off your big one, you can miss. So that's something that's, I really don't like this. That said, yeah, we do need to try this out with the crab totems, so that's something that's definitely come up there that you want to try. Upload's mentioning exactly the same thing I mentioned with the occultist node. I think that occultist node is DOA. I think like 1 second is too long, 2 seconds is too short. We'll have to see what happens with the crabs. Like whether the crabs can keep moving while they're channeling or not is an open question. I think they probably can't, but even if they can't, I think they're still going to be pretty solid for a bit. So Divine Eye totems could be funny, with or without anything else. People are mentioning Stormine maybe. Stormine because of oddball mechanics that might be good there. But it's still, in general, I think I would not use that node. I would not count on that node because 1 second is going to it is a long time, and if you channel for under 1 second, you're going to end up not getting the credit for it, and you're going to start losing all your charges. Divine Retribution, this is so clunky that I'm still not sold. There's numbers, like they are making the numbers on this big. They are getting really, really, really big, but I'm still not sold on it. Elemental Hit of the Spectrum moves. Elemental Hit, however, this is not the nerf to Elemental Hit. Elemental Hit is taking a nerf to the damage here. However, in the bug fixer section, there is another claim for this hitting LE Hit, and that is massive. Previously, it was getting a double. It was doubling the amount of AOE effect that you were getting. That was tremendous. That is also fixed. It is in the bug section. So, yeah, basically, Elemental Hit, I am not convinced. I think it is probably still very playable, but I'm not convinced that there's any reason that it is right. Essence Drain of Wickedness, I need to quickly remind myself what that does. Essence Drain of Wickedness. This is indeed the one that this is the one that causes you to be healed for some of it. So projectiles pierce all targets. It deals an initial hit of chaos damage that is not trivial. It then applies chaos damage per second to the enemy, and it has a 1 second base duration. Compared to the baseline version, is 3.8 seconds. So this is essentially Essence Drain, except compressed into a shorter period, except the initial hit is much bigger, and it pierces, but it does not do as much damage over time. So it's kind of a bit of a mixture of, it's a mixture of hit and death, which is an awkward thing to scale there. And so basically, that's Essence Drain of Wickedness. It really needed everything that fires projectiles really needs additional projectiles, and maybe that's enough to matter, especially with them always piercing. But it's kind of hard to scale Chaos Hit, and it's also like everyone that plays classic Essence Drain is always playing it as a DOT build. Essence Drain of Wickedness is kind of in this really weird spot where it's trying to do both things at once. You would have to play this with Cruelty support, I think, and
Ale to dosť veľa srákov, ešte po hodinku na ženách.
Ethereal Knives is getting buffed, but everything about this is baseline Ethereal Knives, note that it is not Ethereal Knives as a massacre. That is getting a buff, but it's only small. Ethereal Knives as a massacre is the one people are excited about, but baseline Ethereal Knives is getting quite a bit better here. Lingering Blades is getting a buff as well, but it's kind of weird. But still, you know what you need this stuff. And you will appreciate these things if you do need it, but generally speaking, Ethereal Knives is the one you want most. Ethereal Knives is a massacre though. This is the one people are really excited about. This is already good, and it's getting several buffs. So base crit going 50% is one thing, but also, and that's a very real thing, but also you have Moonfang as an option in the Ascendancy for the Scion, the Reliquarian. So there's a bunch of things that are really interesting to keep in mind.
Not
There.
everyone that Fallout.
Exactly how it works out. Like, people were already playing this, so any buff is going to make it better. Eye of Winter, already playable, getting better. Weird Eye of Winters are also the same. Fireball, not getting buffed enough. It is getting buffed. These buffs are real, but they're just not enough. The crit damage, the crit strike chance is not really a big deal. Like, that is a nerf to it, but it's not an important one. The extra radius is welcome, but it's not really the problem that it's having. 30% more damage from added damage, but you are not getting 30% base damage. So this is one of those weird spots where normally the amount of added damage you get, from effectiveness of added damage, normally that linearly scales with your flat damage that you do. That has not been the case on this gen. All in all though, Fireball is definitely better than it was, but it's not better by enough to play. That's the thinking there. Firestorm is getting increased effectiveness of added damage, but not actually getting increased base damage. And the mana cost is getting better. The fact that the mana cost is getting better at low gem levels is actually a big deal. I think that these changes make Firestorm better than it was. It was already very good as an Ignite skill during the campaign, but it is better than it was during the campaign, which is quite a lot actually. Like, it was saying quite a bit. This is a very good game. Yeah, you did mention Firestyle Identity is getting more coefficients. The thing is that it's not coming with flat damage, so like they're not getting scaled by enough. I think that's the key.
Málo prsatka. Čo by ten grazol tam zadu? Čo sa dráždi? Tam vzadu. C'è un tej dungeon. C'è un tej dungeon. Veľa sa náhodou bylo. Som nerobil veci na hnitom tróne. Ešte 2 dungeony a 10 kontraktov a pol hodinu na ženách. Jeden špagetka tam kričí vzadu, špagetka. Oh my god. Let's go, let's guard the bunches. Dostal niekto z vás bitchesov vonku? Neostal, škoda. Ešte jeden. Ešte jedna chorá pantofla. Nech to je vynulované, do minusu asi nepôjdem,
If you want to use the breeze line, please
pretože
take the
mám
lift. If you're
väčšie
in the
problematiky.
resistance, it's free.
Stále potom mám tam ešte tieto srakory mám ešte dosť veľa. Co to ešte bude rúbať. To je posledný. Potom nás čaká proler na ženách, jeden proler. Jeden proler na ženách, o 8 nejaký piečný boss. To ináč pravdepodobne nežerie. Zvykneme hovoriť, nech si ho strčia do paseky. Otroci, vyhni sa na jeho trónu. Dorazíme tohto pičusa.
Thing, just answering Cranifle's comment there that like, yeah, 5-star identity is getting better at a damage coefficient, but it's not gaining enough to make up for everything to make a big difference because you're not really wanting to hunt for sources of flat damage because spell damage percent and plus gems are better. Plus gems is just so much better in general. I think that aspect of Fireball is going to be a miss, like going from 370 to 480%, but the flat damage is welcome, like the fact that it's gaining an extra kind of 12-15% base damage, that's very valuable. I do agree I would rather than Q-Bill and fine-tune later, I wish they'd fine-tune quicker, rather than, like, compared to the alternative of overbuffing and then, like, having a dominant skill so low. Fireball will have no real risk with that. I feel like Fireball could have been buffed 500% effectiveness without a damage and also had the 370% boost up. Or Fireball could have got a general 11, it could have got plus 2 projectiles, and a general 25 if he got plus 2. That would have been a real thing if the Fireball was real problem with the game. Then you wouldn't have needed to make the unreasonable sacrifices you have to make in order for Fireball to do that. Or yeah, Fireball exploding on Pierce and Chain, that would also help. It does explode on Force, but it doesn't explode on Pierce or Chain where it should.
Takže vynul sme
So, yeah,
nejaké
there's a lot of
veci.
things Fireball needs. It doesn't have any of the things it needs. It doesn't have
Nejaké veci nám ešte krkavčia.
That's the thing with Fireball if you ever play it. I have played Ignite Fireball in the past. Both when it was reasonable in 3.16 and when it was terrible more recently. And it's not that it ever got nerfed, it's just that it got outscaled. It was kind of always serviceable, never good.
Teraz sme to svastiky, dobre, máme svastiky.
And the lack of projectile speed really hurts it. Anyways, Firestorm, we're saying Firestorm base gem has gotten a big improvement in the campaign. Basically here, the base mana cost early on is just, like, this is fantastic. For Firestorm Ignite was already a B+ or A- tier leveling setup, and it's just got
Je to tvrdé, no je to tvrdé.
Firestorm with Meteors this is getting quite a bit more base radius, and base radius is a lot better than increased area of spells. That's something that's less important. The effectiveness of added damage is higher, the base damage is higher, but not by as much, and it gets more benefit from quality, which is also good because you get more quality now than you used to be able to. Everything about Firestorm and Meteors is getting better, and I'm still not convinced that it's quite there, but it's almost there. I did confirm that it is not taking any penalties to Ignite. I don't think it does.
Aqui pauzei o 8. Daikon?
It does not. So, yeah, like this is Firestorm. Essentially, you would go Firestorm is the easy to get skill. If you happen to get Firestorm with Meteors, you definitely.
Eu nunca chorei, hallelujah! Massivne chorei, hallelujah!
But it's probably not going to be quite the meta skill for Ignite because there are a couple of other options. Anyways, Firestorm of Pelting, I am very much sold on. Yeah, it does more damage now. It's got less than not going to be that one was quite bad. Flame Dash getting very minor changes. Flame Dash of Return is getting more damage, quite a bit more damage, but again, this is still Flame Dash of Return. People have made this work. Like, people have made this work as a main build, which is quite funny.
Była treba ženy vylizať. Była treba ženy
It's like
vylizať.
Pelting good for bossing, is it, Esmat? I have not tried it for bossing.
Treba ženy vylizať.
I've only experimented with it in. So you just spam it like crazy on bosses, do you?
A bude treba ženy
And then
vylizať.
because the bosses have large hitboxes. So if you're fighting a monster that's got a crazy amount of like a crazy large hitbox, we're not just talking like the carbon like Trinity here. We're talking.
This me so.
I can see that being, and yeah, Pelting poison as well. Yeah, I can see that. Alright, so I'm probably being a bit unfairly dismissive of Firestorm of Pelting, and if it's being used for poison, I feel like poison is something where effectiveness of added damage is actually a really good stat for that. So maybe that is actually, maybe I'm understating how good that is. Because if you were using that with something like Covenant for level 29 added chaos damage, that would actually be good. I've just got a copying pit coming on. I'm just going to quickly.
Covenant 1129 with chaos damage. That sounds pretty funky, pretty funky. Sounds pretty funky.
Sorry about that, Paul. Definitely have the there. Oh yes, well, Energy Blade is all. Oh, Energy Blade with Battle Mage is going to be phenomenal there. Yeah, I can definitely see Energy Blade with Battle Mage being great with a lot of these fire skills. Now, actually, just these fire skills in general, like Energy Blade, Battle Mage, really getting a lot out of that. Flame Surge's most important stat is getting buffed substantially here, 25 to 30%. Amplification of Ignite there. The other stats in this are also getting better. So everything about Flame Surge except the critical strike chance, which doesn't matter, is getting made better. But ultimately, the one that matters, this is a big boost to Flame Surge on Ignite build. 25% being buffed up to 30. That's big.
Posledných 5 kontaktov, pol hodinka na ženách.
The oddball one. This is the one that deals tremendous amounts of damage to
Posledných 5 kontaktov, pol hodinka na ženách, jeden pole.
Skill. It's really hard to use well. Really hard to use well. I'm not saying it's trash, just saying that I feel like it's kind of.
You feel like you're a bitch. You're a fucking shitbag.
OG Flame Blast is getting quite a lot
That's
more
correct.
radius.
You're a shitbag.
0.3 meters to radius per
Correct.
second is now 0.4. That is massive.
You're a massive shitbag.
The amount of
Correct.
damage it's doing is getting boosted.
You're a
Base
big
amount of cost is
bobo.
getting nerfed. Flame Blast also is something
Big
that can be really
bobo,
funny
big
with
shitbag,
the
big
Cloud
shitbag.
Star. I am not suggesting this is
I
a good
agree.
setup.
You're a big shitbag. I agree. No hard feelings.
This
You're a big shitbag.
This is about the time Beyond League happened.
No big no bad feelings. You're a big shithead. No bad
And
feelings.
the reason it got that name was just that the
reason you're a big shitbag is pretty nasty, pretty nasty. But it is what it is. What it is. You're a big shitbag.
Like they did a lot of
Senor
damage
Frog
all the
Gug.
time.
Frog
That
Gug.
was non-critical strike.
Senor
instant
Frog Gug.
application damage.
Big shitbag. Senor Frog
That was
Frog
not
Gug.
Midnight Build, that was a
Big
hit build
shitbag.
that
Big,
was dealing
big
instant
shitbag.
damage, but was
Senor
not
Frog Gug.
which is something you don't really see that much now. But
Senor Frog Gug.
Flame Blast
Big,
as an
big
Ignite build
shithead.
is so unthinkable these days. I agree.
Senor
It was
Frog
still-
Gug.
It was really funny to see, and the damage projection felt really good at the time.
Yeah, you know, you
I
feel like a shitbag. You don't feel
Flame Blast
very
of
good. You
Celerity,
feel like a
this is
shitbag.
getting an increased area of effect. The base mana cost is down, the damage is up, and I don't think Flame Blast of Celerity. So this is the one that zooms
told
up
you you're a
really,
big
gets
shitbag.
really big, really quick. It's mini Flame Blast, and this one is something that you would probably use again in conjunction with totems for lols. But whether it's any good, I don't know, and I don't think it would be. Flame Blast of Contraction also getting getting a bunch of buffs as well. Lots of things around here getting buffs. Forbidden Rite. Now this is going to deal
Frog Gug.
quite a bit more base chaos damage. Again, scaling chaos damage hit is kind of tough, so this is not something that's an automatic take, but it's something that's worth keeping in mind there. Now, Freezing Pulse. I was originally very excited by this, and people have talked me down from my initial excitement. Freezing Pulse is getting a lot of buffs, but it's already one of those skills that tends to be like it's getting additional damage projection, but it's not getting anything much in terms of single target. And people have said that the single target on it feels pretty bad. Now, it's no longer going to feel the need to have greater multiple projectiles, but people were saying they tended not to use it anyway. So this is something that is just not kind of...
Talk sport, me only go see Ben Foster alongside. Still to come, as you would imagine, we will, of course, continue to hear your tributes to former England manager Kevin Keegan after today's sad news. Now, though, we do need to talk about yesterday's World Cup final. Spain are, of course, world champions for a second time after beating Argentina 1-0 in the final yesterday. Oh, I get this. Argentina didn't have a single shot. That's mad until the 117th minute of the game. Some of their players started to brawl after the game as Spain celebrated. Former Premier League striker Gabriel Bonal was on the breakfast show this morning. He said the Argentinians let their captain down.
I won last night watching. I felt like football was the winner. Anti-football lost. Shame that Messi's probably last World Cup game was a game where his team didn't try and play football. Disgraceful tactics that have worked all through the World Cup. They've bullied teams. And last night, they tried to bully Spain, and it didn't work. Finally, a referee who decided to give a few bookings. Could he give a lot more?
Oh, well, how was Paredes still on?
Especially to Paredes and other players. But at least he gave that second yellow card to Enzo Fernandez, who deserved to get sent off. Football's the winner once again, which is what we wanted to see.
That was Gabriel Bonal on the breakfast show this morning. You and I have not spoken at all, for obvious reasons, on today's show about the World Cup final. This is our first chat about it. Before we talk about the dark arts, what did you make of the final? It was, for me, it was the worst match of the whole World Cup. The whole 6 weeks was sadly the final.
First of all, say what you think, Gabby. Don't hold back, mate. He's right, though. He's bang on, to be fair. I think the whole world was probably rooting for Spain, so wouldn't they? It was about as predictable final as we all thought it was going to be as well. It was going to be Argentina sitting back, sitting as far deep as they possibly can, and Spain just was ticking, waiting for them to try. So if they'd have scored early doors, it'd have been a completely different game. But in fairness to Argentina, as miserable as it was, they have got a game plan that's stuck to it. Horrible game plan. Obviously, it's a World Cup final. Everybody wants to see two teams playing lovely football, open game, got some goals. But Argentina's got to do what they've got to do because they can't compete. It was a bit Arsenal-like, was it, before?
But it was, right? Like, why get to the final? Why do all the hard work? That force they put in the last 20 against Egypt, last 20 against England. And then it was almost like they were like, try to fall over the line. They weren't quite really going.
Well, we've gone out of the tournament, England, and the way we've gone out of the tournament is it leaves a really stinking taste in our mouth. doesn't it? It feels like we just sort of fell on our backs and had our days tickled a little bit. That's how it feels, and that's exactly how Argentina approached it yesterday. Instead of getting on the front foot and trying to probe and do something and open up and get some goals, they were happy to just sit back, and it's a miserable way to lose. It really is.
Did it surprise you that those were the tactics? Because before that game, I'm having conversations with Betty out in New Yorker. Is Messi the best player on the planet again? Is he? And I'm like, that performance last 20 against England was incredible. He did it, as I mentioned, against Egypt. He just didn't turn up yesterday, did he?
No, he didn't. But I can imagine it's quite hard work trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat every single game.
But they've got the players, Argentina, to be better.
They've got some of the players, but I think they've found a way in this tournament to just keep getting by. They were winning in extra time. They were coming from 2 goals down. They did it round after round. They even did it against us. A goal down. They scored 2 in the last sort of 10 minutes, and they got over the line again. And I think they thought, right, we're just going to have to keep it going exactly the same way. Let's try and get over the line. But I've got, as World Cup finals goes, it was one of the worst I think you'll ever.
Yeah. What did you make of how they reacted at the end, Argentina? We saw obviously Paredes getting involved. We saw the whole Argentinian team turning their back on Spain when they lifted it. It was just from beginning to end, even after the final whistle. It was just nasty from Argentina.
Yeah, it was. They've definitely not won any fans over, have they? This time,
No.
Argentina. They might be the most hated nation in world football.
I've changed my mind now on Messi and Ronaldo. I was team Messi for a long time.
Back to
I
Ronaldo.
saw the bit where Cucurella sort of covered his mouth but didn't. And then Messi almost went to the head teacher and like was grasping like, oh, he should get education.
I'm disappointed. I get to do that. I love Leo Messi, right? He is everything I want from footballer, but that is horrible.
Why did that?
I don't know. Do that. It's a World Cup final. I think he's desperate and he's reaching for everything that he possibly can. You don't need to do that, Leo. Don't sink to those levels. I think Argentina outdid themselves in horribleness. Like what we saw at full time it's as bad as it can get. Like Paredes has fully lost his head by the way. I mean, completely lost his head. Like he's trying to fully punch people in the face. He's going for them. That is full on head loss. So no, it was a horrible end to what was a bad game of football. But Spain, fair dues, thoroughly deserved it.
We're going to take calls on all of the above and also about whether or not you enjoyed the World Cup. You enjoyed the World Cup.
Loved the World Cup.
It was a great 6 weeks.
It was a great.
There were question marks as to whether or not it was too long. I didn't think it was long enough.
No, I agree. I love it. I love having games on my telly every single day. Even when do you know what? When we got through the group stages and then you start to get to the knockouts, and then I think it wasn't until the quarterfinals, was it? Until we started having gaps in between, and there was days without games. I'm thinking, this ain't right. I want a game on my TV tonight, please. But I loved it. I know it's an expanded tournament, 48 teams, but I think it worked.
What I did in those games, I just rewatched Brazil against Scotland. I'm joking. I did, but it does feel like Scotland were in another competition. It was that long ago they went out, right? It was that long ago the group stages.
I remember them winning that first game, and a stat came up on the TV that says something along the lines of they have an 83% chance now of qualifying.
Yeah.
Just winning that first game, you have an 83% chance, and then it just dragged on and they lost, and then they dragged on and but again, it's just the way they went out. You know, if you're going to go out with a whimper and not really give it a go, it leaves a horrible taste in your mouth.
That percentage of them getting through case was like only Bitcoin, wasn't it? Watching that fall. So we take calls on all that. Also, a quick word about the so-called halftime show.
Horrible.
What did you make of seeing Madonna, Ronaldo, and Ronaldinho?
Horrible. The whole thing was horrible. Like we're
It
not
was horrible.
We're not used to that as Englishmen, are we? We're not used to watching a big old. That's not what football's about.
No.
Right. But in America, that's just what they do. That is just what they do. So you've got to embellish a little. Just go on, do what you need to do. But 27 and a half minutes, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a painful watch. It really was.
Would it make a difference if you were playing in that game and you had that long away at half time? What does that do to you?
I think if you're an older player, it does. The older you
Don't
are.
look at why'd you point at me when you say that?
I've got grey hair than you.
Okay. Yeah.
I think if you're an older player, I think it will affect you more.
From what age? Like 30 onwards?
Yeah, maybe, 32, 33 maybe onwards. I would like to think they've probably got bikes in the gym or in the changing rooms to maybe sit on and keep your legs ticking over or something like that. But you're going to have to get moving soon because you're used to that. Normally you'll have about 10 minutes. Once you get to the changing room, you'll have about 10 minutes to sat down. But they'll have to get moving pretty quickly because you can stiffen up so quick. You really can.
This is going to sound like a silly question, but would it have felt like 2 45-minute games? Like you're literally starting again? Like if you're playing a high-tempo match and half-time, and then you come out. Can you continue with that tempo, or are you starting again?
Because it's not even 45 minutes anymore, is it? It's quarters now.
Okay.
So,
say that.
so unfortunately, mate, it wouldn't surprise if this got crept into the Premier League. I really wouldn't. Honestly, I
Oh no,
wouldn't
that
be
would surprise me.
It would not surprise me one
Oh,
little bit.
Ozzy, don't be so.
Mate, where there's money to be made, they will
No.
find a way. I promise you.
There
They'll justify it. They'll
No
find
way.
a way. I guarantee it. They will. Where there's money to be made,
You honestly think that?
100%, 100%, mate. They will. They will.
No, we wouldn't stand for it as football fans. There's no way we would do that.
Not like you can do about it. They introduced VAR, and every single one of us hates VAR. I could do away with VAR tomorrow, but they won't now because they've invested so much money into it, and
But there's no investment into a rehydration break.
no, but they will make the money. Is what I'm
No,
saying.
I understand that. It's a 3-minute ad break.
I still.
We just won't stand for it, football fans. There
All
is
right,
no-
it'll be interesting to see. But
You're the only person I've spoken to that thinks that I come into the
No, I don't want it to.
No,
definitely
that
don't.
thinks it could. You're the only person I've spoken to that thinks it could.
Yeah, it would not surprise one little bit. They'll do a soft launch in the Champions League, for example. You watch. They'll do a nice little soft launch in the
I can
Champions
see
League.
that.
Clubs will start to go, oh, what? Hang on a minute, we're getting an extra £1 million. You know, all right, we'll have a bit of that. You wait.
Well, you think the clubs will subscribe to it if they think they get money from it?
Without doubt. Without doubt they will. Without doubt. But yeah, like I said, now it's quarters, so teams are approaching games differently now, even because it's quarters. So you can break it down into the 4 parts, and you can say, right, this part we're going to do that we're going to maybe sit off a little bit, get our legs back again, and then we can go again in this part here. But I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
Well, from 6 o'clock we'll talk about England, because you and I haven't had that conversation yet. Does it feel like a win, 3rd place?
No, I've got no. I watched the game. I didn't enjoy the game.
You might have enjoyed the game. I was watching it going. I had one eye on it. I didn't watch it, but I had one eye on it, and I was like, "This is a bit mad." Like I had a smile on my. I hated it, but only from a sort of comedic point of
You
view.
know why I didn't enjoy it? Because I know we can play like that, and I know we can do that. And don't get me wrong, France didn't. They weren't bothered. They weren't interested until they brought some subs on at half time. But I know we can do that, right? And that bit makes that we sort of can though. We have. If we have that belief, if we can carry that belief into every game that we did, we could be so much better than what we did. So I'm watching it, just thinking, brilliant. Now you turn it on. You know, now you turn it on.
At 6 o'clock, we'll talk about that playoff. We'll talk about whether or not you think playoff goals should count. Even assists, like Bukayo Saka was 3 goals and 3 assists.
3 goals and
On paper, that's a good World Cup.
sounds incredible, doesn't it?
That
It sounds incredible.
So we'll talk about that from 6 o'clock. But when we come back, we'll take your calls on Argentina. Is that the worst performance you've ever seen in a World Cup? It was such a shame because the rest of the World Cup was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant, but that wasn't. So we'll get your calls on that, and also everything about it from the halftime show to not England to how long the competition was. Do you want? Well, we're getting more teams in it soon as well, aren't we?
We can't have more. We can't have more.
8 weeks, 2 months. Is that too long for a World Cup?
I don't know. You know, saying that, we say we don't want any more teams in it, but maybe a longer tournament, more games.
Imagine that. How long were you out in the States for?
3.5 weeks.
Did your family come out any?
Only for 4 days. Yeah, towards the end, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Imagine it saying to Mrs. Fozzie, going out there for 8
Well, where's the next tournament now? It's in Portugal, Morocco, and
Well, the first couple of days are in Argentina.
yeah,
Uruguay.
Uruguay, because it's the anniversary.
Yeah.
And then they move it back to Europe.
Yeah. That'd be okay.
That'll be okay. We'll approach that one when we come to it.
Yeah. Okay. So all things World Cup, apart from England, which we're going to do at 6 o'clock, 03717 22 33 44. I'm looking at my switchboard. There's a few lines flashing, but that means we've got lots of space for you to have your say. 03717 22 33 44. We'll take your things on all things World Cup right after this.
Like, I was initially really hyped for this, but I think a lot of people have convinced me that maybe I was just thinking too much of it. The big buffs are at endgame, though. That's the thing that's interesting. It's getting a lot of buffs at endgame, where it's gaining those projectiles built in. Early game, it's not gaining so much. And very, very early game, you're not going to get the extra projectiles. Later on, you gain access to a bunch of better spells. So it's, and also, yeah, like people are saying, is don't have the problem of an even number of projectiles. I really wish that when things got additional projectiles, when you went from say 3 to 4, it should instead be 3 to 50% chance of +2. I think that would be a lot better than going from 3 to 4. because then you start missing the target that you're aiming directly at. Frostbomb is next, and Frostbomb is getting a chunk of extra damage, quite a chunk of extra damage. It's getting more crit, it's getting chance to freeze, so unconditionally better. Frostbomb had a period where it was really good, but that was as an Ignite delivery spell back in 3.13. Frostbomb Ignite was a very real build for a period then, but I think it's just been outscaled. Really, really outscaled since then. Also, the game is just so much faster paced than it was back in 3.13. 3.13, you could actually have skills that were that bit slower to deal any damage at all. That sounds like it's just very, very dangerous now. Frostbomb of Forthcoming is one that I've never had any experience with. Like, the numbers are definitely getting better on this, but I don't have the experience to say whether this is any good or not. Likewise for Frostbomb of Instability. Again, it's just unconditionally better than it was, but I'm not able to say necessarily whether that's great. Frostblink and Wintry Blast, unconditionally better than they were, just better critical strike chance. And the other thing that I think is important here is that Frostblink and Frostblink of Wintry Blast are going to be affected very substantially by the changes to Reflect. So in the past, you would sometimes not level your Frostblink because you're playing a build that was a Fizz spellcaster or something similar to that, and you wanted to be able to do a low amount of spell damage so that you didn't die to Reflect. That's something that's being changed around there so that it's no longer quite so dependent on that. And yeah, so anyways, the new way that Reflect works, that's not going to be the case. But that's Frostblink and Frostblink and Wintry Blast. Frostbolt is getting better as well. Freeze chance inherently, so that for early in the game, it's way better than it used to be. Critical strike chance of 7.5%, so that mid-game and mid-game in particular, it's better. And late game, getting the maximum crit on it is much more accessible. This feels like it's something that wants to be played with a assassin. There was like the builds that were popular in the past. Often use Crossbreed's Will, the custom critical strike builds of that era. Custom crit is in a worse spot than it used to be, but it still does, like, it still picked up a bunch on the assassin. I just think it might be too squishy. Galvanic Field is something that I would need to play with again to judge whether this is substantial or not. It is getting buffed. No one really ever uses this, so I'm not sure if this is enough to change that or not. The damage is really high on it. I will say the damage is really, really high. General's Cry. This support effect can no longer support skills with cooldowns. This has been a long time coming. And I'm surprised that it wasn't done years and years ago. Glacial Cascade, this is getting some unconditional buffs again, but it's the wrong Glacial Cascade. Glacial Cascade of the Fisher is a much better skill. Glacial Cascade, that final pulse mechanic is just really, really clunky and awkward. Here, however, we have one that I'm excited a bit by, Hex Blast. So, I am not thinking Hex Blast as a spell to deal instant application hit damage. I'm thinking of it as an Ignite delivery mechanism. The cooldown time, now keep in mind that this has the same cooldown mechanics as Seismic Trap now. So you can have 3 as your total number of them, and you fire one off, and then previously 2 seconds until you get one back. It's a very slow cast, Hex Blast. It deals ridiculous damage, especially if it hits something that is hexed. And if it hits something that's hexed, it hits an area of effect around it that's quite large as well. So it deals a chaos damage hit, but that chaos damage hit has the capacity to ignite as though it was fire damage, and also has the capacity to shock and to freeze as well. But that tends to require different investment to what Ignite would do. Anyways, Hex Blast does feel like it's a bit better now. It's got that faster cast speed, but it is still a slow cast. I feel like if it gets there, it'll be on the Elementalist, just because you can get better cast speed on the Elementalist than anywhere else. It definitely has a bunch of things going for it. You've got the ability to propagate damage a long way with Ignite. but I'm just not convinced over other Ignite options. So I don't think it's quite there. Hexblast of Contradiction is essentially the same skill, except that the critical strike chance on it is higher, and it targets the resistances very differently, in a way that is generally speaking inferior to Hexblast mechanically, but it has better critical strike chance to make up for that. Basically, though, they're the same skill. Hexblast of Havoc is getting something that's weird. Critical strike chance support on a chaos damage skill. This really feels like, I think like there is a meme build that needs to happen at some point, and this is the Bifurcate node from the Assassin, and you use, what's it called, the skill, Flicker Strike of Power, in conjunction with Hexblast of Havoc. So it's a cast on critical strike, with the delivery mechanism being Flicker Strike of Power, and the payload spell being Hexblast of Havoc, which is Bifurcated Crit. I don't think this is good, but I do think it's funny. That's basically all it is. Holy Flame Totem was already good, it's just gotten better. Holy Flame Totem of Ire, I can't remember which one of these is better than the other one, but Holy Flame Totem is genuinely a very playable skill at all progression points. People think of it as an Act 1 skill, and it is really good in Act 1, but it is actually good all the way through progression, from like the start of the game, from the start of the game when you pick it up, all the way through to the end. It's deep into endgame. Holy Hammers are not really getting any meaningful changes at all. Hydrosphere, bit of critical strike chance improvement, nothing much. Ice Nova, nothing really exciting here. Ice Nova of Deep Freeze is actually getting a much bigger boost here. I still am not sold on it, but it's Ice Nova of Frostbolt that might just have a big boost here with the, like, not the chance to freeze, but the critical strike chance getting upgraded on a skill that has historically been very good. Ice Nova of Frostbolt has been played in a couple of different ways, but it's been good for a while, so keep that one in mind. Ice Spear and the splitting version. So the splitting version is getting giga buff, the base version is just getting a tiny buff. Ice Storm is getting a 60% buff to two things. So it's getting plus 60% to the amount of DPS that it does. It is also getting plus 60% to the amount of heat that is produced by your GPU. If you want to melt your GPU in an era where GPUs are more expensive than they used to be, thanks to demand from AI companies, then this is the skill to do it with. I'm not joking about that. Ice Storm is something that a lot of people just can't play. Their PC will overheat if they do. It's going to be worse too. If you want to be absolute peak troll and you've got a monster of a PC and you have a friend that has a monster of a PC, you can set up a public party and you can both go and spam Ice Storms, and anyone that joins with you is probably going to end up just like unable to functionally play the game. It's that bad. Ice Storm, cast on crit cyclone, yeah, there's lots of things that are just like really, really nuts. Or cast while channeling, or you just manually cast it. Anything you want to do with it. I think, is there any other way, like, how can you scale AoE as much as possible? And probably hard, but yeah, whatever you do, it's like, it's just absolute mess. Absolute mess.
I'm afraid the local creatures don't like this.
And Incinerate is getting a bunch of changes that someone else can comment on that's not me. I think this is just unconditionally better, right? It's taking, to get to maximum stages is now 1800 milliseconds, previously 1600, so okay, that's a bit slower, but the damage that it's doing is enormously better. I think that is just way better in general. And then we have other Incinerates that are also getting the same treatment. Kinetic Blast is getting Arcane Might nerfed, and it's getting less area damage. So KB is getting nerfed a bit there. There are a couple of things getting hit with nerfs here in the wand skills area, but also a couple of them are getting buffed. KB of Clustering, this is getting a nerf to the amount of Arcane Might that it's got. This Arcane Might is the amount of attack damage that you get based on the amount of spell damage that you've got, and it deals added damage based on the amount of mana that you've got. KBOC is probably still so good that like this nerf is not crushing. This nerf is not remotely crushing. It's painful, but it's not crushing. Kinetic Fusillade, there is a lot to say about this. Kinetic Fusillade is definitely worse than it was, but it is not as much nerfed as it sounds. And the reason for this is that you needed to invest aggressively into reduced duration in the past, just in order to make this skill function. Now you still need to invest in reduced duration, but you don't need to invest hard in it. Now, there are two different ways you can play this out. You can either play it out on attack totems, or you can play it out as a direct attack skill. If you're using it direct attack, you used to need a whole bunch of investment in reduced duration in order to balance the amount of attack speed that you've got, so that you would immediately get your release your charges pretty much straight away. There's other ways you can play this, but they require a lot of careful min-maxing. Whereas getting it to the point that you are instantly machine gunning with it, that is the stronger way to play it. So you don't need as much reduced duration as you needed to. You can still get all the sources of reduced duration you used to be able to, but you used to have to use some pretty janky items like warp time piece or things along those lines in order to make it work. You don't need those anymore. You can replace those with real damage gear, but you're also having like a massive nerf to your attack speed. Like this is a 37.5% nerf to the amount of attack speed that you've got, and that is a less multiplier. So big nerf there, but at the same time, you can make a lot of that back. Kinetic Fusillade is actually fine at the moment, and it's like it is. Kinetic Fusillade, I think the real strength of this skill is that it gives you single target damage like a bossing skill, but it projects damage like nothing else. It projects damage so well because it has chain and explode built into the skill. So you're basically getting chain support as part of the cost you're paying for the skill, and you're getting an explosion, which means that you're damaging, like you're taking out all of the trash monsters straight away. Basically everything about Kinetic Fusillade, it was set up as such a powerful skill mechanically, and it's still very good. The base duration nerf is a big buff, but it's not as big as the attack speed nerf is. So all in all, the mana cost is balanced by the reduced attack speed, pretty much. I think it's it's actually exactly the same, the mana cost per second. It's like the skill is just really good. Really good. You can use it a lot of different ways. But I feel like even though there's a bunch of nerfs to the totem package, the totem package is still fine with it. Kinetic Rain is getting a buff here. This is in the absolute best case scenario. This is 33% more damage. You will not have that in reality. You will have less than that, but it still is pretty solid. Still a pretty solid buff. Exactly the opposite of what Kinetic Blast was suffering as a nerf, and at least the first nerf it was taking. This skill is like, it's serviceable, but Kinetic Fusillade exists, so Kinetic Fusillade kind of invalidates a lot of the other skills that are available. KB had its place. KB's been nerfed by more than KF has. K-Bok had its place. K-Bok still has its place, honestly. It's still fine. Then we have then we have these things. Basically, Kinetic Fusillade is the one skill to go with now if you want it. Like, it's not nerfed enough to no longer be the best one skill. Lightning Conduit already felt like it had some potential, and it's just better than it was. Lightning Conduit of the Heavens now splashes onto more targets than it used to. It shocks incredibly hard now, and it feels like it's being set up to be used alongside Lightning Conduit, potentially. They feel like they're actually designed to work together there. Lightning Tendrils, this is getting Giga Buff, but it's still a channeling skill. Lightning Tendrils of Eccentricity, this is getting Giga Buff, but it is a channeling skill. Lightning Tendrils of Escalation, this is getting Giga Buff, but it is a channeling skill. Lightning Warp, this is getting a big buff here. Lightning Warp is one of the most sensitive skills in the game to cast time, and as a result, even though it's only 100 millisecond decrease, That is absolutely enormous. Mana Bond, I never played around with this. I don't know if this matters or not. Orb of Storms, this is unconditionally a buff. Like, the mana cost is not a real problem on it. And I feel like this is going to be a lot better in the early game. Orb of Storms had this period where it was absolutely hegemonic in the early game. I don't think we're getting back to that. It's not getting buffed enough, but it's still way better than it was. OOS, no real experience with this one.
Ne vidimo
so I'm not
ladateljov.
really sure. Penance Mark, this is getting nerfed here moderately. It's still fine. It's still so good you have to use it in certain circumstances, so still basically needed there. Next, you've got Purifying Flame, which is getting a bunch of extra damage on it, but still, like, I've never played with this except very early game, and I'm like, the extra radius is not a lot. The crit is not a lot. I basically feel like it's the same gem it used to be, and I think that's the same with Purifying Flame of Revelations as well. Yeah, it is. And I know that one thing, every time I think of Purifying Flame of Revelations, I immediately think of that Muse song, Black Holes and Revelations. What is it? Supermassive Black Hole. Anyways, that always gets in my head there. Quick Step, I think, is the Ruthless only movement skill, isn't it? Anyways, Ravenous, this is so niche that it doesn't really matter. Rolling Magma, they are finally going and nerfing it at low gem level, because it was absolutely oppressively good at low gem level, but it's also getting buffed at high level. So if you're the rare soul that actually likes the Rolling Magma playstyle, this is a good change for you. If you hate the Rolling Magma playstyle, then you can forget this gem ever existed. Definitely quite content with this change, because I hate the spell. I'm just, if this deletes it, great. That's my mindset on it. Rune Blast and Rune Blast Teleportation, I'm no experience with those. And we have Shock Nova. Shock Nova is getting a boost to the amount of to the cast speed, but also it's getting more damage. And Shock Nova it's not really ever been playable as skill, but they keep bumping it up. And maybe one day they'll get it there. I'm not sure if they got it there, but Shock Nova Procession, however, Shock Nova Procession is getting a boost, which seems really strange given how dominant this has been. The mana cost is getting a nerf, and this is a skill that has a somewhat oppressive mana cost at times, but I was not expecting to see this. Shock Nova Procession was one of the best of the new gems that was added last league. Like, it was eclipsed by a couple of others, but it really did see a lot of play. So yeah, this is something to keep in mind there. Somatic Shell. This is getting buffed, but like, where Kinetic Fusillade is such a good skill mechanically that unless the numbers on it are terrible, Kinetic Fusillade is going to be an amazing skill. Somatic Shell is the opposite. Somatic Shell is cool, but it has a number on it that is not addressed by these. That number is maximum of 6 Somatic Shells. That is the reason that I don't think this gem is really that salvageable. It's too much of a mess that's going on there. Oh, people have pointed out something that I missed there actually with Shock Nova Procession, and I made this exact mistake on the Twitch stream and I forgot about it. Thank you for pointing this out. Actually, Shock Nova Procession is not getting a buff. It is getting a wider damage range, but it is still doing the same damage. So previously it was 263 to 790, so that is 50% to 150% damage. Now it is doing 20 to 180% damage, but it is actually the same average. So that's something I'd missed there, and thank you for pointing that out to me in Enraged Monkey in chat. It is actually not getting a buff. It is getting a nerf, but the only nerf is the mana cost. And I made that exact same mistake when I did my first look at these gem notes on Twitch. Lucky Lightning can change that, yes, and Lucky Lightning, so 20 to 180 is an average of, 20 to 180 is an average of 126 and 2/3. 50 to 150 is an average of 116 and 2/3. So let's call that 10%, is 11% more. Like, so it has 11% more synergy with lucky lightning damage. If you get lucky lightning damage. But lucky lightning damage is really tough to get on things. Like, you can get it. For those of you that aren't sure how I calculated that, what lucky does with damage ranges, it is mathematically the same. And you can prove this if you know some calculus. You only need like year 12 level calculus to prove this. But the damage is the average of the top, and the bottom. So your average damage is the average. Your average damage without lucky is the average of the top and the bottom. But if you add in lucky, it is the top twice and the bottom once. That's how you work out the average of the average amount of damage that you get with lucky and how good it is. Unlucky is the same in reverse. Unlucky is bottom, and top. Now this is only true if the range is wide enough that it is reasonably close to a straight, or like it's reasonably close to a straight line, because you can roll 105 to 948, but you can't roll 105.1. So it's, as long as the number of steps is large enough, it's very close. So yeah, that's the value of lucky lightning damage there. It is going to be, with it being 20 to 180, the value of lucky lightning damage is a little bit more than a quarter. So it's about 27% more. Hey Zanza, yep, it is 3:38 a.m. here, and I would actually often be awake at this hour, but the thing is, I live in a share house, right? And I'm the only person home for this week, or at least for the next few days. So that means that at the moment, I can be up and I can be streaming at 3 in the morning without being antisocial. So yeah. Anyways, Solar Debriefing, this is getting a huge buff. Honestly, this is like, it used to fire 1 projectile all the time, now it fires 3 to 5. This is the hit-based version of Soul Rend. So this is getting the benefits of multiple projectiles free. That is huge, right? That is absolutely massive. It's also getting increased critical strike chance. Solar Debriefing is really getting a lot. Really getting a lot here. And in that PoE is asking the calculations for lucky. How does that extend to the impact of attack and cast speed on fishing for an ailment roll? This is getting too complex to really say all that much about. Like I would need to run that through some calculations. This actually is one of the spots. This is the sort of thing, the sort of question that if you have a bit of a maths background and so you can actually audit the response, this is something to ask a Clanker. This is the sort of thing they're very good at if you can audit the result. But you've got to be able to audit the results. So you need to be able to look at their result and say, that is right because X, or that is wrong. You don't necessarily need to do the whole thing yourself, you just need to check every line of it. If you don't have that level of maths background, Harbour Building does implement something, but it's very rudimentary. I think in general though, people hyperfixate on fishing for ailments. Like they hyperfixate on the white room damage, which is the amount of damage that you would do if you're able to do your thing against a boss and without being interrupted at all. In the real world, you are interrupted a bunch and you've got to factor that in. So yeah. But basically, if you can hit X ailments before your first one expires, your average is going to be bottom plus. It's going to be the bottom once plus the top X times. It's going to be the average of those. But in practice, you just need to factor in that you're not able to cast the spell as often as you think you are because you have to move from things. You're always dodging and doing stuff like that. Anyways, where are we now? Spark is getting a buff that is going to hurt the mana. I feel like these mana changes are you're going to feel them if you're playing Lightning. And Spark of the Nova is getting a very small buff here. I actually know it's a nerf because losing projectiles. So base spark is better. Neutral to better. Spark Nova is worse. Coughing fit coming. 1 sec. Cool. All right, sorry about that. That was at least I managed to get the mute on. That was a bad coughing fit. Ugh. Yeah, I don't actually feel very sick. Work Daniel, like thanks for the concern, but like I don't feel very sick. I had a cold at some point a while ago, and I've just had a very, very weak, persistent cough since. It was like that was a bad coughing fit. Like I'm just glad that I was able to get it running. I don't have an air conditioning running because I'm in the southern hemisphere. It's like not only is it night at the moment, it's just cold currently, and there's not bad air in the house. Like we've got it's a pretty mild night here in Melbourne. Like it's probably 6 Celsius outside. So those of you that are in the States, that's like 43, which is not uncommon for a winter's night. Oh yeah, I missed Cremation of the Volcano in Rage Monkey earlier. You did mention this before. Sorry, I was saying something else at the time. Partly, I'm just not that familiar with the skill, so I'm just not in a good position. If you've got your own thoughts on it, mention them in chat. But I've never used the skill, so I'm not that sure exactly. I think we mentioned that it did feel like it looked like it got substantial buffs, but I wasn't in the position there. Sadabel's saying in chat, 43 degrees Celsius where you are, which I'm one of those crazy people, at least until certainly in my 20s, I loved that weather. 43 was like maybe a bit past my comfort zone, but a funny story, like we're taking a quick aside from the patch notes here for it. The hottest day that I've ever experienced was New Year's Eve 2006. I think the forecast was 46 Celsius, and I think we hit it. Anyways, I had checked the detailed forecast because I always do this. If I'm heading out at night, I always check the detailed forecast. And I'd seen that it was forecast to have a cool change around 1:30 a.m. So anyways, me and my then partner, we were going to a party, a house party somewhere. So she and I said, all right, we're going to meet there. And I was like, okay, I'm going to need a jumper because there is going to be a cool change. I also like the hot weather and I'm a bit crazy. So I'm just going to walk around the street wearing it. Just deliberately walking around on a 46-degree day, the hottest it is, in the sun, wearing a jumper, just to freak people out. And just watching the reactions of people that are like, the small number of people that are on trams. I walked into the city. I lived very close to CBD this is back when ordinary people could afford to rent an apartment in the walking distance of Melbourne. But yeah, I walked into the city, the tram that I actually wanted to catch. I could have caught a tram, it would have been faster. But I just felt like staying a bit silly and just watching the reactions of people as I walked like 2 kilometers in the sun, wearing a jumper on 46-degree day. Anyways, that's me being a bit silly there. That was definitely that. Okay, another spark is getting affected here. This is getting a spark of unpredictability. This I think is mechanically terrible from memory, not having played around with it. It has an additional projectile at all levels. It's definitely getting buffed, even though the damage is, so the mana is worse. Stormburst. Stormburst is getting a bunch of effectiveness of added damage on a skill that gains enormously from effectiveness of added damage, if I remember correctly. I believe that scales to case support. If I'm right about that, there is a Stormburst case shenanigans being like, there's a lot of complexity to exactly how this works, but it's like the only way you can make the case support work. And the reason the case support is so bad on everything else in the game is because Stormburst with Decay, the interaction is so strong. There is also Stormburst Totems as well, which is a very live build and it's getting better. Titantiel 2 has guides to this for Stormburst Totems, so there's definitely a lot of things you can do there. So yeah, there's lots of weird stuff that's going on there. Stormburst of Repulsion is slightly better. Doesn't actually have. It's interesting that these two instills aren't having any effect on their mana cost either, and they're channeling, so maybe that's the reason they did that. We're telling you on why it is that Stormburst and Decay interact. You'd have to look up. You have to look up details of it. I'm aware the interaction is particularly strong. I'm aware the interaction is really good. So people are saying that the quality changes are really substantial on Stormburst as well. I'm just going to quickly bring up Stormburst stats again so that I can remind myself of them. So it has Black Duration, to skill that has Exploding Orbs deal 75% of skill damage for each 0.4 seconds of remaining duration. So you scale the damage, you scale the duration as high as possible, and then cause the balls to explode. And if you're using Decay, then that ends up being a more multiplier that applies to the entire length of the Decay. But all, that's the interaction. I just had to check that out there. And like you say, there are breakpoints to hit. It's complex, it's messy, but it does some silly things there. And like you say, quality is massive on it. That is really interesting, So you just got to get as much skill duration as you can from anywhere. And like I say, base duration is base duration is what you get from quality, and it's a big amount of it. So every 30 quality, just getting 30 quality on it is 50% more. Is 50% more duration. Like, that's crazy. Anyways, it's a weird interaction. It's a janky interaction between Stormburst and Decay, but it is the reason that Decay can't be made better, is because Stormburst will just run away and go wild with Decay, if Decay ever becomes good enough to use on anything except Stormburst. After this, you have Stormcall. Stormcall is getting made faster and also is getting a smidgen more damage, but the mana cost is getting less. So it's just a standard Stormburst is the standard, no, it's not the standard lightning strength, it's quite a bit more damage because this is a challenge skill. Stormbinder Teleportation is a main skill. Tornado of Elemental Turbulence is getting more damage, which it needs, but it's not getting enough. Unearth is getting critical strike chance, just for thematics. It's not a damage skill usually. The Void Sphere is getting a bunch of extra chaos conversion, which is actually pretty significant. Chaos conversion is hard to get more of. But some of the things is difficult with all these things. Like, you could use it with poison, but poison doesn't really care whether it's heat or chaos. Void Sphere, though, in general, is usually used just as a crowd control skill and not used very often at all. But when it is, it's the crowd control. The thing, though, that is interesting is Void Sphere of Rending is now in a larger area. This is the one that deals damage rather than crowd control. And it is probably in a better spot if you wanted to do damage with it. But whether it's quite there is enough. I think it's something that, basically a little bit better than it was. Like you say, Unholy Might is an option. There is a mastery for 40%. This is chaos, isn't there? it's like I don't think you're going to get there, but like there might be some content that this is good at. Yeah, like you say, limited one sphere is really good. If it's used, it'll be for specific content, but ultimately, how does it compare to just like Firetrap? If you're wanting to deal damage in an area, like it needs to deal way more damage than Firetrap's dot ground does. And yeah, like you say, 2.8 is not that big. Like, I don't think it's good enough for something like Flight. Like Flight, if you have to swap between two sides, that's going to be really funky. I think I'd rather, and that's one of the situations where monsters do come together as much as possible. So yeah, it's like that's what's going on there. Volatile Dead of Confinement now has a base explosion radius of 2.3 meters. Except no experience with that particular conflict. Voltaxic Burst, this is a main skill that the purpose of this skill is like I was at a house party once where someone put a strobe light in the toilet as a joke. Voltaxic Burst is that. And it's even almost a vomit color, which is the sort of thing that you're going to get if you put a strobe light in the toilet. Like someone's going to just puke all over the place. Basically, that is Voltaxic Burst. It's just like the most blindingly ugly thing you'll ever put on your screen, but it's so ugly it's fun. Yeah, basically, kind of cool idea, but there's so much consciousness and you need to get in close, but you need to get in close. It's like, it's Blade Vortex with no quality of life. And it's, yeah, really, it's clunky, it's ugly, it's silly, it's funny, but basically this is one of the worst skills ever made. Vortex was instant for a period and then it was really good. In fact, it was so good it was excessively good almost. But with the current times, like the current stats on it, they just aren't there. There's a fun fact, there was a period where people were playing Vortex Ignite. Vortex of Projection is also getting some little changes, but nothing. Like, I don't think that this is enough. Vortex hasn't recovered from the nerfs we got a while ago. Weighted Conviction is getting a bit of the treatment of lightning spells here. So it's getting cast faster, which is actually really important. The biggest problem with WOC though is its damage propagation speed. This is actually the fireball problem too. You fire off WOC and it deals damage, but there's so much of a delay to deal damage that it's really painful. So I don't think that the base stats changes here. I don't think these changes are enough. What this means is wave propagation speed to be faster. Rocket Surface, this is getting improved. This was already playable, although, wait, this was usually used as a miner though, and mines are getting there, so maybe not. Now, Windwall. People have been saying, like, should I play Windwall? Should you not play Windwall? Windwall is getting buffed quite substantially. Like, so many good things on this. Like, every line of this is good. Windwall was already playable. So, it was already playable. It's getting a whole bunch of buffs. I feel like if you want to play this, you stay Elementalist. You don't go into Occultist. There is power in Occultist, and you could potentially switch it later. I don't want to encourage you to do power charge stacking with it, because you've got that pesky thing with the, like with the power charge boots. Like, this is a build that actually wants Relic Impatience on power charges, even though most of the time people that are playing power charge builds, they supply their own power charges. But the Ramira's Rings and also Malakai's Loop will be constantly nerfing your power charges. So you want to be at full power charges constantly. And that's the message in there. So yeah, basically that's the goal for you. Everything about this skill is getting better. You can play this solo, like you can play this solo self-down, which means that even if the items on it for the occult version get expensive, because of people like Pumpkin playing it, you can still make this into a functioning build anyway. And yeah, the Ramira's Ring can be +2 power charges now. as can a Precursor's Emblem. So whichever one ends up being better on your build. Mirrors, though, you absolutely cannot use without Spell Mistress. So keep that one in mind. Relative with the Power Charge mod is going to be very, very expensive. Nothing's saying Windrob on a chieftain. Wow, that's is that Cold to Fire and Avatar of Fire? Is that how he's doing that? Or is he doing something really spicy that I'm not thinking of? I'm just trying to think where you're getting your benefits out of the ascendancy from. Firing, okay, yeah. Yeah, so basically Cold to Fire and the other thing you could do then as well, you've got access to a really cheap +3 weapon as well. And yeah, the Arcane Trickster is pointing out that Winter Orb is really rough with our cast speed. One of the things that's important is that Winter Orb does pick up the golems, like it has golems in touch. And that's something that's really significant with the Elementalist. You get so much out of the Elementalist package. Like you get essentially, yeah, it is just so much out of it. Yeah, like there's a lot going for it. The Calyx, the thing with that stationary node is that's only damage over time. If you're thinking about Ramako Sun's Lightning Sequence, that is fire damage over time is keeps the enemy's resistance to -20, but it does not apply to instant application of fire hit. So that's not going to work. That was why I was asking what the purpose was. I couldn't see Winter being used as a. I don't see Winter being used as a way of doing fire shots. It's not really nice setting at all. That's why I wasn't sure what the feature in that aspect was. Obviously, you've got the defensive aspect of this feature really good, but I couldn't think of anything else that really made a whole package there. Anyways, Val Gems. Val Blade Vortex, getting better. Cold Snap, better. Val Fireball, getting better, but not by enough. Val Firestorm, getting quite a few little changes there. The most important one there is base radius going up. Val Flame Blast is getting quite a chunky amount better. Val Ice Nova, this thing is getting a lot better. 15% reduced area of effect for each repeat in previously 20%. That's actually quite a big deal on this because this repeats multiple times. This has historically been one of the best Legion clearing skills, Val Ice Nova, and like it's just miles better than it used to be. Miles better. So Arrow's got a plan for this, I think. That would be, yeah. Oh, okay, so Arcane Trickster's got a potential explanation for the feature set up for Winter Orb is that the whole purpose is that you are here for explosion drills, but instead of doing your first kill with either Fire Trap or Light Fire, you're getting your first kill via Winter Orb. That makes sense. So yeah, Val Ice Nova, this is looking way better. Like this is already a fine skill and it's getting miles better. Val Spark, now the base duration of 3 seconds, so this is 2. A quick strike count that is better, and a cast time that is better. Effectiveness amount of damage is better, base damage is better. Val Spark is getting buffed in every imaginable way. It is a sharp contrast to the time where Brony Gear Games posted the words Val Spark is being nerfed in every imaginable way. We've come a long way in Power Flex since then. Val Stormcall is getting quite a lot of chunky buffs here as well, but then you're playing Stormcall at that point. So yeah, just sorry. Support gems. Archmage is getting a couple of changes here. So I'm just going to check the magnitude of things with respect to Archmage's quality bonus. Because I think that's the reason for these changes here. The quality bonus is just increased spell damage. So no, it's not. No, this is just actually Archmage is just taking a bit of a knife there. Again, I think probably because they want to have it so that people are not all playing casters the same way. And just back on Stormcall and Valve Stormcall, there was a period where it was really good, but the game was slow. The game was a lot slower. That was back when high-tier maps were really rare, and so people would really methodically clear them because you would want to have all your portals take loot out. You would do so few very high-tier maps because they were rare that when you were running one, you wanted to take out all the time. This is like 1.1, 1.2 era, especially 1.1 actually. That was the time that like high-tier maps were really expensive, really rare. They were genuinely weak in a way that like even 100% value not these days. Next up we have the Lister Totem. So this was previously 76% damage, it's now 70% damage. This is not crushing, but it is just another little chip away at the amount of damage that you're doing now. Barrage, sort of skills now deal 44% less damage generally than 20, previously 62%, so that is miles better. More additional projectiles, more attack time per projectile. This line is actually negative. So like buff, like this is big buff, significant nerf, and have 10% more trap and mine throwing time per projectile. Now has a cost and reservation modifier though of 200%, previously 150%. As a net package, it's definitely a buff on Barrage support. Now keep in mind there is Barrage the skill gem and Barrage the support gem. This is like one of the worst things about them attaching the word support to the end of every support gem is that they were able to then have Barrage and Barrage support rather than having it as skill. Blockchain Mine is taking a big nerf. The amount of damage is not very big, but the reservation multiplier is. Like basically this is getting double tap. And the reason for this double tap is because there's all of these other changes to skill gems. So like they're buffing the skill gems. They need to then nerf the mines because otherwise the mines are going to be less able to use them. But I think that these changes are pretty big. Castle and Ward Break are no longer uncapped. So you are capped at 8,000 ward. Castle and Ward Break does keep getting better up to 8,000 ward, but then it ceases getting better after that. Castle of Channeling, this is getting a buff. It is a moderate buff, not a massive buff. And it's definitely better than that. Castle of Channeling was already playable, but it's gone from playable to quite a bit better. That's substantial though. Charge Mines are getting another buff here. This is like the best. This is the best support gem. It was one of the best support gems in the game, and honestly, it kind of still is. I feel like it's still enough support, but this was the thing that pushed you into the Trickster when you were playing a miner in the past. I tell you, if you have a look on Hero Ninja, you'll see Castle Channeling was definitely getting used by a bunch. Yeah, so Cub Mines was possibly one of the best programs in the game. It's getting nerfed really hard. It's doing so good that you have to use it on a miner. You don't have any agency here. You must use Cub and Mine support. You must, Cub and Mine damage support, you must use Cub and Mine support. But the amount better that it is than other things is smaller now. Companionship is now causing your minions to no longer have explosive interactions with things that scale off your minion's life. And I'm using the term explosive there very deliberately. So your minion is still just as survivable as it used to be, but it's no longer going to have a monstrous amount of extra health for things that benefit from having huge health pools. This is still very good when you're wanting to have one defensive minion, but it's no longer doing the same things that it used to do that are crazy. High Impact Mine is getting the same nerfs as Blockchain. Actually a bit more severe, I think, actually. They're both 55% less damage than level 20 now, whereas previously they were 50 and 53. So Blast Chain is actually getting less of a nerf than High Impact. High Impact is the more popular one, but basically, I feel like mines in general are just, they're not in a good spot at the moment. Even the native mines are pretty bad as well at the moment. Minion Pack, this is just completely obliterated. It's now got a new name. It's not the same thing anymore. Spell skills of hit enemies and cannot modify the skills of minions. Supported spells deal 20 to 30 added physical damage for each permanent minion at general 3 as a cost and reservation multiplier of 150%. So, the old minion pack is directed completely. But there's some cool stuff that you're getting out of this, but you really need to build around this. You've got to have an army of zombies or whatever that you can then use with minion pack. It will do something significant. It will deal a lot of flat physical damage, but it's just really hard to pick this up. Spell Totem. Spell Totem is getting a nerf to 50% less damage, previously 40%. It's actually quite a lot, but the spell buffs often will make up for it. You might not use the same spells you used in the past, but a lot of spells are getting buffs that will actually counteract it. One thing that's important is we don't know if the crab totems have the same stats as spell totems or inferior stats. I don't think they'll have superior stats, but they'll be inferior. They'll probably be inferior all the time. So we don't know which those are. Unleash. Spotted skills now deal less damage when recurring at general as 1 to 20. Unleash is quite a bit better than it used to be. And that's something to keep in mind. This is a substantial buff to self-cast. Unleash is something that you've got the option of using. You won't always want to use it, but when you do use it, it's a lot better than it used to be. Unleash is a sort of weird thing where the less frequently you cast these spells, the better it is. And that's sort of a weird thing to get around, but it is actually quite solid. Next up we have some unique item changes. These vary a lot. Abra's Horn, the unique one, no longer has 20 to 30% of fire damage. It instead has a whole chunk of global critical strike chance, which was previously lower, and dot multi for ignite critical strikes. Basically, this is a better weapon than it was, but it is still not good enough in pretty niche cases. Not very important. Assassin's Rule, this now has a tremendous boost to spell critical strike chance. This is something that is kind of a self-cast type effect. It's getting quite a bit better than it was. Existing versions are not affected by it, but I still, I don't think, too many people try and use this here. I think I've only ever, because the duration between spellcasting is so long, I think I've only ever seen it used 2 times. In which case, spell critical strike chance is unlikely to be great. It's still an upside to have, but yeah, I don't think this is the buff that it needs to keep up with those things. Especially when all of the other self-cast stuff is getting buffed past it. Perfect Agni Meme Build, yep, you could potentially do that. Or I guess you could use Elemental Overload too. But no, Elemental Overload with such a slow casting spell. Breath of Council is getting a bunch of higher stats than it used to have. But a lot of these are just small things that just make something that's they make things that you would use to level 85 maybe last to level 86. A lot of these small buffs here on these. Or maybe they make it last to 55 instead. Okay, so Clockwork Menagerie has played around with Atsu's rule and says that crit is actually viable on it with a bit of dual stacking. So maybe there is something you can do there that's a bit silly with it. Chain of Unraveling is now getting +1 maximum power charges instead of a weak damage mod, and it's also getting some better stats. So the idea here is that it's doubling down on this identity of, hey, we're doing a bunch of power charges on it. It's also, I don't know, it's a weird item for it. +1 maximum power charges isn't enough on its own. to push you into using power charges. You need to have some more investment on your character. But, I mean, you're still using them, I guess. It's still quick tennis. I don't think there is enough on this item to make me want to use it for any long period of time. Definitely use it in early progression sometimes. However, I'm a bit more excited by Cerberus Slim. Cerberus Slim is a good item already, and it is getting up to 20% increased cast speed, as in terms of the amount that it is gaining on top of it. That is actually pretty substantial. Cerberus Slim is already a usable item. I think it's from Arthur the Top Leader Blind. If it's not from him, it is from Virgil. But I'm pretty sure it's Arthur the Top. It's a very common drop in the box as well. And it's just, this is really, really solid. This item has never been bad. It's kind of not super popular, but that's because it's quite defensively minded. So yeah, I like Cerberus Slim a lot. I agree it's a weird item to fit in because it's got so much messing around. You've got to use a defensive shield, and then you've got to get your damage elsewhere. That's the difficult thing. It is like, I want to use 1.5 shield. That is the theme of Cerberus. Like, I want to be really, really tanky, and I want to get there by using 1.5 shields, but now you've got some damage from it, because you've got that cast speed. I like this item a lot more now. But it's, as you say, people are saying in chat, it's hard to fit in. Disintegrator is getting better. It is going to give you a chunk of extra damage, physical damage to attack and spells per fighting charge. And it's also, like, everything about this thing is getting better. It's not been there for a while, but maybe it's in a better spot now. And it's kind of cool. Doriani's Delusion is next. These are the ones that come out of that series map, Doriani's Machinarium. Doriani's Machinarium will not be on the challenges next time, which is a nerf to Delve. And this does not make up for that nerf to Delve. That said, I think a lot of people will be happy with Delve getting nerfed in this way. Basically, Doriani's Delusion is now found on maximum tier boots instead of lower tier ones. They are always found corrupted with a corruption implicit. And the reason they're coming corrupted with an implicit is because Digity want to do silly things with it, whereby they have massive roll ranges on it. So you can now get these boots, and they'll have a massive roll range, and they are thrashed here if they roll badly on these. But then there's also a lot of other things they can roll on them. So that means that this is not divinable. So it's very RNG. Like if you roll under about 25 or 26% on the movement speed, then the boot's going to crash. They shouldn't be able to be 3 for 1. The recipe doesn't usually work in such items. So you need to hit really hard on this. They do grant you level 30 purity gems. One thing that's come up in chat that is actually wrong, you can't feed these effectively to a mercenary because your mercenary will not use the purity gem from them. They can't use skills that are provided by items. So yeah, this item is I think this is just a nerf to Delve in general. Next up we have Duskdawn and Replica Duskdawn. These are getting buffed defensively. They still don't have... I think that other staves are getting buffed past them. So Disintegrator is getting buffed in meaningful ways. Duskdawn and Replica Duskdawn, they are better than they were, but they're not getting enough because when we get to the changes that are being made to rare staves, those are huge. So this is just not getting there. Emberwake is getting quite a lot better than it used to be, and Emberwake also scales really well in conjunction with Volatile Varlords if you get lucky. So keep that one in mind. Replica Emberwake is also getting buffed, and also is something that scales well with Volatile Varlords. I think Replica Emberwake actually even more so. This is the one that, from memory, has 90% reduced duration of Ignite. So if you can get that to roll as like a 78, or I mean, if you go as low as 72, I believe, that's going to be fantastic. Felborn Ghost Drive has been nerfed again. This was really ridiculous in the past. It's still probably quite good. Grace Fire unique staff now has implicit modifiers are doubled. The global damage bonus on it is better. The resistances on it are better. Basically, it's just a better item than it used to be. Grace Fire is not something that's getting there at the moment, but like increased global damage is one of those stats. It's very hard to get, especially in these sorts of numbers, and it scales some things that are very hard to scale. Next up, Grey Wind Unique Axe now has a nerf to it. Existing items of this versions of this unit can be nerfed with a Divine Orb if you want. Gull is getting crushed. Gull is actually getting taken out the back and shot. The increased effect of Shrine Buffs on you is getting nerfed from 75% to 25 to 50. But the thing that's really mean with this is that Volatile Vile Orbs, this was actually a good target for Volatile Vile Orbs. But now, because it's 25 to 50, you are very unlikely to get higher than 50 with a Volatile Vile Orb. You can get as high as 61 with Miraculous Luck, but you're very unlikely to. So that's something that's really, really significant there. Felborn Heartbound Loop Unique Ring now has a difference to the way that the mana cost reductions work, and I think there's a whole bunch of these. So Hateforge here, rage cost efficiency rather than reduced rage cost of skills. On a home, mana cost efficiency instead of reduced mana cost of skills. Zhukani's Potential, this is the tier 0 and it's getting nerfed here, and it's getting nerfed really hard actually, really hard. This is going from 53 maximum lightning damage spells per 10 int. It's getting crushed down to 35. So that is actually a 1/3 loss. At the top end, 1/3 of the damage of Zhukani's Potential is gone. This one's crazy here. Felborn Khaleesi's Grace is getting is changing the way, again, a lot of things are changing the way that they deal with mana cost. So that's just something that's worth noting. Most of the time, they're valuing a 10% reduced mana cost as 20% increased mana efficiency, roughly about the same, which means that small investment in mana cost reduction is going to be better than it used to be. Large investment is going to be worse. And yeah, King of Nevishes is probably right. Zhukani's died so that lightning spells could be buffed. That is probably actually correct. Alano's Remorse Unique Shield now has the physical damage taken from projectile attacks mod being substantially better than it was. It's not tempting me to use this long term, but that is actually like 150 flat damage reduction.
I hate Enzo Fernandez. You heard that completely correctly. I hate Enzo Fernandez. Now, a lot of people seem to be being very annoyed at this. They seem to be getting very irate with me. They seem to be suggesting that my Instagram posts have been unedifying, aggressive, unnecessary. They don't like what I've been saying about Enzo Fernandez. Now, that could be correct. And I respect your opinion, and I would like your opinion. I seek your counsel here. Am I wrong? Or am I completely and utterly justified? I'm going to now speak about Enzo Fernandez. I'm going to give you my reasoning. I'm going to talk to you about the character. I'm going to talk to you about the depth of the man. I'm going to talk to you about the conduct of this footballer throughout the World Cup. And, in fact, in his entirety. And at the end of this video, I request your feedback. Let me know in the comment section below. Do you think I am right or do you think I am wrong? Because for me, Enzo Fernandez is undoubtedly the most dislikable, objectionable footballer in the entire World Cup. There is not one redeeming feature to Enzo Fernandez. There is absolutely nothing about him that I find even mildly inspiring. He's a brat. He's a brat. He's an objectionable brat. He is incredibly dislikable. And some of his conduct, it's actually blown my mind. And if you like him, this is how far it goes in terms of my dislike. If anybody tries to back Enzo Fernandez, I find you morally bankrupt. If you try and give me a reason as to why Enzo Fernandez is actually a good guy, I find you morally bankrupt. I think it is a disgrace that Enzo Fernandez is the Chelsea captain. I think it's a disgrace that he has ever had the honour of wearing that captain's armband. When you think about the man, when you think about the moment that he was given that captain's armband by Enzo Maresca, off the back of what we saw him do, I think it's actually a stain on the history of Chelsea Football Club that a man like Enzo Fernandez ever got his hands on that Chelsea armband. I really, really do. And I tell you this, watching Enzo Fernandez cost his team a World Cup, I found it so satisfying. Watching Enzo Fernandez be the architect of Argentina's downfall, the reason that Argentina lost that World Cup final is because Enzo Fernandez pressed the self-destruct button. He couldn't keep his temper, he couldn't behave himself, and he got himself sent off. And that, Enzo, sir, is the reason why Argentina lost. It's on you. You are the reason. You let your country down. You are the reason that Argentina got beat. And I'm almost looking forward to if he is a Chelsea player next season. And, he's quite a good player. But if he is a Chelsea player next season, every single away ground in this country will be serenading him with that notion. You let your country down. That is what he's going to be reminded. And on some level, I'm quite pleased about that. Like, Argentina were awful. They were awful. They were the very definition of anti-football. At no point did they try and adopt any kind of footballing philosophy. At no point did they try and engage with Spain in a footballing contest. They were thugs. They were so anti-football. And the jewel in the crown of their anti-football, the most anti-football man of the most anti-football team, the personality, the public face of anti-football is Enzo Fernandez. If one player represents that facet of their game, it is Fernandez himself. I mean, up until the point that he was sent off, he did nothing apart from be a thug, be a menace, a bad. He was a gangster. He was charging about bullying. He was a hooligan. And watching a hooligan be dismissed in that way, emotionally dismissed, it was quite joyful. Like, he wasn't a footballer. And there was an amazing moment, wasn't there, when he actually got sniped, when he tried to act in butter wouldn't out. You're sent off because you're an idiot. You were sarcastic, you were applauding the referee. Just like that, giving it a freedom. And you got yourself in. And then, the bastard like Steve. And you know what? You might, your protestations when you are an angelic choir, you might have got away with it if you got So it was a joy to watch him get sent off. And it was a joy to watch his face. You know when he was like, what, me, Your Honour? Mr. Innocent. It was a joy to watch him actually be dished out that red card. You look at their approach. They didn't have a single shot on target in more than 2 hours of football. Every single time, there was an opportunity to leave the ball, leave an elbow, leave a leg. There it was. What that did was mock of Van Basten, those cages in Holland, always about stay it was home of players. It's the home of the greatest football team, and what they have done over the past couple of decades is inspiring. You know, one of the best footballers in the world, Dani Olmo, and to watch that Spanish team try and play football, try and play, to watch different red thousands, every single moment is run by Enzo Fernandez and his children. It was beautiful. But I'm not personally analysis which score exactly why I find it so if you agree, please like this video. Really like it now, just like you want to. If you really enjoy it, why not? If you agree with what I said, why don't you with this video, give some background, just so I can know, right? Tell me why I find Enzo not just in terms of my mind. Let's first analyse the contract over time. Let's go back to the intro. It's 2 minutes. What does he do? What sort of attendance has he paid for? What sort of responsibilities is that? But you're not allowed to do that in the box. And yet you've done that on a good opportunity to what end? Like you're a football player, you know that football do talk about. How does that help your football? Why is that beneficial to you? Unless you are trying to be a band, trying to be a club, trying to win, trying to intimidate. Honestly, punching him in the back of the head, I'm still disgusting, right? And England, I don't think it's a big deal. The team is like particularly endearing, right? But what is some people in England, maybe across the world, seem to be quite annoyed with the celebration. You know, when he stands there and sits there. Personally, quite right. I've got no issue with that. I don't find that a problem. I'm never ever going to be precious about a footballer scoring an amazing goal in the most amazing circumstances against your biggest rival and celebrating. I find it very pathetic when people don't like footballers to celebrate against their team. Chelsea fans did it once. David Luiz scored against us for Paris Saint-Germain. Chelsea fans got really annoyed. Oh, he's not a legend anymore. Right? Yeah, he is. And him celebrating for Paris Saint-Germain means nothing. Fernandes celebrating in the way that he did, I don't particularly care. But I didn't think it was necessary to put Wonderwall on his Instagram story. Putting Wonderwall on the story. It felt provocative, it felt unnecessary. But again, not something that I'm going to be particularly animated about, but I would say that it doesn't necessarily leave a particularly good taste. But I can give you some other examples that I really didn't like. From the Spain game, give you another great one from the Spain game, right? Enzo Fernandez, as to why I find him so dislikable. This moment didn't paint Lionel Messi in a great colour either. Like, I think Messi is amazing. I find him an icon, of course. But trying to cajole the referee into sending off Marco Correa was ugly, unnecessary, and actually beneath Lionel Messi. Do you know who it wasn't beneath? Enzo Fernandez, who suddenly got on the bandwagon. He suddenly started realising there was an opportunity to get his Chelsea teammate sent off, by the way. Unjustly sent off. He suddenly realised there was an opportunity. So he was there, he was busy, hungry, grassing. Little Randall little snitch. And do you know who he is? That quality is just so unlikable. No one likes a grass. No one, therefore, should like Enzo. And the name that will always ring to me, the most famous grass, it's certainly in London, it's Bertie Smalls. Bertie Smalls was a grass, look him up. But Bertie Smalls is a very famous grass in London, and he's very unpopular. And if you become that kind of little snitch, little grass, you're called a Bertie. And I didn't know that he was so low, so pitifully low, that he would do that. Like grassing. Like, it was just so poor. And then, to anyone defending Enzo Fernandez, should we just cast our minds back, briefly, to what happened in 2024, when he broadcast a video live on his Instagram account, showing himself? It's absolutely important. Do you know what's so appalling about this? He was made Chelsea captain after this. He broadcast a video on his Instagram account showing himself and his teammates celebrating and singing the most derogatory songs that you could possibly sing about the French players, mocking their African heritage, mocking them because they are of African descent. He also threw in a good few homophobic slurs, for good measure. Off the back of doing that, do you remember a lot of Chelsea players were really put out? There was a lot that unfollowed him on Instagram. Off the back of doing that, by the way, you know, in terms of standards of the club, that's what he did to... He was singing songs about Mbappe. It was so poor. Chelsea made him captain. Chelsea gave him the captain's armband. You know, I remember Malagusto, there were, I think, Axel Disasi, they all unfollowed him. They were really annoyed. And rightly so. Wesley Fofana made him captain. Like, how can you possibly like this guy? How can you possibly want him representing you? And then, by the way, when it was put to him that he doesn't necessarily like English people, do you know what he said? He said, I love English people. They do my cleaning for me. Could you imagine saying that? Imagine saying that in a different circumstance. How is that acceptable? To see, mate, it's baffling. It's baffling. But they're my reasons. They are my reasons as to why I find Enzo Fernandez so dislikable. They are my reasons as to why I took so much joy out of Argentina losing the World Cup and him being the epicenter of their downfall. Enzo Fernandez got sent off in a World Cup final. He cost his team in a World Cup final. There is nothing he can do to ever shed that tar. That will stick to him forever. And for that, I am grateful, because he is one of the most dislikable, objectionable, obnoxious footballers that I've ever seen. And the day that he leaves Chelsea Football Club, even if it leaves our first team weaker, it leaves our club better. Might go and watch it again. Might go and watch it again. Might go and watch him get sent off. Protesting. Beautiful. So anyone who's got a problem with my Instagram posts, anyone who's got a problem with my Twitter posts, they're my reasons. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. I think it's unlikely that you'll change my mind, but that's where I sit on the debate. Let me know what you think. Very interested as always. If you've enjoyed the video, please give it a like. If you agree with me, please give it a like. If you really agree, why not click subscribe? Very interested to hear what you have to say. Hope you have a very, very good day. Viva España. Da, 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 da.
Prvý Kelvin tohto kola. To je 8-čkový kolo. Teraz sa dá predať, holy shit. Toto je extrémne drahý kolo. Toto je extrémne drahý kolo. Toto. To je extrémne drahý kolo. Teraz sa to predať za 1 200 000 000. To je extrémne drahý kolo, neviem to.
This was Cucurella's action in the game against Argentina, for which the Argentines wanted him sent off. They claimed he covered his mouth and supposedly said something offensive. Why? What does the new rule say? Which was only adopted by FIFA, okay? CONMEBOL and UEFA did not adopt this rule here. They won't implement it, only in official FIFA matches. So the rule says that if a player in an argument, a dispute, a disagreement covers their mouth, they should be sent off. Did you see any argument here between Messi and Cucurella? Especially because Cucurella puts his hand to his mouth and takes it away. He says practically nothing. If he says something there, look, it's something normal without any offense. How much so he said, what is it? What's going on? Then Messi in a low way, I won't use that adjective, I won't say it, but Messi in a vulgar way goes to try to get Cucurella sent off. And it wasn't just him. The Argentina players surrounded the referee here, look, demanding it. Messi went there, look, they did this. The whole World Cup, they went to demand it there, look. They kept surrounding him. Enzo himself, who had been sent off, was still on the field complaining, asking for Cucurella's expulsion. Then other Argentina players joined in. They go in a pack. And the whole cup was like this. They go in a pack. They kept complaining, kept asking, just look at the time here. Enzo puts his hand in the referee's face, puts his finger in the referee's face until the referee gets angry and orders him to leave.
Do you think this is arrogance from this Argentina team? Look at this, folks. They surround the referee in groups. It's not just one who goes, it's several. Any other national team would get a card because only the captain is supposed to talk to the referee. And Cucurella here, look, does nothing. Look at this. I'm going to play it slowly, folks. Look, I can't tell what he's saying here, but anyone who could lip read here, look, he covers and uncovers. He says nothing, nothing. How low this Argentina team is, I think they got used to it. Look, Messi turns around right away asking for the expulsion. Then the referee says here, look, that there was nothing, that VAR reviewed it. And then he stands there sad, devastated, right? Because they thought, man, this time the officiating isn't helping us. And honestly, it didn't help as much because it did help. A goal that shouldn't have been disallowed was disallowed. Several fouls that happened, several hard challenges worthy of a yellow card. Right after Enzo was sent off, Paredes, who was already on a card, kicked the Spain player in the shin at the edge of the box. Think if the referee gave him a second yellow, sent him off, he gave nothing, let it slide. So it's been an entirely pro-Argentina officiating this tournament, which created room for situations like this, where they want to assert themselves and demand an expulsion that made no sense. There was no reason to send Cucurella off here. He didn't do anything wrong. Do you know how shameful this tournament was regarding the officiating guys? It was a disgrace. I think it's one of the worst I've ever seen. In 2022, there were some cases, but like this year, I don't remember seeing one. No, I don't remember seeing such a shameful tournament from the officiating. And so I was thinking here, can you imagine if the referee of this game was that referee from the game against Cape Verde who gave 3 free kicks in front of the area for Messi to take, none of which were fouls, including one of those free kicks he authorized to be taken while the goalkeeper was setting up the wall. In the same game that the same Enzo Fernandez simulates a foul and doesn't even get a card. Can you imagine if it were that referee, that VAR trio, or if it were the one from Switzerland, right? From the game against Switzerland, who didn't give a penalty at the end of the game, at the end of extra time for Switzerland, and quickly called to send off Embolo, or if it were the referee from the game against Egypt, in which he gave a non-existent penalty to Argentina, disallowed a goal from Egypt, and later validated a goal for Argentina, despite there also being a touch on the foot, similar to the one on the Egypt player. Can you imagine if it were those referees officiating this game here, would Cucurella have been sent off? Because this referee here was bad, but not that much. This one was a little bit less bad. Him disallowing the goal made no sense. Him letting the Argentina guys kick everyone, to me, made no sense. But here they acted correctly. There was no reason whatsoever to send off Cucurella. Cucurella did nothing. This was poor character from Messi, poor character from the Argentine national team that didn't win anything in this tournament, just left with the reputation of a team that wins by cheating but doesn't take the title. What a shame.
Máte nějaké nové informace? Nevyzerá to tak. Máme nič. Good.
He's what's the problem?
Why do you let those kids get away with this? They are not supposed to be here.
If you don't lower your voice, I am going to put handcuffs on you and I'm going to take you to a Baker Act facility. Lower your voice.
Quiet.
Are you threatening me?
You're threatening me.
Are you threatening me?
I'm not just.
Because I'm here right now to deal with a stolen vehicle. I ain't got time to hear you screaming and yelling.
I don't have time to constantly be abused.
We'll get OPD down here then, because I gotta work this stolen vehicle.
What do you mean OPD?
Alpha 73 University.
Alpha 73.
Can we get another unit to deal with Jay Lee here? He is having a breakdown.
Say! Just say the right pronoun.
What'd you say?
7351.
Get down on the ground right now.
No.
You're about to get sprayed.
No.
Get down on the ground right now.
Leave me alone.
I can come in there.
Leave me alone, please.
Okay, are you gonna calm down?
I'm getting my phone out. I have to
Okay,
film this.
tell me. Are you gonna calm down?
I will
charge of
calm down. I will calm.
You know what this is?
I will calm down when you get the pepper spray out of my face.
Alpha 73.
Leave me alone. Just please. Just stop pointing a pepper spray at me. I will calm down if you do that. Stop. Please. I want you to leave me alone. You have been particularly abusing me. You did it. You fooled me. And sent your abuse in there, say it. Don't you remember? Don't you remember? Get away!
You don't tell me where to go.
You cop! I want him!
No, it's too late, man. It's too late now. He's gonna be taken away. Stay.
I just want to get away from him! Please just tell them to use the right pronouns. Please. You know it's causing me a lot of distress.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you very nicely. Put your stuff down, turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Not going to be arrested.
Put your stuff down.
No.
Put your hands behind your back.
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you one more time. You can record all you want, but it's already beyond that point.
You're stressing me out. I'm just asking you to please stop stressing.
We already tried to help you, so.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
You came in with hostile intent.
Put your hands.
Be alone.
Get on the ground right now.
Don't
Get on the ground.
hurt me.
Get on the ground right now.
Don't hurt me.
Get down on the ground right now.
Leave me alone.
Get down on the ground.
Leave me alone. Help me. I'm afraid. No, please don't say him. Okay, Colonel, let's spray her. Put your hand behind your back. Oh. Yes. I don't want to spray you. Okay, do it again.
God.
Relax, okay? Here you go.
Neveď na veci. Ako tu sa niekam pohnúť v tomto hovne. Získať z tohto dungeonu 59. Začína byť nereálne.
What if I told you I knew which team was going to win the 2026 World Cup? That I've seen the script? Well, I'd be lying. But what if I told you I've cracked the formula that every World Cup winner since 2006 follows? And the data and science right in front of us will tell us who's going to win the World Cup. There is 3 criteria every single World Cup winner in the modern era has met. So let's apply them to 2026 and see what the data tells us. Since FIFA introduced its ranking system in 1992, the number 1 ranked team going into the World Cup has never won it. Not once. Think about that for a second. The team sitting at the top of the world rankings, objectively the best team in the world, according to FIFA, has gone into every tournament since 1994 and come home without the trophy every single time. From this table, you can see the number 1 ranked team before the World Cup and who was the eventual winners. Something worth noting is that Brazil have been number 1 ranked 4 times and failed to deliver on those occasions. However, I feel this is really flawed, as it typically has the previous World Cup winners as the number 1 ranked team going into the tournament. And we know how difficult it is to go back to back in any trophy, let alone the World Cup. However, it might just be as simple as the best team wins the World Cup, therefore they're most likely to dominate for the next 4 years. But let's apply this to 2026 anyways. Argentina go into this tournament as the number 1 ranked team in the world, the reigning world champions. Messi's Argentina, and according to this rule, the rule that has held without exception for over 30 years, they won't win it. The next criteria is arguably even more remarkable. Since the Ballon d'Or was first awarded in 1956, the country whose player holds the award going into the World Cup has never won the tournament. Not once in nearly 70 years. The nation producing the best individual player on the planet consistently fails to lift the World Cup. It seems impossible. But let's look at some examples. In 2006, Ronaldinho was the best player in the world. His Brazil went out in the quarterfinals. Going into 2010, Messi won the Ballon d'Or. Argentina went out in the quarterfinals. 2014, Ronaldo was the best player on earth. Portugal didn't even get out of their group. It's the same story over and over again. However, there's one caveat. Before 1995, the Ballon d'Or was not awarded to non-European players. So I've decided to look at what would have happened if the award considered players from all around the globe, and how that changes the Ballon d'Or World Cup narrative. France football actually re-evaluated every year before 1995 to see who would have won the award. So I looked at who should have been the Ballon d'Or winner going into each World Cup prior to 1998 to see if the curse still holds, and it doesn't. Pelé should have won the Ballon d'Or in 1961. He managed to win the World Cup the following year. However, even with this, we are going to continue, but I thought it was worth mentioning. He never was awarded the trophy, so maybe the Ballon d'Or itself is a curse that sacrifices the following World Cup. Or maybe not. But this third criteria took me ages to research, and what I have found is that since the Ballon d'Or was awarded globally, that between both teams in the World Cup final, one of them will have a player in the top 10 Ballon d'Or rankings going into the tournament. So for example, 2026 will matter for the 2025 Ballon d'Or finishes. This makes sense when you think about it at first. The best players will push their team to the final. However, if we extend this rule to just winners, then only Germany and Argentina managed to win it without a top 10 player. But even with that being the case, some context is required. Philipp Lahm finished 14th, so he wasn't far off in 2013. And in 2022, Messi was still one of the best players in the world, despite not finishing in the top 10. So for 2026, I'm happy to say that you need a top 14 player in the world. And I know the title says this formula never fails, but Messi is just the exception to the rule, which I'm sure you can all understand. So this means for 2026, the only countries that can win it according to our criteria are England, Spain, Portugal, Morocco, or Egypt. Our next rule is the foreign manager rule. This sounds almost impossible, but it survived every World Cup. Since the tournament began in 1930, no nation has ever won the World Cup with a foreign manager. Every single champion has been coached by someone from the same country as they lead. It is a streak that has lasted for 22 World Cups, nearly a century of football history. There's been some close calls. An Englishman took Sweden to the 1958 final. An Austrian took Netherlands to the 1978 final. However, they all failed. So for 2026, England and Portugal are out. Since England is managed by Thomas Tuchel and Portugal is managed by Spaniard Roberto Martinez. This means we only have 3 countries left: Spain, Morocco, and Egypt. This next criteria is the 15-win threshold rule. 15 all-time World Cup wins going into the tournament represents a minimum experience threshold. It reflects repeated qualification cycles, deep tournament runs, and a country's DNA being rooted in football. Winning football. From 1970 onwards, every champion has cleared this level before lifting the trophy, with France in 1998 before winning their first ever World Cup, having 15 wins. This is why Morocco and Egypt are eliminated. Morocco only has 5 World Cup wins, and Egypt hasn't even won once. So to say that they're going to win the World Cup is based on what? Mohamed Salah finishing in the top 5 Ballon d'Or rankings of 2025? He's been awful in 2026. And another reason why I think this metric makes a lot of sense is because teams that have 15 plus World Cup wins are countries that love football and they've invested into the youth. They have the infrastructure to develop top players. Morocco didn't have that for many years. However, with that being said, they made it to a semi-final. That is going to light up a new golden generation. And once they pass that threshold, I really do think Morocco can and will win the World Cup in the next 20 years. I think they'll get to that threshold within 3. Regardless, what does this mean for 2026? It means Spain. Spain are going to win the World Cup. And I want it to be known that before the World Cup started, that this model predicted Spain to win it. And I know they drew against Cape Verde 0-0. However, I'm sticking to my guns. Spain will win the World Cup. They have more than 15 all-time World Cup wins. And they did when they won the World Cup in 2010 for the first time ever with 22. They have a player that is on the Ballon d'Or level of Lamine Yamal. And Rodri, who won it 2 years prior. This is a team that has experience. They just won the Euros too. There's players all around in the Spanish team that can do the job. And I really do trust them to do it. This model has been perfect so far and applies to every single World Cup winner since 2010. And we'll see if it strikes for 2026.
It's a very good team, right? We even see them going forward, they're very good. And I think the way they play, they adapt very well. What I can say, it's going to be very interesting game. It's going to be a opening game.
Let's go.
Going forward, I think they are really good. And yeah, we expect a good game tomorrow.
Big guy is gone.
Tak štadión vyzerá fajn, je to veľké obrovské, takže vyzerá to tak mohli dať bola dobrá atmosféra. Tradúcie vyzerá v poriadku a zápas očakávaný ťažký. Analyzovali sme to super, ale myslím, že sme sa načítali dobre na to. A zajtra bude iba na nás, ako ten zápas bude vyzerať.
All the guys have been coming with us today. Free, so they will keep there. They are not available. Happy just coming back from the country, do a lot of flights. I think leaving the day off, you know, to be participating in the World Cup. Not easy, but we hold up, going to say that good days, and after that, you have 2 days off with the family, and after they join us. But now is then started the pre-season with us. We can say that, and maybe we expect him to be back with the full squad when we return after the game is here.
Videli sme tam videí o tom superovi, hlavne z predošlých zápasov, čo hrali to predkolo pred ním. A je to dobrý tým, keď ho necháte hrať. Samozrejme, napísali sme si niečo tu zajtra na ihrisku, ale poznáme gruzinské týmy, sú potom dobrí hráči, čiže necháte hrať, ale nemáme na to možno nejaký alebo kým dostupuje. Takže určite na tom sme mali na tréningoch a ja myslím, že sme západne, keď
My feeling is good. To be honest, I was waiting for that for a long time because I enjoy the competition, right? And I want to transmit that to my team, to my players, because during my playing career as a footballer, I always loved competition, right? All the time, we have to come to the competition like Champions League or in Europe, for example, or even in the league. I always enjoy it, right? Because I want to compete, compare myself with other players, and make sure I'm getting top in the end of the game, you know? And that's the best feeling.
Okay. So we cracked the no hit. That's good. That's good. That's good. So the poison is no longer there. We which is interesting. Wow.
Oi, clean up before you go.
Okay. Takže máme nejaké paseky. Koľko máme? Už máme iba jeden, ne? No. Odkúpime to celé. Nech to má vynulované. Takže my sme vynulovaní. Teraz sme na nule. A môžeme ísť do minusu. Môžeme dať polera na ženách, čo by nás dostalo na slušnú úroveň. Ak dáme jedného polera. Dáme polera. Nie je to ideálne, ale dá sa s tým nejako pracovať. Dá sa s tým nejako pracovať.
This is my favorite customer. Nice.
Že máme tu celkom slušné varky kontaktov. Hovorím, problém je, že neviem to tak líznúť, ako by sme to chceli líznúť. Myslím, že tu sme skončili, tu nemáme žiadne. No, takže sme čistí. Môžeme skúsiť.
I guess Paulstron here, and today let's talk about the spell rework in patch 3.29 and what it means for the game going forward. So this is the patch where GG finally wants to tackle self-cast or hand-cast, whatever you want to call it. And the way this archetype usually worked is until you get into very late game and you play stuff like Spark or just very, very comfortable skills, it's not really something you will see on League Start ever, other than stuff like Archmage, as you've seen. And back in the day, the meta was mostly dominated by trigger skills like Cast on Crit. But then that archetype kind of deteriorated over time. It didn't really get many tools where other archetypes did. And then last league, they also removed Awakened Cast on Critical Strike, giving a final pretty rough blow. Other than that, what you'll see a lot on League Start is mines and traps, because they have more and easier scaling options, and they do stuff like auto-targeting, for example, on mines, so they're just more comfy to use. But if we look back, this is actually the wrong one. I wanted to look at the day 2. I usually like to do day 2 instead of day 1, and we can look at what was played last patch. Kinetic Fusillade, Elemental Hit were kind of dominating the top spots. After that, you have the RF as per usual. Absolution, some of the minion players are still leveling. Sunder, slams are extremely strong. And then the first real entry we have is down here at 2% Shock Nova of Procession, which over time also went down and then up again when people used some very strong uniques, which once again got nerfed. KB already starting, and then we just see a slew of attack builds, like for example, Lightning Arrow, Peacock of Bouncing. Glacial Cascade of the Fissure is a mine build, so it is not really anything they want in this patch. In fact, they nerfed mines. And then we can see, if we really scroll it down, we see Ice Nova, Frostbolt all the way down there in the low 2%ers, and that's an Archmage archetype, which also got nerfed. And then we go down. So if we're talking about the skills that get affected by this patch, or should get affected by this patch, we're talking about skills that start at best at 1%. But let's look at the latest snapshot. This is now the end game representation. The other one was the league start one. And here we see Blade Vortex. Wow, spells are fine, right? Well, that was basically just minion pack carrying, which got reworked, so that's not going to be a thing anymore. In fact, Blade Vortex as a standalone skill is pretty damn mediocre. And then we can see all the normal skills that you've already seen. Down here, the first entry you're going to see is Shock Nova Procession, because some of the later Spellcaster builds needed a comfy skill, and that's that. And otherwise, you will always see Spark, because Spark is just very comfy as well. Other than that, there's really not all that much. You still have like 1% Glacial Cascade for the mine skills. So going into this patch, when you hear spell rework, you would think, oh, there's going to be fireworks, because last time we had a rework of an underused class, we had the melee rework. And look at what happened. We now have Slammers on top, we have Elemental Hit on top, we have a lot of these in-between skills that are actually really good. Cyclone is even being played again. And what happened back then? So let's see what these skills actually got. So if you don't remember, this was patch 3.25, and we're looking at some of the buffs. Bladestorm, underused skill, still not really played, but it's actually a decent option now. Well, it got buffed from 150 to 291%. That's almost double damage. Bladestorm of Uncertainty, 347, 180, almost double damage. We're talking absolute hitters. And this goes down the line. The only melee skills that didn't get double damage or more were skills that were already played, that still got buffed by like 60%. So needless to say, the spell rework is going to be insane, right? Well, no, you're more going to see buffs like this, where something gets a 14% faster cast time and then also has more mana cost to compensate for that for whatever reason that I have no idea. You will see like 10% more damage. You will see sometimes 20, sometimes 30% more damage. And then you have some reworks which are not made equal. Now let's get this out of the way. Winter Orb rework was pretty damn strong. And what you will see with a lot of these skills is they really didn't go ham on the damage increases. They mostly just gave some skills auto QL. So for example, Commendable, Freezing Pulse Change, this gives them 5 projectiles, and maybe this 5 projectiles actually scales into even 7 with extra projectile levels. So Freezing Pulse is now a skill that you can clear with. The damage is still abhorrent, and you have something like a damage fall off the further out the Freezing Pulse goes. So
Počúvaj ma, chlapina. Trepuješ strašné hnoje. Strašne hnojíš. A som nespokojný s tým. Kde sú tie mapy? A Desert Springy sú naspäť, ale to je jedno, a tak sa bude točiť bič. Ono je v podstate dosť nepodstatné, aké mapy pridali, lebo sa točí bič. Už teraz sú mapy nepodstatné. Už teraz si stačí jedna normálna mapa a tá sa otáča non-stop. A to je, pokiaľ je bič, pokiaľ nechajú bič, tak sa točí bič. Keby nenechali bič, keby nebola Beach, tak Desert Springy sú tá druhá možnosť. Solidná mapa. Trošku dlhšia, samozrejme, ale solidná. Bog, keby neboli Desert Springy, veľmi solidná mapa. O 4 dní to vypukne, 4 dní to vypukne, no, 4 dní to vypukne. Samozrejme, my tu máme iné paškálne jedince. Ešte nie sú žiadne novinky. Koľko to bude stať? To zvedavý na to. To nedozvieme asi skôr ako 30. ten deň. Dozvieme sa, no. Či to bude stať 19,90 alebo možno ešte menej, 18,90, 14,90. Ťažko povedať.
Messi's got a wonderful left foot. Oh, over the bar. Over the bar. And it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Simeone puts it over the bar. Can we watch another replay? Can we watch 5 replays of this? Simeone puts it over the bar for Argentina. Can I hang it in the Louvre? Can I have it on... oh, love it. Can I watch it again? Show it me again. Here it is. Another angle. Here it is. Oh, still went over the bar. Can I watch it again? Can you show it me again? It was such a good chance for Argentina. Can I see it again? There's his face, tears, yes. And again, another one from a different angle. No, stop showing it now. I was enjoying that. Another chance for Argentina, not on target. Can I be the producer for the last few minutes? Can we see Simeone again? Romero, got anything on? Can we find Enzo and Romero and put a camera on them in the corner, just for the final 5 minutes? Yeah, and Romero, one in one, one in the other. Just on them for 5 minutes. Preferably make them cry. Yeah. Yeah. And could we interject that with a little bit of their reaction against England? Specifically the banner, the winding up the England players. Let's show that. Could we show them that as well, whilst they're annoyed about this? They won't do it. But we'll just play it in one corner, what they did to England when they won, bad winners, and then now show them now. Yeah, yeah. And then show the Simeone miss again. Yeah. Just loop it. Oh, the viewers are going to love it. Yeah. We'll smash the shit out of BBC if we do this. Yeah. Oh, they showed the Simeone again. Look at that. Oh, poetry. Poetry in motion. And I like the way you've done it on a slow-mo from a slightly different angle. Yeah. Yeah. And put it on again. Oh, you've cut to Messi as well. I like that. Yes, yes, yes.
But we do less of the Messi stuff. I do like Messi. He is one of the world's greatest ever players. Back to Simeone, please. Yeah. Yeah. More Argentinians. Yeah. Simeone won't get his pedigree chum tonight, says Nick P. Look, what I will say, because I don't think they're going to equalise, so I can be humble. They've done incredibly well to get to the final. I don't ever think they were that good, Argentina. You think about the Egypt game. Not England, Egypt. That was a one. Egypt should have done them. Switzerland would have been. I mean, I think you look at Argentina's journey, forget the group stage, because everyone gets out of the group stage. Cape Verde, extra time. I'm not saying Cape Verde should have beat them, but extra time just shows you they struggled to score goals. Egypt 2-0 up, should have put them away. Should have put them away. Switzerland, if Embolo doesn't die, they're going to beat them. They go down to 10 men and they lose an extra time. England fucking bottled it, let's get real. So I think Argentina have battled incredibly well to get to a final, because I don't think they're the second team in the tournament. I mean, they are on the paper and they deserve it, but I think they've been very, I don't know what the word is, fortunate maybe. I think the word is they've punched above their weight, Argentina. They've punched above their weight. Oh, Romero's there. Get the camera down on him. That's Romero down there. There. Right behind, right in his face. Put it in his face. And that's it. The World Cup final is over and Spain have won the World Cup. Ferran Torres has scored the winning goal. Argentina have lost. Now get the cameras on. No, none of this Spain winning stuff. We're English. It's ITV. Get it on the Argentinians. That's what we're here for. Not Messi. I don't mind Messi. He's all right. I ain't got a problem with him. Romero, Enzo, Simeone. Not him. Not him. Keep going, keep going, keep going. We're not interested in him. Oh, look. Oh, look. There's some pushing and shoving going on. Why is Scaloni pushing Spanish players away when they've won the World Cup? Please stay away from our players. They're bad losers. They'll punch you in the face. It's mad, isn't it, how Scaloni, the Argentinian coach, is pushing Spanish players away. He wasn't pushing them away on Wednesday night, were you? Well, you weren't pushing them away on Wednesday night when your players were acting like shithouses, were you? But Spanish players aren't allowed. Certain countries can't even reach the finals, says Marv. Yeah, but at the end of the day, Marv, it's not about getting to the final and losing, isn't it? Is it? It's about winning. Ultimately, Argentina are the same as Norway. They're the same as Cape Verde. They're the same as Iraq. They didn't win the World Cup. You know, you can be second place loser, or you can be 48th place loser. You could be Wales. You know, you could not even qualify for it. Ultimately, you lost. Look at Otamendi having a moan. Oh, just because you're losing. Just because you're losing. Oh, not so gobby now, are they? You're welcome, England. I was hoping for another Euros final, says Renzos. Well done to Spain. You have been, in seriousness though, Spain have been the best team. Credit to Argentina for getting to the final, but and Messi had an amazing World Cup. I mean, those 2 assists against England were incredible. Scored a few goals as well. But I don't think Argentina were that good. In fact, I think if Argentina played Brazil, I don't think there's a lot between them, but Spain were the best team. They won it 4 years ago, much more recent than England, says Michael. Yeah, but you didn't win it now, did you?
Vi dostali ďalšiu červenú kartu?
4 years ago, 10 years ago, 60 years ago, you didn't win it now. You lost. You lost. Deal with it. Stop living in the past. It's not UK gold. It's not a repeat. It's not the History Channel, Michael. It's today. Football will...
Argentina dostala ďalšiu červenú kartu ešte?
What the fuck's that going on there? The fuck went on there? Paredes grabs a Spanish player by the throat, and then he goes for someone else as well. He's a fucking thug, that Paredes. Who does he play for, Paredes? I told you. What a surprise. What a surprise. Punched the Spanish player as he ran on the pitch as well. Watch. Fucking, they're disgusting, aren't they? They are fucking disgusting. I tell you what, England blew it on Wednesday night, but the big reason I wanted Spain to win is the way that they behaved when they beat us was not professional. It was not sportsmanlike. It was disgusting. And they've just shown themselves again. Well, it's nothing to do with England. They can't get a flag out against Spain, can they? But they still punch Spanish players. They still throw them to the floor. That just says everything about Argentina. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Punching a player as he runs across the pitch. Pinning another player on the floor. Throwing another player to the ground. And FIFA want to protect that because Messi plays for them. Fuck off. They've created a monster there, haven't they? Not because of their bias for Argentina. They've created unlawfulness. Look, I'll still drink your Malbec. I still like your Malbec, but I think Argentina. There's Barco as well. You can have that, you little fucker. I've got Can we get more of Barco on as well? We really want him to cry. Yes. And can we show the Bellingham slap as well? Yes, that would be great. In honesty, Yamal had a crap tournament. I mean, he's one of the world's best players, but I think he had a bit of an average tournament. But you don't win as an individual, do you? You win as a team, and the best team won the World Cup. I can see why Scaloni was running around pushing Spanish players away now. In fairness to Scaloni, I don't think he was the problem there. I think he was trying to separate things that we haven't seen. Yeah, zero class from Argentina. There are Argentinian players I like, you know, I think Emi Martinez and Lionel Messi. But yeah, I mean, it's just that's what happens when you let people operate to different rules of everybody else. You know, you should win properly and lose properly. I tell you what sport I like when they win. Tennis. You can win Wimbledon, right? Over 2 weeks, you play loads and loads of sets, but you know you can't celebrate for too long because the other guy's waiting at the net for a handshake. You can't run around with your top off going, have that, you knobhead. You go and shake hands. And I just think that, yeah, I think Argentina behaved terribly in this World Cup in the way that they've dealt with winning and losing. And they probably believe their own mind. I mean, look, as I say, I watch a lot of football. I'm sure you watch a lot of football. I will give
May your steps be light and your inventory lighter.
Switzerland had a man sent off stupidly. But, you know, they deserve credit for getting to the final, but do I think they're the second best team in the world? No, I think France would have beat them. I think on the other side of the draw, I think France would have beat them. I think Morocco might have given them a game. I think even Belgium might have given them a game. I think Norway would have given them a better game than England did. Let's not forget Brazil. Let's not forget Japan. You know, I think teams got knocked out who got knocked out early but played difficult games.
into the When most people picture depression, they picture something that stops you, something that makes it impossible to get out of bed. That takes away your ability to function, to work, to show up. Depression in the popular imagination is the visible collapse, the person who can no longer maintain the basics of ordinary life. But there is another version of depression that almost no one talks about. And the reason no one talks about it is that it doesn't look like depression at all. It looks like someone who gets up every morning, who answers every email, who shows up to every meeting, fulfills every obligation, and maintains a life that, from the outside, appears not just functional but often impressive. It looks like someone who is fine, who would be described by everyone around them as fine, who might even describe themselves as fine, because the word has become so elastic, so emptied of meaning, that it now covers everything from genuine well-being to the kind of low-grade suffering that has been running so long it feels like the default setting of a life. Today, we're looking at 10 habits that seem completely normal, that might look like being tired or practical or simply how you are, but that psychology tells us are consistent signs of high-functioning depression. This is not a diagnosis. It is a description. And if the description fits, it might be worth sitting with that for a moment longer than you usually allow yourself to. High-functioning depression is not a formal diagnostic term, but it describes a real and well-documented experience. The closest clinical category is persistent depressive disorder, sometimes called dysthymia, a form of depression that is less acute than a major depressive episode, but longer in duration, often lasting years. The defining feature is this: the person continues to function. They meet their obligations. They maintain their relationships, at least to a standard that doesn't raise alarms. They show up, and the depression runs underneath all of it, not as a crisis, but as a background condition. A persistent reduction in the capacity for pleasure, energy, motivation, and emotional engagement that is just mild enough to be normalized. This is what makes it so dangerous. Not because it is the most severe form of depression, it isn't, but because it is the form most likely to go unrecognized, untreated, and unnamed for years, sometimes decades, because the person experiencing it does not believe they are depressed enough to deserve attention, and the people around them see nothing that suggests otherwise. Let's look at what it actually looks like, hiding in plain sight. Habit 1, getting through the day without actually being in it. The day happens, you move through it, tasks get completed, conversations happen, meals are eaten, obligations are met, but there's a quality to it, and this is difficult to describe to someone who hasn't experienced it, like watching your day happen from slightly behind your own eyes. You are there, technically. You are participating, but you're not quite in it. The engagement that would make the day feel like yours, rather than something you are merely administering, is absent. This is not laziness, and it is not distraction. It is a specific form of emotional disengagement that high-functioning depression produces. The capacity to perform all the actions of a life without the felt experience of living it. The mechanism continues. The meaning has gone quiet. If you've noticed that your days have a quality of being gotten through rather than lived, that you can reach the end of one and struggle to recall a single moment that felt fully real, this is worth paying attention to. Not because it means you're broken, but because it means the part of you that turns a day into your day has gone offline. And that part matters. Habit 2, feeling tired in a way that sleep doesn't fix. You sleep, possibly a lot, possibly more than before. And you wake up and the tiredness is still there.
Of course it is.
Not in your muscles or your eyes, but somewhere deeper.
in the place where motivation lives, where initiative starts, where the energy to care about things is supposed to originate. This looks, from the outside, like being a tired person, needing more rest, not sleeping well enough. A medical issue may be worth checking, but there is a specific quality of exhaustion that belongs to depression and to depression alone. An exhaustion that is not about the body's need for rest, but about the mind's depletion of the resources that make engagement with life possible. Sleep restores the body. It does not restore the capacity for care, for interest, for the basic emotional fuel that makes getting through the day feel different from enduring it. If you are sleeping enough, or more than enough, and still waking up feeling like something fundamental hasn't been replenished, the deficit is not in your sleep. It is in what your sleep cannot reach. Habit 3. Losing interest in things that used to matter, but not dramatically. You didn't stop caring about the things you used to care about. There wasn't a moment where interest ended and disinterest began. It was more like a dimmer switch, so gradual that by the time you noticed, the room was already much darker than it used to be. The book you used to look forward to reading sits on the nightstand for months. The hobby you used to lose hours in now feels like more effort than it's worth. The plans that once generated excitement now generate something closer to neutral, not dread, not avoidance, just the absence of the pull that used to be there. This is called anhedonia, the reduced ability to experience pleasure, and in its subtle form, it is one of the most reliable indicators of depression. Not the dramatic loss of interest that announces itself, the quiet, gradual dimming that you accommodate by adjusting your expectations of what life is supposed to feel like. The thing that makes subtle anhedonia so easy to miss is that it doesn't feel like loss. It feels like growing up, like being practical, like not needing entertainment to feel okay. But there's a difference between genuine contentment and the normalized absence of pleasure. And the fact that they can look identical from the outside is exactly what makes this so invisible. Habit 4, functioning well enough. That no one checks on you. You have, without intending to, built a life in which your functioning is the primary evidence people use to assess your well-being. They see you working, replying, showing up, managing, and they conclude that you are okay. Not because they don't care, but because you are giving them every reason to believe it. Your output is consistent. Your presence is reliable. Your fine is convincing enough that no one has a reason to look more closely. And so no one checks. Not because you're not important to them, but because the system you've built, the functioning, is doing its job too well. It is not just managing your life. It is managing other people's perception of your life. This is one of the cruelest features of high-functioning depression. The better you function, the less visible the depression becomes. The more reliably you show up, the less anyone thinks to ask whether showing up is costing you something. The performance of okay becomes so seamless that it insulates you from the very attention that might help. If no one has asked you how you're really doing in a long time, that may not be because you're fine. It may be because you've gotten very good at making it look like you are. Habit 5, defaulting to I'm fine, and meaning it, sort of. Someone asks how you are, you say fine, and it's not a lie. Not exactly. You're not in crisis. Nothing specific is wrong. You're managing, and managing is, by the standards you've set for yourself,
Oh, fuck off.
a version of
Oh my fucking god. Ale zábalíme to. Po týchto dvoch bitchesoch. Zábalíme kšefty. Zajtra sme mali vylízať Zajtra sme mali vylízať, ale dneska sme boli veľký progres. Slušný počet žien. Slušný počet dungeonov. Nič. A pomaly pálime tieto hnisy, pripravať sa Power Exile. Táto liga bude veľmi zaujímavá vďaka tým socket farbám. Farby socketov už bolo nepodstatné, dá sa povedať. To znamená, už nebudú žiadne problémy so socket farbami. Už budú mať len bonusy. A bonusy nebudú mať na začiatku. Na začiatku ti budú padať samé biele sockety, takže taká trošku krkavčia vec, áno. Dobre páni, balíme. Snáď sa vidíme zajtra, snáď sa vidíme keď stánem. Tak zatiaľ páni, držme sa.